Now go cry yourself to sleep.
That's at the end of the show.
Bitch.
We'll bring him back up at the end of the show.
I hope so. If there was a big red button that would destroy Earth, how many people do you think would walk past it before someone ended up pushing it? Oof. And it's so sad to be like, I don't know, one.
Is it Monday? Is it Monday or Friday?
Is it me?
Yeah.
Like, it's fucking sad. And I know that there's a big difference. The first place my brain went was the difference between what country it was in.
Uh-huh.
Because there's happier countries. Like if we go to Switzerland.
Yeah, Finland, Switzerland.
Right, yeah. Or Norway, where they're every year, good for you, Norway!
Yeah.
The happiest people that on the whole planet.
Yep.
So I don't know if it maybe extends, it jumps up a whopping amount to 3 instead of 1 that I'm scared about here in the fucking United States. But it's man, it is sad to know there's so many people that just don't fucking care.
Yeah.
And they would love to blow it all up and just get out of whatever misery they are in.
And then take everyone with them too.
Just take them down. Like, why not? It's a funny joke.
Yeah,
right?
But no one's around to laugh at it. If you destroy the world, there's no one there to laugh.
How does it end?
I don't know.
Is it just a big boom? Are you instantly dead, or do all the volcanoes come out and burn your?
Yeah, is it like when the Death Star blows up Alderaan, and it's just like boom, done. There's no time to react, which is weird. In the later movies, get on a whole thing here, they do that with one of the planets, and it takes forever for that planet to explode. It's like crumbling and everything, and in the older movies, it just went boom, done. So
I think that's just
which way
budget.
do you think that's the way this should be? Should it just blow up?
I think it has to just blow up.
Okay, so you don't see the doom coming.
No, you just end it. Maybe a fireball. You have a little bit to recognize the consequence of your actions. And you're like, oh shit, this thing's real.
That really happened. Oops. Is there an undo button?
I think my second thought was, does everybody know how real this button is? Mm-hmm. Are you walking up and you're like, oh yeah, fuck it. You think you're gonna get a party horn or something? It's like, end the earth. You're like, oh, I betcha. Where's my fucking birthday cake? Mm-hmm. So you go slap it thinking it's funny and blow up the entire planet. That'd be a bummer.
Well, and how hard is it to get to this button? If you're walking by and it's just off the side, on the sidewalk or whatever, you walk by, tap,
right?
Or is it behind some glass, like plexiglass, you have to work to get to
some
it?
Guards?
Yeah, because you're thinking like, do I want to take out these guards?
It looks like you're going to the shadow realm, Jimbo.
Because if I do,
have fun.
That's a lot of effort.
I only have so much ammo.
Yeah.
How much do I want to kill everybody? Do I want to kill these guards and then kill everybody?
Then you're killed. Yeah, it's like one time, one push, bang, everyone's dead. But if you have to kill somebody to get to it,
that's a little different.
You're living in, you got to deal with that.
Sadly enough, that expands it from one person walking by to 5.
Yeah.
Like, especially here. When a lot of people got the guns. It's really sad to me. But just on people that are on bad luck, they don't give a fuck. They just want out. And they'll take everybody with them. They don't care.
Hope you're doing well.
There's also the TikTok generation to me, where I have a feeling they would run up and push the button just so they could have a sick fucking background for their new dance.
Yeah, they're just out there going.
They're doing fucking like, I'm a woman, I'm a whatever the song is at that point. Mm-hmm. So they're like, oh,
are the kids into New Kids on the Block? Are they into that these days?
No. What are you? How old are you?
39.
Cool. It shows.
Who do the kids liking these days? New Kids on the Block?
Doja Cat.
Old dudes on the couch.
And this is a side quest, but all the artists now, I feel kind of bad for them. It's going to be so hard for them to give a fuck about you for 1 week.
Yeah.
Like, you're going to come out with a banger and they'll be like, old, dumb, boring, what's next? And you're just going to get sent down. You don't even get a couple years.
Yeah.
You don't even get like a decade before they're like, you're old and you're washed up and your third album's a piece of shit. It's like, now it's like, your third minute, you didn't do anything for me. Bye.
And it's going to happen so fast that everyone has like 20 years later, they have their resurgence because now it's like ironically cool for them to come back. These people aren't going to have that opportunity because they're just like the turnover. No one's going to care about them, like you said.
Yeah, that song.
Poor bastards.
Move on, next song.
Yeah.
They'll be looking for and they would have a really cool background as long as the internet or the earth was around enough for them to upload the video. So then everyone else could watch it and be like, oh shit, those look real. Those that background looks so real. What?
Yeah, it's happening slow. It's happening slow enough to where it's exploding. It gets uploaded, and people are getting to see the video while it's happening.
Oh wow! And they're
like
jealous
blending with the background.
They're jealous. They're remixing it or duetting with it, whatever the fuck it's called on TikTok. So I can see that happening, but I am ashamed to say that if it were here in any sort of medium-sized city, realistically, 10 people. If the button was on the sidewalk and said like a fucking Acme cartoon sign, don't push me, the world will blow up. Less than 10.
Let's see. What does it say? You decide to spend your evening slumming it at the Brown Door, a dive bar in the old docks. Sitting in the back of the room, you see an old man hunched over a set of glass beads. He cheerfully invites you to sit at his table. Happy for the company, he pours some beads into his fist, placing the rest carefully into his breast pocket. Care to guess how many beads I have? In this one hand here, get it right and I'll make it worth your while. Tougher than it looks.
I got a jar of dirt, I got a jar of dirt, and guess what's inside it?
12 dive bars with 12 ducks.
He laughs at what you assume has been a joke. But before you've had a chance to guess, a voice whispers in your ear, it's always 3. When you turn back, there's no one there. Always 3? Okay. You hear them too, don't you? First one's tonight. Hell yeah. Penis pump? What the fuck? What are you... Nix, what the fuck?
You follow the directions of the grizzled Inox sea captain to a warehouse in the old docks, where she suspects her goods are hiding. You're not quite sure what to expect when you push through the oaken door into the dimly lit stockroom. Various sundries are scattered everywhere, as if
I don't
stored
like
hastily.
those. That
And
doesn't
near
look
the
like a
center
good
of the room,
image.
you see the culprits. A group of chaos demons, none too happy about you barging in. Fighting them will be one thing, but finding the right goods in this mess will be an entirely different matter. Who knows what's in store for you?
I get it because I'm in a storeroom. What do you mean? What do you mean? Yeah. Why are you picking on me? Why? Why must you pick? I'm all by my little lonesome. I will try it. Never perform a basic action? Oh, okay. Kill 5 or more monsters. Yeah. It's okay. All right.
And the first 9 just didn't notice it because they were on the phone.
Yeah, I mean, having just been in New York and seeing some of the sadness around that place, yeah, you're going to walk up there and just be like, fuck it.
Right.
I can tell you this, if I'm walking the streets with my kids and we're the first people to walk by this button in the day, that's all it's going to take. Because my youngest, he licks everything, touches everything. You know, they run their fingers along everything, touching all the things.
The fence,
licking everything.
that
So if
finger.
they see a giant,
Right.
if they see a giant red button,
And they
it's
can't
over.
read.
It's over.
So who do you think would actually hit the button first? Someone who's like, fuck this is all over? Or someone who's like, yeah, right, this button ain't gonna do anything?
I don't know.
The curiosity.
Yeah, it's like there's no way this button's gonna blow up the Earth. Right. Like they just don't. They don't.
Why
get it.
would this button blow up the Earth?
Why? It's a big red fun button. It's got glitter on it.
Someone's gonna pop out, and there's gonna be confetti, and it's gonna be a big surprise.
And it could be a stripper.
Yeah.
And if it could be a stripper, I'm gonna push the button.
I'm pushing it every time.
Right.
The chance.
Hey.
90% chance the world explodes.
Hey,
10%
sexy.
chance it's a
Yes.
stripper. You
I'm
pushing it? Yeah.
What's
Yeah,
up?
absolutely.
Because if the world's
What's
over, it's like,
up?
well,
Depends
okay, I guess you're over. But
Depends on how much cash I have on me. Because
it's free.
What?
Because that's part of the deal.
so now it's a
is
wife.
that you don't own anything. Yeah. You don't own it. She's there to put on a show.
Oh, so your wife popped
She's
out?
prepaid.
Okay.
They prepaid her in advance, so she's taken care of. You don't have to do anything.
No,
You just
right?
get to enjoy the stripper.
This is weird. This is a
10%
weird.
chance.
It's a weird of just like I never thought about a person being prepaid. Like in general,
Yeah.
it's like
It's like
don't
a
worry about
phone.
it.
It's
Don't
like a
worry,
Go
Don't
phone.
worry about it. Tiffany's prepaid.
A ghost stripper.
Right.
She got 15 hours on her.
You got 15
right.
hours. Go, 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 buddy. Tiffany's prepaid for. It's so sad. She's like, yeah, I am. Go have at it, buddy. Oh,
Is stripper demeaning now? Is it?
There's no way. If strippers,
exotic
if
dancer?
stripper is demeaning to you, then you need to move out.
It's not demeaning to me.
Not you personally, listeners. I'm not yelling at you.
Okay.
But our listeners, if that's the word these days, you're like, like fuck, man.
Some lady got mad that she was called a waitress. And they said that we're server. Well, actually, she wasn't even a server, but she was offended for the people who are serving, but because she got called a waitress.
What a world! People that are injecting their offensiveness onto other people who are like, I didn't even notice.
Yeah. Has anybody
was
seen the
offended
waitress?
for you.
That's not what they're called.
She's a person.
I just wanted. Yeah.
I don't know. It's her job.
I realize she's a person.
She's a professional serving unit.
Right.
Unit, yeah. That sounds even worse. Unit.
A
She's not
PSU? Where's the PSU around here? Oh, she's right here. Oh, yeah. So I don't know, and it's just too much going on in this world. If it's the button is not protected at all, we're all fucking dead.
Yeah.
If it's hard to get to, terrorist organizations are going to try to get to it. Maybe if let's just assume that everybody knew it was really, really serious. Like that is clear as day. Everybody believed it was serious. Now, how many people would try to go push it still?
I still think if it's in America, it's I think we're the worst place in the world for that button to be. Any other place, I feel like I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but I just feel like in other countries they just have other concerns.
Right.
Like there's things that they're worried about. How am I going to do this? How am I going to do that? They have. It's not petty shit like we have here. Where this country, there's something about they just want to complain, want to do something to fucks with somebody. Mm-hmm. So if it's in this country, it's happening immediately.
What about like Mexico or Syria?
I've been to Mexico one time. We were in Puerto Vallarta, and I'm taking my experience of
I'm not saying these countries are shit.
No.
I'm just saying that like there's a lot of people that would love to push that button, get the fuck out of whatever poverty they're in.
Yeah. I feel like a big red button to them probably isn't as exciting to them as it is to us. Maybe, I don't know.
What?
Not
This is exciting. Kids, come here.
Yeah.
Gather round. How often do you get to blow up the world?
They don't know it's gonna blow up though.
No, they do know. We're assuming
Okay.
100% everybody knows what it's going to do.
Okay. Well, I was gonna say, fuck it. It's not a button. It's one of those
Acme.
like the dynamite things. So if that's what it is, I'm pushing that because I've always wanted to do that.
Right. Of course I'm going to ride that. I'm going to do it. Like, I don't care what the consequences are. I've always wanted to do this.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
Going down in a blaze of glory.
So I guess my number, it doesn't matter. I'm going to say 10. 10 people. If they actually know what it is, and it's in a semi-populated city.
What's the gift?
I'm going 10 people.
That's so sad.
I know. It is sad.
Aw,
Do you have a number?
thank you.
What's your number?
Aw,
I
thank
don't know.
you.
I
Logan, what's the number?
And initially, I wanted to give humanity more hope at like 20, but I'm more, 10,
Okay, if you're
10
in,
to
like,
15
Listen,
on
I was
my...
going to go way out on a limb and hope that we were better than we think we are, and I was going to go with 20 people.
if you're in like a small
20 people probably walked by my
God
house.
damn it.
In
but
this
you're,
conversation.
you know, like if you're in a small town, depends on where the button is. If it's right in like Times Square, that thing's
We're done.
it's gone.
Right.
But if it's
Damn
down by the
rats.
post office in a small town,
A
where it's like,
cornfield.
hey Harold, a not populated area where everyone's kind of happy and says hi to each other. It could go all day.
But everybody knows where the button is. The word will spread.
But everyone, it's a small town. Like, oh, the button. Everyone knows. Like, it's like
no one pushed it today.
the world's biggest ball of yarn and the world's biggest red button.
Sitting around supper, as they would call
Having
it
supper,
in a tiny town, like, thank you for not pushing the button today.
Nobody's pushed the button today.
Hey,
yeah.
man.
Yeah. Thank you, Lord.
Enjoy your corn. Thank you, Lord.
Since you brought that up, I'm just curious, when is supper to you?
Supper's not even a fucking thing. Get out of my house.
There is, okay, so coming from Indiana, there is supper and there is dinner.
What?
Wait, what?
What nonsense is this?
Yeah, supper's around like 3 to 4,
What the fuck?
and
That's
dinner's
called a
like
snack.
6. No, dinner's 6 to 7.
I thought people just called dinner supper.
That's
Nope.
what I thought.
Supper and dinner.
No, we're gonna need to hear some opinions on this shit.
Please.
There's no way. Supper is dinner.
Breakfast, lunch, supper, dinner.
You fucking Midwest.
You pieces of shit.
God. You guys are just the worst.
You're the worst of the worst.
Why do we let you still in this country?
You guys had Taco Bell fourth meal before anybody else with your fucking supper dinner bullshit.
You and your corn and your cheese.
It's called a snack, bro. Like that's what supper's a snack. All right.
Tell that to my grandpa.
Get him in here. I'll tell it to him.
Fucking I'll punch you.
Fuck that
Get your
guy.
grandpa in here and kick his ass. How much food do you eat at supper?
I mean, it's like a dinner portion just at supper time.
God.
That's at 4 o'clock. What time's dinner?
Like 6 to 7.
That 2 hours later, you're having dinner? So what time is breakfast?
I'm dead serious.
What time's
Breakfast is pretty early. It's like 8 to 9.
Okay, and then when's lunch?
And
Noon?
lunch is like 11 to noon.
Yeah.
And then supper, is
So
like
you got a little
3
gap.
o'clock,
Oh,
so
good.
around there.
Fuck, this is absurd.
And then, dinner's like 6 to 7.
Okay.
What's your if you're gonna have a supper
my
and a dinner,
God.
what are you having? What are you having for supper? Then what are you having for dinner?
You'll probably have like a nice sandwich for supper or something a little lighter, but then for dinner, you'll
Lighter?
you'll go for like a heavier goulash or something.
You're gonna have a foot-long meatball, like meatball sub for supper, and you'll dial it back with a fucking full turkey for dinner.
I don't want to ruin dinner.
I'm only
gonna eat a half of this foot long.
half this foot long in this bag of chips, and I'm gonna fucking eat a
You're gonna spoil your dinner.
eat a whole fucking ham, smoked ham, honey fucking smoked ham for dinner. That is absurd. How have I not heard about that? Are we just out of? Send it in. If supper and dinner are different things, first of all, fuck me. But tell us right now. Head over to heyguys@canyoudon'tpodcast.com.
I think we're gonna do a poll
I
in the
feel
group
full.
too with this.
Yeah, well, in 1 month.
Yeah, in a
When
month.
this episode comes out. Okay, we're gonna move on.
Okay.
Logan, move on, man. Jesus Christ.
Hey,
Hey, what's up, babe?
what are you thinking about?
Nothing. Actually, you know what? I'm thinking about a lot of shit.
What are you thinking about?
What are you thinking about?
I'm thinking about supper because I'm hungry.
You can't eat.
Wait, it's by the time we're recording this, we should already be eating supper.
We should be in a supper coma.
Yeah, supper coma right now.
How
on the
many
couch
times
after
do you just
supper.
eat supper and sleep till dinner? And they just wake up, eat dinner, and I'll see you at
What's
breakfast.
the range?
See it, Brett? All I do is eat.
Okay, so this segment, what are you thinking about?
What's the range
Brian,
on
you
retaliate?
got something on your mind? Lay it on us.
Okay, yeah. So having a page, I'm sure you can relate
At
to this.
any
with,
range of
yeah,
retaliate?
like a large page with a following.
Go
of people
fuck
that
yourself,
follow your
rats.
stuff and send stuff into you. From time to time, I'll get people
Fun.
sending pictures of nudes or whatever.
Yes.
And it just got me thinking, like, I didn't even ask for this, and I open my message, and there's some boobs right
Titties.
there, and I'm like, I didn't search for this, I didn't ask for it, it's just there.
And it's never upsetting.
It's never, no, I don't hate seeing that, but it's crazy, the access.
This is not why I'm doing
Oh
this.
my God! Throw a phone in the lake.
Please.
Gross! Titties? Ew!
Always fine. by the way.
Oh, it's so great. Well,
I'm not soliciting. I'm just saying I know what he's talking about.
And it's not just the titio. It's the dick too. You get sent. I mean, I haven't
get
been
some
sick,
dicks.
but I mean, on the other side of it, whether
Should I invade your personal
your man, you like
space?
the wieners, or for your lady, you like the wieners. Ladies
Even
don't generally like the wieners. Guys send it to them. Why did you send this to me?
No.
It doesn't. It's the same reaction.
Wait for a request.
Yeah.
Wait for a request to see
guys
some
out
dick.
there, don't send a dick pic unless they ask for it,
Please.
because that's the last thing you want to see. Is just
Unless it's to me, I'm fine with it.
yeah. I mean, I'll look at anything naked once. Whether I want to look again, that's debatable. But anything once.
Just know I'm judging that dick.
If
You send it to me, I'm like, ugh.
If they're like, we have pictures of Roseanne Barr naked, I'm gonna look once.
Right.
You know what I mean?
I'm going to look twice, too.
Yeah.
I'm going to keep looking.
I'm probably gonna keep looking, depending what I have at
Fool me once.
my disposal.
Fool me once, shame on me.
You know, that's kind of what I'm trying to get into today, though, is that the accessibility to that kind of stuff.
Okay.
You know, like you can just go to Google, search for something.
I can do it right now.
People send it to you. Yeah, we do it right now.
I'll do it.
Do it.
Okay.
Just you're
We
gonna
can't
zone out. And
We can't show it on the screen, but Logan will see it. I'm looking at fucking boobs, cum, titty fucking. Watch. Booms. Look.
Woo!
Logan, you see it?
Oh yeah.
oh man, I can't see it.
No, we can't show it on YouTube, so that's sad.
Okay.
Anyway, keep going.
Well, anyway, it just got me thinking, like, when we were kids, how was, like, the effort? I mean, we're sound like an old man, but, like, even going back older than us, yeah, how much harder it was. But we were on the fringe before the internet, and we came into the internet where we could start searching for things.
Fuck yeah.
But when we were kids, it was like, you had to find someone, like, whether it
I'm
was your
only
dad,
gonna be
whether it was your
here
uncle,
Fred's
someone
dad.
with
For about an
Playboy
hour
something
or
like that.
two.
You and your friend,
Just
you'd sneak in
chilling
there,
out.
you'd look at everything,
The good old days.
Yeah, but I remember. So we had a treehouse, my buddy, and we wanted to put some
Thank
stuff
you
on
for
the wall.
checking up on
and
me,
this was
though,
like Pam
Nix.
Anderson and Jenny McCarthy were hot at
Classics.
the time.
Yeah.
So this
They're
was
still
early,
hot.
still. Yeah.
People are like, oh, look at them. Come on.
Yeah.
You'd still.
Ugh.
All of you would.
Yeah.
Every single one, you'd be like, I'd do it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Try
Carry on.
passing that. They walk in your room and be like, "Hey,
No, past your prime,
yeah,
Karma.
sorry." Carmen Electra. Yeah, so I went on the internet because that was just right at the beginning of the internet. So you go on there, you find pictures, and then, we wanted to put some on our treehouse wall. So I remember wanting to print a picture out. And I remembered where I was. I'd wait for mom and dad. Like they went to the store or something like that. So got on there, pulled up a picture of Jenny McCarthy, and went to print it out. And it was one of those old printers where it's just like
Thank you.
one line, like a millimeter.
And you had to rip off the edges?
Yes.
Whatever those were called?
Yeah, the little perforation
You'd always,
things.
you'd always fuck it up.
Yeah, you rip it in half, and you're like, God, I gotta reprint it, or you're taping it.
God damn, I don't have all day to reprint this.
Because you've got
Your day starts out
a half an
mundane
hour
enough.
maybe because you ran the store or
You
whatever.
explain. Well
and
then.
half an hour seems like a lot of time now.
You hand the
to,
tumour off to him.
Google
and
whatever.
then,
You got it
because
instantly.
you have
Back
no other
then,
leads,
internet, a
you
page
wait in
could
his
take
office.
15 seconds to load.
Staring at his disorganized assortment of books, papers, and dirty bottles of foul-smelling liquid. Then, very suddenly, your boring day becomes a lot more interesting. Haltrip bursts back into his office, his face spattered with blood. "Something has gone horribly wrong in the lab!" he screams at you, and then races down the hall much faster than with several dead lab assistants and a swarm of monstrous rats, mutated by the growths. "It's going to keep spreading," Haltrip frets. "Do something, please!"
Try my best on that. I mean, it's just a chilly day that,
Load 20
I
seconds
don't
load.
expect
If it's a
anybody to
big
be
image,
here.
it's starting to load. It's doing the whole thing where it's like loading,
I
loading,
expect
loading.
nobody
Then you have
to
wait
be
for it
here. Just
get all the way
chilling.
loaded so you could print it. So now it's up on the screen loading, and the printer's going. Wait, and I'm running out to the window, making sure no one's coming. Run back to the computer, and I would just do this thing back and forth, back and forth, until, and then you're starting to sweat because you're like, I'm running out of time. If someone shows up and this thing is printing, I'm gonna have to get it off the screen. Yeah, I'm gonna have to throw it into the garbage can.
I'm gonna have to set the house on fire.
Yeah,
I'm gonna have to burn the whole fucking house down.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because remember, you have to account for dial-up time.
Yeah.
All that, and it may not connect right away.
Danga.
So, and then we get that printed up and we put it on our wall, and then we had like a lock on our door, so my sister and like our little friends couldn't get in there.
Hey, Fluff.
But yeah, so I was just thinking about like how much more of an effort it is
Oh my gosh, it's Fluffy Snow.
Oh, and it remind me of a story when we raised some money. It was like 5th grade, and we walked from our elementary school to Dairy Queen. And we got to use that money to get
please tell
cream.
us.
So
I would love to see. I'd love to hear.
Oh my god.
I remember they found it was like a rip out of a Playboy magazine or something. And so we found that. We're looking at it, of course, and like, oh god. And then we buried it underneath this rock. And then for the next 5-6 weeks, when
it's
we
9 p.m. here, so
we'd all kind of hang back and stop, and the teacher would have to yell,
here to enjoy the lulls.
Right.
And so we'd put it
Speaking
back
of
in the same
lulls, it would
spot.
actually.
These will be there on the way back, boys.
They'll be
Please
back.
hurry up.
And then I remember one day we went back. We were all excited, and it was gone.
Oh,
somebody stole it.
I've had that happen. We, growing up, we had a stash of porno magazines, and we made it. It was a trek to get to these motherfuckers because we were all scared we were gonna get caught. So this was like a down the street, 4 blocks through the woods, across the river, up onto
To
the
grandmother's house you go.
fucking below. Grandma's house, I go fuck her. You know what I mean? Is that
You know
how
what I'm
it
talking
goes? What? No, so you go across the river and then up the hill a little bit. And it was buried like by a tree. So we all knew where it was. You wouldn't like go together, but you knew right where those titty mags were. And then eventually they just disappeared. And that's sad to me.
It was probably one of the friends that
They, of course,
because they knew
took
where it
them.
was. They're like, I'm
Yes.
getting this all to myself.
Yep.
Underneath their mattress.
Yep. Just took them and got rid of them. I remember one of my good buddies growing up, Dad in the spare bathroom underneath it had just the stack. Every edition of Playboy.
Yep.
And
Didn't miss a month.
No. And I don't even know, but they were fucking stacked on every month. And it was, I mean, it filled the whole bottom of the sink, couple towers of porn. And I went to his house a lot.
Oh yeah.
Like we were pretty.
I remember
The water at
the
your house.
Like,
That was weird.
we were pretty good friends. We were
Kelta.
way better friends because he had a bunch of titties under his sink. Like that's really
like-
why I went over there so much.
That friend you just sort of tolerate, but you're like, I could go over to Joey's house, who I like, but no
Or-
titties, or I could go over to Steve's house.
Oh!
But I'll just take a lot of poops.
Oh!
I actually went to Joey's house a lot.
I got the best hand in the game, baby.
And he was lucky enough, computer was out.
Don't care.
You kidding me? Jack,
Best hand in the
Yeah.
wake up in the middle of the night, go out there. I knew where all his hidden folders were.
I remember.
You couldn't like download anything new because it would take 6 hours.
Right.
But
Yeah. Do you remember like trying to sneak onto the computer with dial-up?
Oh, yeah. I have a really funny story about that.
Oh, yeah?
My dad, or at my dad's house, my dad wired the family computer into an entire speaker system. Sorry, I punched the backdrop. Throughout the entire house, it would go into
Gotta
the living
restart
room,
this right
and then
now.
if you did a couple buttons, it would go out in the backyard, and then it would go out to the. We had this shed where my stepmom would do pottery, right?
Jesus.
So I got home from school, and no one's home, right? And so I'm like, "Fuck yeah, let's do this.
Party time.
Let's just punch this clown." And so I'm looking up stuff, and it's just and luckily I hadn't found the right stuff yet for me in the moment, so I hadn't gotten my dick out, and I'm sitting there, and the door opens, and my stepmom walks in covered in clay.
Finally, after a long time lurking him in your comic.
So she was out in doing pottery, and while she's spinning a cup, she just goes, fuck, oh god, right? I'm fucking you. And so she's like, what the shit?
Fuck.
And so she comes walking in covered in clay, and I'm like, oh my God. And I was like, oh, my buddy sent me an email, and he tricked me into clicking on the link.
Nice.
And she was like, okay, well, don't. I was like, of course, I'm not going to keep
Why would I ever do that again?
I just kept doing it. I'm like, yeah, of course. She goes back out there. She comes, like, next time she comes back, I'm just jerking off. That'd be the worst. Can you imagine walking in on that as your fucking stepchild?
Joe, you answered my question, but Brian, have you ever been caught?
Well, I wasn't beating it.
Well, no, but you did get caught, like, looking at porn, like, a whole what are you doing situation where you had to, like, come up with something. Brian, have you ever been caught in a moment?
Well,
No,
Floff, send me
Brian's
a
a bitch.
DM
Yeah.
of
Brian doesn't
what
do
name you want.
Nope.
What's the name you want,
I
Floff?
just did research for this discussion. I don't even know what I'm talking about.
Well, good for you.
I do remember trying to get, like, in the middle of the night, like, hey, you're in trouble, you can't get on the internet, and then you would, and then everyone would go to bed, and then the problem was you'd have to sneak out to the living room, and then you hit the
Get
dial.
over here, rat.
Hey, everybody! Brian's trying to look at movies! Hey!
And I'm like, oh, fuck! I'm like,
you plug it in, like, you turn it on, it goes,
What do you think you're doing?
so I'm like grabbing the pillow and muffling it, like, shut the fuck up!
Kind of choke out your
Trying to suffocate it.
That's so true. Yeah, I remember those days. All right, well, that's a fun thought for you to share.
Yeah.
Trying to move on to some dick.
Yeah.
Speaking of porn and stuff. All right, let's roll it. Logan, you play it, and then we'll do it. Thanks.
Is it dumb? Is it interesting? Is it cool? Then it's dick.
Dick. This story, what I'm going to show you from my dick, the piece of it today.
Just a piece.
Whatever slice of my dick, I'm going to cut off for you
Just a
today.
little dick cleavage.
I know this story has been around, but I've been holding on to it for a long time, and it doesn't mean that it's still not absolutely insane and funny. Are you ready?
Yep.
Okay. Here's the headline. My penis fell off, but it regrew on my arm. Now I'm a real man again.
Oh, and look at the picture.
Look at the picture. Look at the scar. This guy, I will say, has an incredible sense of humor. I've read a couple different articles on this guy. But let me give you the rundown on Mr. McDonald. You ready? A man who lost his penis due to a severe blood infection has had an artificial member surgically attached to his nether region 6 years after it was designed by doctors. First of all, talking about a dick being designed, I've never heard those two terms put together.
Callie, we'll send it to me. Send Callie. What are you thinking? What are you thinking?
I just think of, like, Louis
Fluff?
Vuitton, like designer dick.
Designer dick.
What
What are you
dick is that,
thinking?
Louis? I feel like a real man again. Malcolm McDonald, 47, exclaimed in a new documentary detailing his extraordinary ordeal.
Exclaimed.
Right. So what happened to him, and I quote, it says, it just dropped off onto the floor after he suffered an infection on his penis.
Wait, his dick just fell off?
It fell off. He was going to the bathroom, and again, like I said, I've read other articles. I believe he was homeless at the time. He had an infection. He couldn't go get it treated, so he went to go, took his pants off, and his dick fell off and just landed on the floor.
I've had dreams of my
your dick falling off,
like coming off. Yeah.
Okay. And the good news, though, is that they were able to grow this penis on his arm and then take it off, and he can urinate and he can have sex with it and all that kind of stuff now, 6 years later, after they skin graft a penis to his arm.
Wait, so they sewed it to his arm, and then
they grew this fucking dick on his arm, like a dick farm, and then cut it off and then put it where it's supposed to be, and now he has a dick. And he wanted a 6-inch dick because he said that was 2 inches longer than what he had before.
What are you thinking?
Is there a forearm?
Do you
in
think
Why
character?
would he admit that?
I don't know.
Just say, like, I want 6 because that's what I had.
I'm saying.
Do you want a character? Do you want a person, a move named after you, a place, a magic item named Callie? Because you could go with anything: a place, a person, an object. That's what you got. You got to choose. Hello, Nito Keto. Hello. What are you doing here, Nito Keto? I thought we told you were too cool for this stream.
Saying that
He's already out there, though. Jesus Christ.
Had the opportunity to get an absolute hammer.
Yeah.
And he went 6.
I want to get 2 more inches so I can be average.
Right. Fucking what? Almost every guy is like, if I could grow my own dick on my arm, I want a fucking mandingo.
Well, so is it a whole thing? Like, does he have to wait for it to grow to the length he wants?
It's already done. Yeah, the surgery's done.
When it happened, like, did it have to grow? And then it's like, all right, it's like a plant. You're like, all right, ready to cut it
and trim.
Yeah,
and get the bud.
So like, I could have waited another year and gained
Too
another
cool
couple
for
inches
stream?
or something.
When
Like,
did
I
that
want the dick
happen?
now.
Well, 6
Well,
years gave him 6 inches, so I'm
you're
guessing
too
it would have
cool,
been 2 more
man.
years to get that dick. He didn't want to wait till his 50th birthday to have an 8-inch club. But in the other article, this guy is really funny, and again, I have not watched the documentary, but he talked about how it was
documentary.
Like he would go to the store, and his dick would fall out of his shirt.
Oh my god!
And just saying that alone makes me so happy.
He's wearing like a 3/4 sleeve shirt. It's just hanging out.
It's a fucking dick hanging out of your fucking sleeve. It's just 2 things that don't go together: shirt and your dick hanging out of it.
Imagine if you went to like a sex store, and you're walking through there and it's hanging out of your shirt. They think you're stealing a dildo, and he's got no, it's just my dick.
No, it's just my dick. I'm sorry.
They yank on it. Give it back.
Give it back. Oh, that felt good.
Give me that fucking dick. It just gets harder and harder and harder.
It's getting harder.
Rips his shirts. But then he talked about when he'd hug somebody and then whap him in the eye with his dick on his fucking hand.
God.
And I don't know how
Just
true this
dick
is,
slapping.
and also just him being funny. Because if I had to grow a dick on my arm, I would be making these same kind of jokes.
Yeah.
But he says it's dead weight. He slapped himself in the face with it, like not trying to.
Well, okay, hold on.
I'll hold. Holding.
Because I'm thinking like a flaccid. The average flaccid penis is
12 inches. I mean,
in America.
Harry
whatever
Potter and the
go ahead,
poopy
whatever
butthole.
Your measurement is, but
How did you feel
tell
about
everybody how
that?
small your dick is.
Yeah, we get it. You have a large penis. Fuck. Stop rubbing it in my face.
Literally.
I can see it from here.
Okay, so
How
back
did you
to
feel
growing a
about it?
dick.
Did you feel
yeah,
good?
flat, I don't know, whatever. Say 3 inches.
Let's say 3 inches. So it's like, like maybe a little bit bigger than your thumb. And for some reason, I was picturing like this gigantic.
It's bigger
dick
than
hanging.
you think. It's bigger than you think. I've tried to look up.
How do we find a picture that's not all pixelated? Because I want to see this dick.
Okay, well, I can do it because the other article.
Show me that dick.
Ding 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 ding. You have to keep talking, and then I'm gonna look up this guy's dick.
Yeah.
But
okay.
almost all of them are censored. I'm gonna look up McDonald dick arm. And I bet you I'm gonna find it.
Here, I'll ask something. If you guys could pick, if you could grow another
Okay, look,
dick,
got it.
What length would you go? If you could grow another one.
I don't know. I'm happy
Like
with my dick.
a replacement dick?
Yeah.
And where would you? Do you say where would you grow it, or how big would it be?
How big would you grow if you had the choice?
It depends on
Harry
where I'm
Potter and
growing
the
it.
Poopy
Like if it's a
Board
place I can hide.
Squidward.
I hope he's all right. Yeah.
Your nose, a dick nose, just grow it on your
Is Zara all right? I mean, I can
maybe. Actually, no. I'm thinking about it. You know how your wives are always. Or
I can send him a private message.
Size.
Never heard that.
Yeah. So
Whoa,
it's like.
whoa.
So I was just gonna say, like, well, I've never had any issues. People, but they're probably lying.
Mm-hmm. Well, once we
I'll
hook
send
up,
I'll send him a
brutally
private
honest with you.
message.
Yeah. Well,
Make
we
sure
gotta
he's
figure out if we're
okay.
brothers first. So.
It's the only way I'm touching.
I
these
hope
if we're
he's all
brothers.
right,
But
too.
You're my sister. But here's some pictures. Logan, go ahead and bring it up. This isn't gonna get us in trouble on YouTube. So here's like the only uncensored photo I could find of dick arm.
That's like covering up a nipple. You covered up the head.
It looks like a gigantic thumb.
It does. It looks like a thumb.
Mm-hmm.
That's actually pretty good. Yeah, pretty decent size.
It's a decent sized flaccid dick there, Mr. McDonald.
I haven't seen a whole lot of arm dicks, but that doesn't look that big.
Listen, I wouldn't call myself an expert
in the arm
dicks, but I just pictured him going around to like interviews, like business, like trying to do business deals and shit. And they're like, "What the fuck is that on your arm? What? What arm?
Yeah.
Where?
What arm? Oh, this arm.
Oh, this arm. What's under your
that's
sleeve?
just my penis.
Are there grapes? Oh, do you have grapes in there? Like, what do you have? Oh, that's just my dick. Instantly wouldn't have the job. Unless you're like, I don't know where you could work where a fucking dick arm would be acceptable.
I'm assuming like.
Yeah, I hope he's all right as well.
But like, when your penis is in the normal spot and you get an erection, the blood flows to it. What causes it to flow to that area? Because like, if you have a penis on your arm,
thumbs up, baby.
Is it doing the same thing? Like if you're sitting, okay, now let's go back to the job interview.
3 thumbs. Way. Two normal thumbs and one giant fucking erection thumb halfway up your.
3 thumbs up.
I give this thing 3 thumbs up.
I mean, like, because go back to the job interview.
Hope you do well.
And
Get some rest now, Big Battle Barracks.
Really attractive. And you're sitting, you're sitting with your arms on the table. All of a sudden, your shirt starts lifting up a little bit. How can you hide that?
I don't know. Where do you
I'll try.
Like start itching, yourself back and
you okay?
covering it.
Nope.
Yeah.
But the good news is that if you did reach back to have to scratch an itch, if you had a boner, you could scratch like some cool place.
That you could
unscratchable place on your back.
Yeah.
Your dick arm could do
that
it.
is all.
What?
So did his balls fall off too, or just his dick?
I'm guessing just his dick.
Okay,
they put it back. Listen, this is all jokes aside. This is a marvel of just modern medicine.
Sure.
To take a dick off an arm and put it back and have it work for peeing and fucking. Get out of here.
I've never heard of that.
Never heard of that. But goddamn it, I'm happy to know if my dick falls off from a blood disease. Give me 6 to 8 years. And I'm
6 to 8 years.
I've been busy all day at work. Did a pretty sick burn. Some douchebag kid kept banging the trash cans. And I told him to knock it off, and he responded with, "And what?" Then I said, "If you don't stop banging the trash can, I'm gonna bang your mom." He stood silent. Hell yeah.
What if you had dicks all like if you could do it with one arm?
Hell
why can't you
yeah.
have one on each arm, one on a leg?
Why would you stop with one?
You've got like 5 dicks.
One bonus dick.
Yeah. One coming out the neck?
Dude.
Look at that. Is that a goiter? No, it's just my 6th dick.
It's my 6th dick. Check it out. Why are your shirts so tight? I'm aroused. And your whole back is
like
dicks.
Spikes, like going down your spine. They're just spikes.
Like that one scene from Beetlejuice where he has the spikes all over his body, but it's just dicks. It's a good time.
I think, like, would you want add balls to him too? So now you have. No. Well, that'd be ridiculous.
Listen, that's
going too far.
I was
with you with 6 dicks, but adding balls? No.
That's too many ornaments.
Yeah,
that's true. I'm not a Christmas tree. I'm a dick.
That's too many chances to get banged up against something. That would,
Listen, I'm not a Christmas tree. I'm a dick farm. And I want to be very clear about what.
I just thought of an idea.
Uh-oh.
You get dicks. You're basically like a surrogate dick person. So people that have their dicks fall off, they come to you.
Farm.
Yeah, you're a dick farm. Where they go to you, and you're like, oh, hey, pick a dick,
what
any
size
dick.
you need?
Yeah, what size you need?
Lift your arm up. I got this one.
We can do an 8-incher here.
Growing out of your armpit. I got this one. You bend your ear forward. Behind it, it's like a little 4-incher.
Yeah.
You're like, I got this one. It's a huge
gigantic
dick. It's a 12 inch.
One big dreadlock.
Oh my god!
One for every race. It's one for every race too. Would you have like different color?
I don't. If that's possible. So if science can keep up with my business plan.
Imagine your pale white arm and like this giant black flaccid dick.
Fuck you, rat.
Dude, which one's the arm?
At that point, it's like a
Now your real arms.
Dog is eyeing that burger.
It's like lobster claw with your hand.
I don't even know what kind of.
But imagine the money you could make.
So like a mop.
You're a surrogate.
Dick mop.
Yeah.
Like with all these.
It'd be like a thing in a car wash. Yeah, it's just dicks everywhere. Like a sea anemone.
Yeah.
But with
like
dicks. Just all dicks. Like Medusa. Yeah, I think you said Medusa's hair.
Dicks all the time.
Like just instead of snakes growing out of it, it's just dicks. You cut one off and it grows back.
All right. So yeah.
Imagine the money you could make.
We're living in the wrong time. Our grandkids. We're gonna have a chance.
We're in the wrong line of work,
fucking
brother.
dick farmer. And that's going to change everything. All right, well, that's
Old McDonald Dick Farmer.
Old McDonald.
He's already got the name.
Up and down his back. Bing. He'd go to town and sell them to people that didn't have dicks. Crack with a dick in your armpit, a dick in your arm.
With a black dick here.
Black and a white dick
black
here.
Dick here, a dick there, everywhere, a dick.
Asian dick, Mexican dick, all the dicks on my body. I don't know, it's hard to rhyme dicks with that song. So I'm gonna stop.
Yeah.
Okay, moving on.
Fun.
Moving on from Dick stuff, and we're going to the other side of the body. So, your story for Dick. Read it to us. Tell me what it's all about.
Yeah. So this is a story that it
Good,
happened.
can you tell me about your comics?
and it
What's the
kinda took the
story? The
internet by
characters?
storm.
I want to
This
know.
woman, who
What do you mean?
allegedly
Nito Keto.
pooped in a beauty store, like a gigantic poop, pooped all over. Like it destroyed 8.
Like, how do you want to know? What are you feeling? What are you? I guess I could explain some of it. Alright. Well, I always see you working the comic, and I want to know what's the story. They want the pooper scooper. Well, story. So the basics of the story is, at the beginning of, hey, Sloppy Sam, hey.
Go buffering like
Shush. I'm trying to think of the game while also doing this. Okay, synopsis of the story. A basic premise of the story is that guy is in bar, girl meets him in bar, and they go on a magic adventure for her to become a hero. And it goes all across the country. There you go. That's the basics premise of the story. The dude wants to help an aspiring hero by a go on a quest. What's the dude like? Well, his name is Trent Rosa. He's kind of a sad bard. It was so basic I could swear I heard a Valley Girl go. I think they wanted a bit more detail, babe. I am in the middle of playing a game. What do you want from me? I'm dumb. What's the dude like? Well, he's a sad bard. The best way I can describe him, he's very sad bard. He's a sad man who has a bit of a past. He has a bit of a past. And it's not the best past. But wow, game, you are so amazing. Keep up the good work, game. Prize you. You fucking came to the table, you dickhole. I want my man to have fun while he's on break. A sad bard, a tragic backstory perhaps. Maybe he's a washed out celebrity who struggles to make coin. Well, they found... they meet out in a bar in the middle of nowhere. So hopefully that explains a little bit more. Trent has been there for 2 years and Elma's just starting on her adventure. Trent's been stuck there for 2 years, just playing sad music, and everybody's kind of fucking fed up with it. And he meets up with a girl that is big, strong, and likes her drink. She loves her drink. So, find out that she wants to be a true hero. Nito Keto, I'm trying my best. Strategy games take up a lot of my brain cells. I'm so sorry. You know what? If that's the case, we can go to a game that doesn't take up brain cells. I don't fucking know. I'm real bad at making conversation. I've always been bad at making conversation. Yeah, whatever. I'm just bad at making conversation. I'm sorry. I apologize. No, I'm not fine. But all my brains are your best guide. Thank you. No, I want you guys. You're interested in my story, Nito Keto. I'm trying to explain it. I'm just not good at explaining it. So, okay, so let me think. So, the best way to describe the characters, it's funny. Normally, I quiet guy, but if the right circumstances pop up, I can talk for hours. Yeah, okay. Well, it's just that I'm thinking. I'm trying to think hard because I gotta defeat all these little bastards. I don't think I have to defeat these bastards, but I want to defeat these bastards, I guess. Because they deserve it, you know what I mean? And then... I think I want to... go almost as fast. Let's see. I want him to move away. So let me move away. And yeah. Stay fast and then one need to okay. Yeah, follow through has a good range. We move on the way. Kill him. Fuck. Yeah, restart round. You have to defeat the ball. Wolfus from Satan's asshole. Hey, got your next session tomorrow? Hell yeah! I believe in you, Sloppy Sam. To explain my comic. Yeah, I'm gonna do it from range. Yeah, I'll do Flaming Sickle. 4 and then so I can go fast. And implode, and then it was destroy right here, and I hit implode. I guess that's it. Yeah. I guess that's it. I guess it's as simple as that. Yeah. Basically. Oops. I wasn't trying to make fun of your comic, sweetie. It's just that's the general idea as I know it. I mean, yeah, that is the general idea. I know you weren't trying to make fun of my comic. I don't think you did.
Sweetie, I love you. Heart, orange heart, yellow heart, green heart, blue heart, purple heart, heart, orange heart, yellow heart, green heart, blue heart, purple heart.
I didn't think that you didn't love me. Now to move. Yeah. Deliciousness needs heals, and so do I. So, what are you trying to tell me? I will tell you my movie idea. A retired hitman is assigned one final job from his blackmailing adopted brother to track and kill a rogue drug dealer in the West Virginia. He finds a drug dealer at an abandoned campground infested with mind-controlled mutants. Okay. With the help of a college girl who witnessed her friends mutate, the two uncover the dark conspiracy, which reveals that it is Nazi underground lab within the heart of a mountain. Also, the drug dealer is now a nemesis-type monster who has a vendetta against the hitman and starts his own uprising against the Mobia Queen. Okay. Goddamn rats. Which one? Run. Which one? Both suck. Which one's the elite? Hold on. That's the elite. Okay. No, these are just regular old rats. It dead. Dead now. Damn. What the fuck was that shit? How did you hit me all the way from there? Oh, okay. It's weird. Very weird. Giant sludge monster. You know what? Fuck you. Fuck you, giant sludge monster. You don't belong here. Damn it. Giant rat. Asshole. Damn giant rats. Damn these giant rats. Ow. That sucks. Okay, heal. Yeah, that's fine. actually moving in and healing him. Not a bad idea. And then we get 5. 1, 2, 5. Yeah. Goddamn rat. Fuck yourself, rat. Go to hell. Yeah, right here. When I join Discord, I can post some of the script for you guys to read. I had another idea for a movie about a banished Aztec god of judgment who feeds on the hatred of its host to cross over an astral plane to ours in order to seek revenge. And he's a giant bombardment beetle. That sounds cool. That sounds neat. Sounds anime-ish.
Wig. Okay. It says that it was. Please say that it was the defecation was significant enough to to destroy 8 wigs, which is like $200 worth of wigs.
And in police talk, when they say they're like significant, like they don't speak normal language, they would be like, "This is a monster shit." Yeah. But if they say significant, you know it's a big one.
And that's what the word significant. Every time I read it, makes me laugh. So because like describing a giant shit as significant, like I hear that and it just makes me crack up.
Right.
Because you imagine just this mound. Like I don't know if it was a mound or if it was like a sloppy guy. I don't know. How do you destroy 8 wigs?
Right.
I mean that's a cow shit.
Right. On a stack of wigs.
Yeah.
And why were the wigs on the ground?
She probably threw them on the ground.
She threw the wigs on the ground and shit on them.
And I don't know, and they don't know why she did it.
What a weird flex.
But anyway, update to the story.
Okay.
She was identified.
Okay.
Because they had a big outpour on the internet, and the story went viral, and they figured out who.
Be right back. One person's be right back. One person's already
they know
back.
who the woman is. But I think it's just so funny because like when someone when there's a crime and they go out and they grab like 6, 7 guys, throw them in a lineup, and they bring the person in, like, is the person in here, and they pick them off. Mm-hmm. I just imagine like this woman where. Like if she had some sisters or something, or she was just like had people that looked like her, they weren't quite sure if it was her.
Whole family of wig shitters.
Yeah, they're like it could be any one of these ladies, and the person's like, I don't know. I'm gonna need to see a shit lineup,
right?
And so they have to ask all these women.
I'm gonna need a stack.
See who is the most significant and then match up the shits.
They make them poop the first time. They're like, next time I'm gonna need you to poop on some wigs.
Imagine having such a bad day that a cop thinks you shit on a bunch of wigs and it wasn't you.
I know. Like you got to switch up your line of work,
right?
Where you can be tagged as someone like that looks like someone who would shit on 8 wigs.
Wait, we need to go back to what you said about the wigs thing because I think that's hilarious. Where they actually shit, like they just shit in a toilet or on a ground or on the floor, and they're like, and they're just like, it's not
hairy enough.
Yeah. So then they have to go to the plate and rip more wigs off the wall.
Like that just looks like shit. The shit we're looking for has a lot more hair in it.
They're just destroying more wigs.
We're gonna need you to do it again. Don't worry. So in a way, this business is getting a lot more money because just for the shit lineup,
right?
They've had to purchase 54 wigs. Yeah. So I mean, good for them.
Yeah,
business is booming.
Business is
booming.
Right.
Was she trying to break a record? Like, had she been stuck on shitting on 7 wigs for years? And she's like, I know I can do 8.
Today is the day.
I know I can do 8, coach.
Put me in, coach.
I just haven't had the chance to expand the amount of wigs I can shit on.
I had Golden Corral last night. I'm ready to go.
And a lot. I went to the seafood side of Golden Corral. I'm gonna cover 8 fucking wigs today.
Because when you have that, when you're rumbling, you're like, oh man, this one, I gotta get to a comfortable place.
When you have time to warn everybody, you're like, I know, hey babe, I'd love to help with the kids. I might die, so I'm gonna be in here.
It's gonna be a while.
And you have like a towel over your shoulder, like a sweat rag, and you know it's gonna be a mess.
You grab your favorite wig,
right?
Throw it on the
toilet.
All right, let's do it.
Maybe she just can't shit unless she has a head of hair in front of her.
She could have it could be a weird fetish.
Not a proper shit unless you're looking at a head of hair. So
I don't want to get into the mind of this person. I don't know what they're
Hope
thinking.
you're doing well, Sloppy
I'm
Sam.
glad they caught her.
Yeah,
I'm glad they caught her and brought her to justice.
Good job, internet.
And good luck explaining that one in court. Fucking hairy shitter.
Imagine when they're like the judge walks in. Welcome, judge, whatever. And this is the case of the state versus
hairy shitter.
State v. wig shitter.
Wig shitter.
And like that's gonna be in the book.
Hope you're doing
cases
well,
of, like,
Sloppy
Roe v.
Sam.
Wade.
Hope your night's going good.
State v.
She somehow
Hope White's treating you
somehow
well.
wins and it changes our entire culture.
The entire landscape.
You can't get in trouble anymore as long as you shit on wigs.
Yeah, that's a loophole.
I'm doing
It's a
all right.
loophole.
Hey, hey-o. Okay, we're gonna move on.
Yeah.
We got a really fun couple stories for you for petty beef. Logan, let's fucking do it, man.
Silence in the court. You are now entering the petty beef courtroom, where all sides of some bullshit will be heard and evaluated. The people are real. The cases are real. The rulings are final-ish. This is petty beef.
Petty beef.
This is petty beef.
Logan, let's do it.
Betsy says her husband and her have a daily disagreement over whether or not he needs a CPAP for his near-deadly sleep apnea. He snores like a chainsaw, stops breathing 20 times an hour, snorts and wakes himself up enough to roll over, bashes into her, and elbows her in the head, only to repeat the cycle every 5 minutes all night. He says he sleeps fine. Let's get into it.
He doesn't remember any of it.
Oh my God, I've had this talk with Aaron, but like when I bring it up, I'm kidding. Because I'll go through little spurts where I will snore. It's usually when I'm getting some kind of some kind of, you know. Sorry, I just moved. I moved across the country for a second, and I'm back. Some kind of sinus head cold thing, and I'll start snoring. I'll snore for like a week straight, and it drives her absolutely insane. But I love when she's like, "Oh my God, you snored so much." But I didn't hear it. I didn't notice.
That was good.
That was good.
I slept great.
Wow. Big day today, huh, babe?
Yeah.
But I say it in a fucked up way, but I do know a lot of people like, no, I don't. Like, no, you toss and turn all night. How can I toss and turn? I feel great today. So I know a lot of people that have done that, and it does fucking cause fights in relationships. It's like, I'm watching you gasp for air. My dad, I haven't met any other motherfucker who snores as loud as my dad. We would, there's plenty of times where, like our house, my childhood home, or I guess one of my childhood homes, my parents are divorced, they didn't love each other anymore. So I was born, and they're like, fuck it.
Yeah, because of you.
So I have 2 childhood homes, and my dad's house, it's long, and he snores so loud that if I was in my own bedroom and he was sleeping in the living room for whatever, I would have to move to the other side of the fucking house. Or else I was not going to sleep.
Garage.
Just the loudest you've ever heard. I can't even replicate it. No, but turn that up. Like crank it. Like it's like you think he's kidding. You think he's kidding. Like, are you kidding? You go out there like funny joke.
Funny joke.
And
Trying to sleep here.
And then you always get that pause that Betsy's talking about. Where it goes,
I can't eat it, you motherfucker.
and like I get a deep breath in, and they go back to sleep, and you have a little pattern, and they go,
damn.
So yeah,
and then you're laying there like, is this person gonna die?
Right.
Do I have to do? And so you don't sleep at all because you're worried that person's gonna die.
Or if they keep doing that, I'm gonna kill them.
Yeah. And I started thinking about like, how long do you let that go before you let them die so you can get some sleep? You know what I mean? Like, you need a CPAP because people die of sleep apnea all the time.
Yeah.
So I am telling you, you need one of these. First of all, I'm not getting any sleep and this is happening. I'll fucking prove it. I'll record it, whatever. You need to sleep in a mask so you don't die too. But if he's just gonna be like, no, I don't fucking need it, blah blah blah. At some point, she's just gonna have to be like, all right, because he's gonna do that whole thing where he's not breathing,
right?
And then instead of elbowing him, wake up. She's just like,
all right,
wait, waits, silence. And then she's okay.
What?
Finally,
I do want some gold. I do want some gold.
I'll deal with this
Give
in
me
the
some
morning.
gold. Fuck that.
I'll deal with this in the morning. Just rolls over, yanks the blankets off of him. Ugh,
He won't be
Jesus.
needing these with his cold body.
Won't be needing these, dead son of a bitch. But it is funny that things like this happen, and people are like, no, you don't. When they have no idea whether they do it or not.
Yeah.
Whether it could be, what's something, like I know that I take gigantic breaths a lot of times, and it makes people that work, like, they're like, what's fucking wrong with him? I'll go, and they're like, fuck, is everything okay with him? And I just
Oh, wow.
doing it, but I mean I kind of know that I'm doing it now because I'm paying attention to it, but like I'll do it all the time. And if someone was like, you take deep breaths all the time, I was like, fuck you, no I don't. Like that is what Betsy is dealing with. So I'm 100%
Wow, you guys saw that.
on Betsy's side. So whoever
Oh, damn
your
it.
husband is, they don't know. I mean, you know what you could do, Betsy? Film them.
Yeah, film them.
Film them. Film them with almost dying,
and then shame them,
and then shame
so
them
bad.
until they wish they were dead.
Put it on TikTok until they get enough comments, negative comments, where they either get the CPAP or kill themselves.
Okay, that's taking it too far. But we can't. I mean, if we're in petty beef, we can't tell people to go kill themselves.
I'm not telling him to. I'm just saying that's the way that's what the internet does to people.
Oh, right.
I'm not telling him to kill himself.
Okay.
The people on the internet will be.
Lawyer? Yep.
Can we?
Okay, cool.
Okay.
He said,
he's shaking his head. Yes.
Yeah, thumbs up.
All right.
You did it. Woo. Oh, I think that's pretty good.
There we go.
I think Betsy, what you need to do is present more evidence to your husband.
Yep.
I think it's great that he thinks he doesn't need it. You just have to film him and make sure that he knows he needs to keep wearing the CPAP.
I don't even think he has a CPAP. She says I think he needs to get one.
I think a disagreement over whether or not he needs a CPAP. Oh.
Like they don't have one.
I thought he already had one. And then he was like, I don't think I need it anymore.
Yeah, I think he's just oblivious that he has sleep apnea.
Okay.
So she needs to film it and say, this is you almost dying. This is you elbowing me in the face. This is blah, blah, blah. If you don't do something about this, I'm going to put a pillow over your face
and
or divorce you.
Right. Or both.
Right. And then take your insurance money.
Absolutely.
Because if you suffocate someone with a pillow, they can't tell, right? There's no bruises or anything. Like you could.
No, unless it's like
the
has pillow's
sleep
made
apnea,
of concrete.
I think we're getting into something here. If he has sleep apnea, she's documented now that he has sleep apnea. So now it's on the record.
I love that you're assuming Betsy wants to kill her husband.
I don't think she wants to, but I mean,
like, listen, Betsy, you have an alibi. Just fucking do it. Just use it. Just do it.
Because
get rid of this schmuck.
Like if I'm married, I'm like I want to murder my wife. Like there's a lot of explaining to do, and especially like if I want to get the insurance money and do all that kind of sort of thing.
Your weapon and face are covered in streaks of black and red.
She's laid the groundwork.
The various viscera of a number of creatures you never imagined you'd have to fight
people die of sleep
before
apnea.
today.
Little pillow over the head.
Getting dark. Damn, that's so dark. So dark. I'm all chill today.
He's behind you. This is quite the mess. And the loss of my students is a horrible tragedy. Haltrip trails off, staring into nowhere with a forlorn look, until his eyes pass down to his hands. In them is a flat, smooth stone covered in a sticky green film. But not all is bad news, he mutters. Based on our tests, and the violent reaction that Yuma had to that last one especially, I was able to develop a method for sensing when this particular type of organic matter is near. He hefts the stone in his hand. That is what the green glow is. He then gives you each a slimy stone of your own.
Yum. Oh, thanks, bud. Thanks for the slimy stone.
You split up and spend the next several hours scouring the streets of the city, trying to locate more of the growths. In the end, you pinpoint 2 locations: an abandoned set of buildings in the sinking market and a warehouse down at the old docks. With any luck, Roland is holed up in one of these places, and you can put an end to all of this.
Hidden tumor. Oh, there's 3 now. Oh, okay. Holy shit. There's so many tumors in this fucking DLC. What the fuck? Ooh, rats. What's here? Vermling Raider, Vermling Scout. Wait a second. Who needs to kill the Vermlings? Don Quixote. Vermling Scouts. Ooh, hey, buddy. Bobo. I want to change to this boy. What? Oh, okay. Demolition. This must be in the party. Okay, so I'd have to switch out to that. Okay. All right. Hey. What is this audio? Oh, I'm listening to a podcast.
I know.
He doesn't wake up. Sleep apnea got him.
Mm-hmm. So, Betsy, you have a couple ways to take this. You can prove to him and try to get him help, or take Brian's just kill him. Like, just kill your husband.
Yeah.
That's kind of where I think we're going with this.
God, I hope that doesn't happen, because that'll look pretty bad.
Episode 3. Bye. That's the last one we're going to do.
Am I an accessory?
Yeah, sure. You're the pillow.
I'm the figurative pillow. Figurative pillow in the situation.
Absolutely. Okay. Well, I think that one's good enough.
Let's cut that from the.
No, we're gonna leave it. People like it when you live on the edge.
Oh yeah.
And you're like, hey, you want to kill your husband? I'll help you.
Spicy.
And people like that.
What?
We're gonna move on. We're gonna do a 2-part petty beef today. Logan, will you set up the second story, please?
Brian with a Y has a personal petty beef with his wife Amber. When counting down to an event, Amber will only count the day before, while Brian counts the actual day of the event.
Oh.
Who is right? Let's get into it.
Yeah, so let
no, we're gonna leave it. People like it when you live on the edge.
Oh yeah.
And you're like, hey, you want to kill your husband? I'll help you.
Spicy.
And people like that. We're gonna move on. We're gonna do a 2-part petty beef today. Logan, will you set up the second story, please?
Brian with a Y has a personal petty beef with his wife Amber. When counting down to an event, Amber will only count the day before, while Brian counts the actual day of the event.
Oh.
Who is right? Let's get into it.
Yeah, so let me preface this. So
I need another leg and another small item.
When we were,
let's
say we're going to
very
Disneyland
close.
on Friday. Hey kids, we're going to Disneyland on Friday, and it's Monday.
Okay.
So if you're gonna start counting on Tuesday or whatever, she would go Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So she'd say three more days till we go. So it's 3 full days, then we go. So it's 3 days.
I hate
I argue that it's Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then you count Friday. So like if
You
you're
are
on a
dumb.
calendar, it's 1, 2, 3, 4 days till we go.
Small
she
item.
would say 3.
Okay.
And
I actually get both sides.
I'm almost there. Small item. Moon earring. It doesn't matter what it's going to be. And yeah, hell yeah. It took you a while, but at last you have amassed enough equipment to set up a modest shop of your own. You have no further need to slink around dungeons fighting for your life. That can be left to those you adventured with, carrying your merchandise. You make for Gloomhaven's gates. Part of you will miss your fellow mercenaries. But before you're long, your head is swimming with daydreams of becoming a real merchant. You're sure they will find someone new to manage their inventory. Hell yeah. And retired. And hey, well of the unfortunate. Hell yeah. Hey, Go, do you think you could give me dating advice? Yeah, sure. I'll try my best. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. You saw that, guys. And now I've got a few mercenaries that I need to actually finish. Well, what have I hate that it's broken. I don't know what she's done. Hell yeah. Yeah. I'm willing to give some dating advice. I'm just not good at
this
it.
a little bit because if you look at it with like on a technical sense, if you just cut it off and say 3 days until, and you only count until Thursday, you're cutting off 24 hours. That's going to lead up to a Friday where you would actually be going. So I do get both sides because you're saying, no, Friday is included in this because that is the day that we go and we're traveling all fucking day to get to Disneyland.
Your continued
and do this.
donations
So
have
I
been a
get
true
both
boon
sides
to
of
the
this. But I think
sanctuary
what
and to
I
the city as
personally
a
count,
whole. This will
I think I'm
surely
on your wife's
have a
side.
noticeable
God damn it.
impact
So, like, if you
on the
said
city.
in 4 days
But
we're
rest
leaving
assured,
for Disneyland,
we could always use additional aid.
Thursday, we're not leaving till Friday.
I wouldn't count the day that I'm leaving.
Hell
I would count
yeah.
all the days that I'm up until I'm leaving.
Logan.
Sorry, Brian.
God damn it. No, but so like,
but I do understand that because if it goes all the way until far deep into that same day, in the back of my head, I'm like, that doesn't really count. Like we don't hit Friday morning and I'm like, sweet, I'm in fucking Disneyland today. If I'm not getting to Disneyland until like I'm just traveling,
or especially if it's like an event, like I know I have to do something on Friday,
yeah,
and I say, oh, I have 3 days until I have to do this thing. I have Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday until I have to do the thing on Friday, because Friday means that whole day my mind is around doing that thing.
Yeah.
That actually makes sense because I have 3 days to prepare for this event. I get that. But when you're saying like we're leaving in 4 days, and like if you're showing a calendar or something to your kids when you're trying to like justify to your
kids. Like you have like special day, like the day of.
That's that last day, you X that off and go, yay, here we go.
Which, if you are doing a countdown, it is a little weird if you got to Thursday in this example and you're like 0 days until we go.
That's what she says.
And you're still sitting in your fucking house.
Yes.
Because you still have another sleep.
Yes.
Another sleepy time until you go.
That's she would do that. She would say it's 0 days now.
That's why we use the term sleeps in our house.
Yeah.
Like how many more sleeps until we do this thing?
And we did this on a live on Facebook one time, and that's what people said that to do sleeps. And she does that sometimes too.
Sleeps, yeah. It sleeps because it's not a full day. It takes out the weird guesswork of what time of the day are you doing the traveling and getting to the event type of thing. If you just say, yeah, we got 5 more sleeps.
I just like that the actual like when you wake up and then we're getting ready to leave, that day is you're Xing it off, so it counts.
It's not
because I'm not thinking it was like 24 hours.
He needs to defeat the Vermling
I'm just
Scouts.
saying like calendar squares until we leave.
Okay.
All Vermling Scouts are this little bastards.
Day. It's just squares on a calendar.
I feel like we should maybe turn this over to the listeners.
Okay.
Let's see what they think.
Do you mark your days off in the morning or in the evening? If you mark a calendar.
Day. Right in the morning.
That's that's tough too. Sometimes you're like right before you go to bed, you're like, all right.
I gotta read this. Hold up. All right. You're walking through the coin district when a woman in green with thick goggles springs from a nearby window, bowls you over. Coins and expensive trinkets scatter as they spill from the robber's pockets. She brushes herself off, then notices 2 guards peering down the alley, their attention drawn by the commotion. Ha ha! That was a good one, she laughs dramatically and claps you on the back, making a show of it for the guards, and winces as someone shrieks, "Thief!" from the window. The guards break into a run towards you. The woman runners, "Follow my lead and we all get out of here. Out of this. Otherwise, we're all getting sent to the ghost fortress." Got it? Gloomhaven, let the thief work her charms? I don't. You gotta help me out here.
I don't know. You know, and it also matters, like, do you count, this is kind of a separate thing too, like, let's say it's noon on Monday. Do you count Monday?
More money.
As one of the days? Because you still have all
The
day.
demolitionist just can't
Or you
say
jump right into
no
Tuesday,
to a
or
good
when
demo.
is that cutoff? What's the cutoff?
Greater feeling than that, which comes from breaking everything in sight. You gear yourself up and head over to the derelict building slated for destruction.
Hell yeah. We're gonna break a building. Fuck yeah.
The building's been abandoned for a while. Plus, there's this whole curse thing, so you're not sure what to expect when you walk inside. You feel the presence of some lingering spirits, but they're not going to stop you from getting to work.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
I think it's travel day. I think it's really what it comes down to. What day are we traveling? And then I erase days up until that day, and that day doesn't count. Like we're done with normal job. Things here are done. This is the day that we travel. So that's ground zero. Is the day that you travel on.
So you would go with Amber on this?
Yeah, I'm gonna go with Amber. And so is
Fuck
Logan.
you.
What?
Yeah, me too.
Fuck you guys.
This sucks. Start ripping off the fucking panels in the studio. But I'm curious to see what our listeners would say. So send in what you think. How do you count down your days? That's heyguys@canyoudon'tpodcast.com. Go ahead and do that.
I will say, I think most people sided with Amber when we did this on live too. So I'm kind of on an island of my own here.
You just can't count.
I feel like it's gonna. No, I can count.
No, you
I can
can't.
count just fine.
We just found out you can't count. Like all you did in that whole segment was like, "Hey guys, I can't count."
Hey guys, let me tell you how I can't count.
Listen, my wife's a huge bitch. How? I don't know. I don't know how to count.
Because I can't count.
Because I can't count.
That's fair.
That is fair. All right, let's take a look at some good news.
Okay.
Because you're pulling the good news this week.
Yeah, I am.
Logan!
So you're telling me there's a chance?
Hooray, we aren't doomed.
Yeah! What's the good news, bro?
This is one of those stories that's just kind of. I mean, as a parent, it makes you. I mean, you if you have any sort of conscience or like feelings, it already gets you. But when you're a parent,
it doesn't. I established last week. I beat my children and show them in a nightstands. So.
Right.
Whatever. Go
Maybe
ahead.
this won't affect you at all.
See if I can.
Whatever. See if I can.
Go ahead, Brian. What do you have?
Try to convince me. This woman, this snapped again. Maria Clark, her son, Nicholas Peters, died nearly 2 years ago in a car crash. She said she knew immediately she wanted to donate the 25-year-old's organs.
Okay.
He said, "We can bury all of his magic that we have to. We can't bury all of his magic that he has to share," said the mother. And basically, what happened was there was a kid. September 2020, nearby New Iberia, Louisiana. John Paul Marceau was on the waiting list for his second heart transplant. John Paul, now a 7th grade student, was just 2 years old when he contracted a virus that developed cardiomyopathy. Cardiomyopathy, a condition in which you can't read, apparently. I think I might have the same thing. The heart's muscle ability to pump blood is it's reduced.
Okay.
So, after being on life support for 6 months while waiting for a new heart, John Paul underwent a heart transplant at age 2. But over a decade later, his heart began to fail, according to his mom, Candace Armstrong. When he got his first transplant, we knew the probability of having to get a second one was highly likely, she said. He ended up in the hospital in June 2020. Basically, they used the heart from the kid, the mother whose son died, and this kid. And then years later, it was one of those things where she got to listen to the heartbeat.
Oh yes, I love those stories.
Those whole things, and you know, it's sentimental, but it's obviously like she, in her mind, that's her son's heart, keeping this kid alive, which it is. Yeah, but it's also she's hearing remnants of her son.
Right, and I think every parent can kind of. I don't know, relate to that, where you've just like.
Sorry, I had to help my parents with some chores. I get
when
you.
They're babies, it'd be weird if you did it when they were older. You know, but we've all done that. You have that heartbeat kind of moment, and so I think it's great that this was able to bring her back to that, and be able to see that what a difference it's making in someone else's life.
Yeah, her son dying was obviously horrible, but it saved the life of someone else, and then so you'd be able, and now they have that forever have a bond. They'll have a relationship that never would have happened unless something like this happened.
I wonder if she's gonna try to go take the heart back. Just kidding. That'd be weird. Like she hugs them and then tries to cut the heart back out.
It's like from Temple of the Doom. She just reaches in and starts. She starts doing the chant, trying to rip his heart out.
No, but that's great. I love stories like that.
You had to take it there, didn't you?
Of course I did. And then I mean, why stop now? What's better? What's more magnificent in the terms of medical science? This story, or getting a dick grown on your arm? And then chopping it up. The dick arm guy, that could have been our good story this week.
I just thought of this whole situation where
one guy needed a heart and a dick?
No. A hard dick. No. Picture this scenario. I'm going to make it up on the spot, so hopefully I tell this right.
All right.
Let's say, God. a mom's son dies. And she donates all similar like this. And one of the organs that gets donated is the kid's dick.
What? Invulnerable to all damage?
Comes along, needs a dick. They transplant this kid's dick
wasted it.
To
Cool.
this person. They don't know this, but it's like an older man. Maybe it's that guy who's 47.
Luckily for Mr. McDonald, whatever that baby
Now I
dick is
know.
can be bigger than what he had apparently.
So, but
What
think
I
about
wanted
this.
to ask,
Let's take it back to that story.
What do
Maybe, let's say he didn't grow it on his arm.
transgender
He just
ladies
had a dick donated to him.
How do they wish to be
when he
treated?
was younger,
Like anybody
and then he
else. They want to be
grows up,
treated
and then
like a
he
person.
gets together with the kid's mom.
Oh my God, what happened?
And they start a relationship, and what's really happening is when they start having intercourse, it's her son's wiener.
Yeah. No, we get it.
You get where I'm going with this?
We sure do. And then they have
Logan,
a kid together.
you get where I'm going with this?
100%.
I just want to make it very clear.
Yeah.
And
you guys really, I
want you guys to know, what I'm saying is, guy got
her son is
dick
plowing his mom from
with his dick.
Yeah, from beyond the grave.
That reminds me of the dildo story.
I know. I was thinking about it too. I wasn't sure if I wanted to tell it. Well, Brian's never heard it. You've heard it if you came from Isby Dumb.
Yeah, just tell it.
But not your listeners have no idea what this story is, so I'll tell it right now. One of the best messages we got at Isby Dumb was this guy who was fucking his ass with a dildo. right? And he thought it was his mom's dildo. So everyone left the house. He's like, I'm gonna go. He found a sex toy. He used the dildo to fuck his ass. It wasn't until later that he found out that dildo was a clone of his stepdad's dick.
Oh no. So, like a mold?
Yeah. So they had like some special thing where he had a mold of his stepdad's dick, and he found out. I'm not sure how long it was later that he was fucking his own ass with his stepdad's dick.
Well, at least it was a stepdad.
What?
I mean, if you're gonna look at any silver lining here, at least it was a stepdad.
At least we're not blood related.
Yeah, because that would be weird.
But that's a funny thing to figure out. If it felt good, stepdaddy dick.
Well, there's
Oh,
I mean, that's a
okay.
whole thing. That's a whole thing on some websites. The whole step.
On some websites, it makes me think like I'm weird if I don't fuck my stepsister.
Yeah,
it's so fucking. It's everywhere.
The first thing that comes up, like, what? Why?
I didn't ask for this.
Why?
I don't care who
can't-
they're related
I don't
to
care
me
if
at
they're
all.
yeah.
At all. They just have some good sex, and I'll be here for it.
Do they perform sexually? I don't.
I have something to show you on the internet.
Okay.
Want to see it?
Yeah.
Okay, Logan, play the segment.
The internet is pretty wild. Depending on your browsing
Treat him
habits,
like a
you
person.
can either experience something super cool or go to prison. Crazy, right? Let's check it out together as a couple. Hey, look what I found.
Yes, that's awesome. Okay, so this was sent in by idiot Caitlin. We sent this into HeyGuys@CanYouDon'tPodcast.com. It's just fucking crazy. It's an Etsy store that's called Baby Creatures. And I just want to show you some of the stuff that's available if you want to go buy it, okay?
Okay.
Go ahead, Logan,
worried.
bring it up on the screen. So there's the banner.
What?
Oh my god.
Here you go.
Oh! Wait, what is this made out of?
Well, it looks like, I don't know, silicone stuff. So just dolls that fucked up shit.
Oh, that is so creepy.
And they are, for what they are apps. They're amazing.
Oh, realistic.
Amazing piece of work. I wish I could explain this to you. One looks like an old
baby man
with like a pudgy tire fat thing around him, and he's just crawling through a garden.
Oh my god.
In the amount of time, like you can buy this thing for $7,000. Like that's how
like
much.
I get it.
Like a bargain.
I get what's happening. I didn't read the rules.
Yeah, it just goes on and on with these crazy
and then an
creatures.
ET, just ET, a normal looking ET.
Yeah, but this like blob thing, this baby hybrid tick. So she gets basically ties babies into weird fucking creatures, and you can buy them.
That is so bizarre.
I know. Look at this one. How wild is that?
What in the world?
So that's the best garden gnome. Is what that is. It's got 4 tits. It's got like a dog belly tits with ears where its cheek should be.
A huge dong.
A huge ass dick. Making Mr. McDonald fucking jelly.
Yeah.
But if you go to Etsy and search for baby creatures,
need to destroy it and then run.
Looking at. And then if you are watching on YouTube, of course, you get to see it right now. But this is, I mean,
that first one is so creepy.
I know, it's so good. I love
How much
shit like
damage
this.
can I do?
If you are looking for something to spice
I think
up
I can
our
do a
relationship in
good
the
amount
bedroom,
of damage there.
buy me this.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, this fat,
Okay.
tubby guy.
Oh my god.
I think I
if you want to
understand.
experience the best
I wonder
sex
what
of
that
your
feels
life,
like is it
sex with me? Or
I can imagine what that. I imagine it's probably
like how these things.
stressful.
I'm guessing. I'm guessing it's just a lot of crying. Yeah, what are these like actual sculptures? I'm guessing they're hard. They got to be like sculpted.
We have one of those like severed arms for Scared to Death that someone sent in.
I don't think they're this though.
You don't think it'd feel like that?
I mean, I think those are more mold. They could, like kind of rubbery. Yeah,
that would make it better if it did feel like that. Look at that turkey thing.
What about this thing?
Oh my god! It's got
yes,
it's got the what's that dominatrix
This is
thing? Oh,
the
that's so
gag.
creepy.
The horse neigh, the anti-nayer.
What?
What are those called? Look at this shit.
I've
You
been
just have
wanting to
take a
go
look
on
at
a
it.
date, and I don't mind if
Yeah, you can't
they
explain.
were trans.
Yeah,
I
but
just
I
have no
Thank you so much for
idea
existing.
on
Like, I guess this
totally.
person.
what's it like for
this
trans
weird-ass
women.
Shit,
And I don't
good
want to
job.
offend anyone.
It's got 5 stars. Why the fuck wouldn't it?
Dude, if you
go check it
if
out.
you're
Baby
afraid
Creatures on
to
Etsy.
offend someone,
if there's purchases and then
if you're afraid that you're gonna offend someone, I don't think it's you should do it because you actually are attracted to them, not because I don't mind. you should actually be like, oh, I'm into that, or I'm really into that person. You shouldn't just do it, I'm lonely, Like, you should actually go out with the person because you actually genuinely want to be around that person. Like, it's not that hard to believe. Like, it's not that hard to be like, oh, yeah, I want to spend time with that person and stuff like that. Like, would you rather them being like, oh, I really like this guy. He's really nice. I really appreciate him. He's a wonderful guy. Or are you more into, he was there. So that was a thing. Thank goodness he was there. Yeah.
Reviews of what people think.
They love them.
I might have.
It's just across the board. It's great stuff. No one ever bought it and said, this is not what I was expecting.
This is not what I was expecting.
This isn't Barbie. It's like, no, you knew exactly what you were buying, fuckface.
Oh, so gross.
Well, that's our show.
But beautiful.
Yeah, the talent behind those creepy ass shits.
I'll never fault anyone for their, putting their art out there. It's ballsy to put your stuff out there.
I will fault some. I heard you, Logan.
Hopefully it's not me.
No. You wouldn't be working here if I just behind your back was like, fucking piece of shit.
Well, like William Hung, that kind of thing. The guy from it was like,
She bang.
Oh. Like, he's not an artist. He just he was a sideshow. But someone who has like a passion for their art.
What if
and
he
they put
listens
it
to
out
our
there,
show? I hope you feel good.
Yeah.
Hope that
Sorry,
William.
William.
Hope you're happy that we just lost
Billy.
Billy Hung.
Bill Hung.
Okay. Now we're back to the other topic from earlier. Well, that's it. That's episode 3. I felt good. I had a lot of laughs today. Logan Keith.
Yes, sir.
Producing and directing. Good job, buddy.
Thank you, sir.
Again, the Can You Don't merch available right now at canyoudon'tpodcast.com. Please go follow our Instagram and Facebook. Just look for Can You Don't Podcast. Not a lot of people there right now, and I'm not sure if that's because you hate us or you're lazy, or both.
And join the group.
Join the group. Yeah, we got the private Facebook group, which at the time that we're recording this, again, because we're like a month ahead, I don't know what it's called, but I think it will be called Can We Don't. At least to start.
Or no, it's like whatever.
Yeah, we can't don't.
We
exactly.
Can't don't.
Like, I don't know, but you can find it.
We can't don't think of what it's called.
But
damn it.
It'll be somewhere, and you'll be able to look it up on Facebook. That private Facebook group, over 20,000 people, and that's a lot of fun in there. Of course, we got the YouTube channel. See the video version of the show. Just go there and search for Can You Don't Podcast. Then something you want to see on the show, email that in to heyguys@canyouDon'tPodcast.com. And then rate and review us.
Yeah.
Hey guys! Rate and review us wherever you listen to your podcast. If they allow you to review, just go ahead and do that.
5 stars only.
5 stars, baby. All right, let's wrap it up. Logan, play the thing, man.
Good God. Wrap it up already, huh?
Good God.
Good God.
I got a little factoid for you.
Okay.
Baby elephants suck their
You never
trunks
know if
for
you don't
comfort.
try.
Just like human newborns suck on their thumbs. How fucking...
Yeah, you never know until you try, but you gotta, if you're not into it.
Years. It's been a couple, maybe 2 or 3 years since this moment. Guess who doesn't wake up anymore?
Yeah. Or from a distance, at least. Like, he will not
he will not.
He
wake
won't even
me
come
up.
to the door like, Dad.
No,
wake up. There's a gas.
If mom is waking or sleeping, and if we're both in there sleeping, he will go to her side of the bed and wake her up every single time. And if she's working and I'm in there,
It's still a lot of damage.
He's gonna remember that his entire life.
It's a lot of damage.
In a way, fucking, I win.
Yeah.
Like, now I get to sleep in.
Right, true.
A couple extra hours, and all it took was throwing him into the nightstand one time.
It's kind of one of those things you just got to let him know, like, this is.
I'm fucking wild animal.
Right. I got dad strength.
Right.
And then
I'm gonna go get some tea.
It's like you'll never have to do that again.
I'll have to be.
You don't have to do it one time.
Mm-hmm. And just
learn his lesson.
Just one of those moments where just absolutely terrified him enough that he will no longer wake me up.
So it's kind of like it's good because you get to sleep, but at the same time it's kind of like I scarred my kid so bad that he won't even approach me in bed.
I mean, but it's never a good time to.
No,
it's a lesson in life. Don't wake people up.
Obviously, what he did wasn't right.
What?
and he deserved everything he got.
Daddy, and if you know my son, he was probably just being like, "Good morning."
Yeah.
Good morning. The sun is shining.
Sun's out. I found this really cool. Wow.
Right.
He
goes, just like it made the perfect noise that you'd want a kid hitting a nightstand to make.
I didn't know it looked so
if you looked up a
stretched.
sound bank, kid hitting a nightstand, that's exactly.
Like the lamp shook, like it was right. Just why'd you? Just like, oh my god.
A Phil Swift inspired character. It's pretty good.
If he made that noise, that might have been better.
Just like tap, tap, tap.
Slam him into the night. Have you ever accidentally hurt your kids?
Try chat
nothing
now.
terrible. When our oldest was young, I remember
There we
my
go.
wife,
I
the
don't
way
know
she was
why it
carrying him
looks-
one time, and I was like, make sure you're getting a good grip on it, because she was kind of doing some stuff, and she, I don't know what
the fuck is this? She was kind of like,
Yeah, there we go.
She was doing dance moves with the baby in her arms. Well, she's doing things like moms do when they're holding a baby.
how you
they're
hold a
like
baby?
they're like doing 20 things all at once.
Oh, okay.
I keep this movement. I don't know why I'm putting dishes away, doing
Was she
stuff.
fucking tickling
And I'm,
stuff?
she was tickling me.
Right.
I'm like, dude,
Put the baby down.
yeah. This is creepy. So she had the baby. She was doing a bunch. I went right back to that move again. But
I don't even know. What is she cleaning? Her glasses? I don't know what the fuck she's doing.
I don't know what I'm doing. Putting dishes away, cleaning, doing whatever. But they do it with the baby on it.
Yeah.
So I remember thinking like, you really. It made me nervous. So we were camping one time, and I was holding a baby, and I was having a conversation with somebody, and our kid lunged forward, and he basically jumped out of my arms, went headfirst into. There was like a fire pit. Luckily, he didn't hit the actual fire pit. He hit the dirt of the fire pit. But I remember picking him up, and there was like from the night before there was coal, like a wood charcoal, and it's just like
What
a
was
circle where it's just black.
What was the move
right
I
over his
did
face.
before?
And that was I dropped him. That was the only time I dropped him.
Okay.
I think it's
He
radiant
kind of
sickle.
soft. It was
No.
dirt and grass, so it wasn't like on the pavement.
Okay, yeah, it was flying sickle.
But then we,
Whatever you have to tell yourself,
I have
Brian.
two boys that we wrestle, so I'll, like,
Oh, yeah,
I'll
it always
get in
gets out of hand.
stunners or pile drivers or something.
Sure.
No one's been seriously injured though.
Good. Logan, you ever hurt your kids on accident?
I mean, a little bit.
Cool.
Yeah.
You wanna talk about it?
Super abusive. No.
He's
No.
like, yeah, a little bit. One time, I threw my kid out the second story window.
Yeah, no, I remember putting
used to have
Oliver
4 kids.
down. Just it wasn't me, but it was like you let it happen on your watch, so you feel guilty.
Yeah.
But I remember we had a split level once, and there was like 6 stairs that when you walk into the entrance that goes down to the basement. He was like really into jumping, and so I was like, yeah, go for it. And he jumped down those stairs as soon as I put him down. And the way he landed is he just kind of like landed and then frog jumped into the bathroom door and hit his head. It was just it was funny but sad.
Yeah, I mean that just comes with parenting. I think every single person has a story about their accidentally hurting their children, and I love to hear it. So.
And it's not a serious injury. It's one of those ones where, I mean, not yours, but
fuck you.
Yours is downright, child abuse.
You think shoving a kid into a nightstand is worse than dropping your kid in on the dirt? I
didn't mean to do it.
Damn it! Restart.
You think I just meant to?
I think you're dreaming about it. You're just waiting for an opportunity. You weren't even sleeping.
I was like, oh my, Daddy, like he's doing it like the correct way, Daddy. I don't want to.
No, I did. I have it.
Here's my chance.
Smash him.
Was it good?
Oh no, that was you.
No, I don't have a kid.
It was a burglar.
I mean, if rabbits count, I have accidentally
does sound like bullshit. Worked out for me.
knocked on him, and it's like I've always felt bad. I hurt one of my rabbits real bad.
Is it?
But but she got better. She got better before cancer got her. So she was good for a whole year, and then ovarian cancer got her.
It stands for dumb, interesting, or cool, but it also allows us to say dick, which is pretty fun.
Yes.
But if it's dumb, interesting, or cool, Brian and I will find it and bring it into the show, and you guys get to laugh about it. And I'm going to start with my story for this week, and I found this to be quite entertaining. Sad, but not that sad. You ready?
Yeah.
3 wounded as policeman pulls grenade pin to show how it works in Pakistan court. Whoops.
Demonstrated it in court?
At least 3 people were wounded after a policeman pulled a hand grenade pin in a court to demonstrate how it works. It's been reported. The incident took place in the court of Karachi, I believe, city, after the judge asked the officer how the device could be detonated. First of all, where the fuck you been, Judge?
Yeah, seriously.
Like, what is that? What is this? Whoa, is this new? Wow. Is this a new iPhone? No, it's a fucking grenade. According to the local media reports, the police officer was presenting the evidence at a high-profile terrorism-related case as the police forces had confiscated the grenade among other cache of weapons. The officer believed the grenade had been deactivated. Report said, of course, it would be fucking weird if you
Don't be like I don't have kids. You don't remember Cumulus, the result of you pouring soap down your pee hole at one time. He misses you.
Hospital for emergency medical treatment. And then here's a part of the article that I have a little bit of a problem with. The trial was suspended for the rest of the day.
You
fucking,
think?
Fuck, cool. Can you imagine if it wasn't?
Yeah.
They're like, hey, the judge is like, Jesus Christ.
There's limbs all over the place.
Get those bloody people out of here. He's got a new force in here.
Bailiff.
Get those bloody idiots out of here. Anyway, testimony, he's like beating the gavel, trying to get these he's like, they're picking up arms and legs. He's like, oh my God.
I'm going to hold that arm in contempt.
Oh, he's like, I got somewhere to be. He's got dinner plans and shit.
Yep. No recess today.
But I've always been a fan of that type of journalism or that type of reporting where they state the super obvious shit.
Right.
And I know they're just doing their job, but like it'd be the exact same if this guy who was reporting was like, and now they have to fix a hole in the floor from the grenade. It's like, yeah, we know.
Yeah, we figured that. We figured as much.
We pieced that together. But for them to be like, they suspended court for the rest of the day. It's like, okay, no, got it. Just go ahead and, where's the editor? Just go ahead and zip a button, cross that one off because we know, we get it.
It's like we got to tell you because we don't want to get asked later. Now, did they suspend court later? Actually, yeah, it appears that they did. Yeah,
yeah. Some asshole writing in always like letter to the editor. He's like, I read your story about the guy who pulled the pin on the grenade in the courtroom. Did they keep doing court?
Yeah, did they keep going in the courtroom there?
It's the same guy. So they're actually, this entire network is writing for fucking Gene Jimmonson's. Is his name?
Gene Jimmonson's?
Gene Jimmonson's. And he's an idiot. But they're writing these little things in there so that he doesn't write into the newspaper. They have to have a full-time position just replying to his inquiries. So maybe they're just thinking ahead. Maybe Gene's just a piece of shit and they're like, okay, well, Gene's gonna call, or Gene's gonna write in, he's gonna ask if court continues that day after the grenade.
They have to put that into the budget for the job description.
Fucking $50,000. It's a whole career.
Yeah, he's got medical, all that kind of stuff.
What's the position for? Reply to Gene.
Well, actually, I used to work in TV news, and we used to get weird emails all the time about that kind of stuff too.
Sure did.
Like they would just call, they would write in and say things like, "Oh, the reporter was wearing too low cut of a shirt," and they would just complain about that, like she's showing too much cleavage. Because there was a person that had to respond to those emails of like just straight insults of the people that were reporting, not like, "Oh, that wasn't a good job in the story." It's, why is she wearing that shirt?
Right. You know why I did never have that job? I could send back pictures of titties. Like, that's what I would do. Like, that was too low cut. You mean like this? Just huge fucking boobs. Right. The biggest. Like GIF of them doing like
just
a
boing, just bouncing.
You mean kind of like this? And that's why I never was hired in that position.
Yeah.
Have you ever been demonstrating something and had it go wrong?
No.
Because I have one that I will remember that that involves my son again. That made me look pretty stupid.
I don't have anything. I'm picturing this guy like, why can't he just, here's the pin. Once this pin comes out, now it's live. Well, like, why do you have to go through the motion?
I've had a grenade in my lifetime, but it was dead. But it had the pin and it had the little metal cap thing that would pop off and be fucking sweet. But if you look at the bottom, it's drilled out.
Okay.
So it's not that. I think that's kind of what you have to do. You have to have an opening on the bottom. So he didn't
look to see.
He must not have. And just what was going through his head? Why was he doing this? He's like, actually, you know what? I blame the fucking judge. Yeah. He's like, whoa, what is that? Well, Your Honor, like, no one in any other courtroom on the planet, you wouldn't have had to demonstrate what a grenade was.
Right.
But this guy's like, never seen one of these before. How's that work? And he's like, you kidding me? It's
all you do is take the pin.
he's like, oh my god! He just reaches over on the table and grabs like some random grenade, like this, and just fucking pulls
And
it.
then once he realizes what he did,
Right.
he's like, well, before you take this, you go, oh, shit. And then it's like the cartoon. Like, did he throw
God damn it.
or did it go, was
Stop.
he hurt? The guy that
I would assume
Stop overkilling.
like his
Please.
arm.
If
Quit
you thought a
overkilling.
grenade was not active,
You would be holding it, right?
you would not
wouldn't be tossing it. It's like down in the hole.
Right? You wouldn't be throwing it into the jury box. Like you'd just be hanging out with it like a fish you caught.
Right.
Like
Could you imagine if you did throw it in the jury box and one guy catches like, oh, and they just start throwing like a hot potato?
Right.
Fuck, boom.
Dude, yes, that's all that I'm on. I mean, I don't know who this guy is. I hope that he made it out, but I'm with the judge. I mean, I'm against the judge, not the guy who was dumb enough to pull the pin.
Yeah, he was just doing his job.
He was demonstrating how a grenade worked.
He didn't want to be held in
And he did
contempt.
a fucking
The
good
judge
job.
asked him to do it. Yeah, he did a damn good job. That guy will go to the lengths.
Right? How's that work? Well,
Yeah.
let me show you. All right. What, evidence A or Exhibit A?
Exhibit A. Yeah. There's a hole in the wall now. Exhibit A.
And he's just pointing at it like this, Judge.
What does that?
Oh man! So anyway, go back to a demonstration that I was doing that went wrong, and I don't know how common it is, but a couple years ago, Ezra likes to mow the lawn because of course he does. And machinery, right? Machinery, loud noises, things spin. So he fucking loves it. But he could not get the lawnmower started. And I was in the middle of some other stuff. I was cleaning the garage. I was putting some tools away, working on some other project. And he's kept on coming back and forth. And he knows how to do it. Like he's started the lawnmower a million times. He's like, I can't do it. I can't get it started, Dad. I'm like, fuck. I'm like, put my tools down. I'm like,
Please
all right.
don't.
I was like, you know.
Okay,
I was like,
good.
you just have to pull harder. And I do this, and I just go, explode it.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say you hit him. You pulled back and hit him again.
The pull cable.
You knock him into the garage. Jesus Christ, Dad!
And he's never asked me to start a lawnmower since. No, but I yanked on it and then just snapped the pull
Wow.
cable. I was like, God.
Now I have real problems.
So now,
All right.
not only that, I don't know if it was gonna snap
Hey,
anyway, or if I
Ethan.
was just
God
mad
damn it.
and being like, you just gotta fucking pull
You
it.
ripped it too
And
hard.
just snapped it, so then now I have to replace the little cable wheel inside of
It
it,
just-
and all that kind of stuff. The
Ugh.
lawn. By the point,
Fuck it, just buy a new lawnmower.
I replaced it actually.
That's what I did.
I'm a real.
I actually did do that. I ripped it.
And you
it
just bought a new lawnmower?
And we need a new one anyway. I don't like fixing stuff. I
Hello,
like buying new stuff.
Ethan.
You get
Drives my wife crazy.
rock comes up on the freeway, chips your windshield. You're like, fuck, new car.
Yeah, that's how I like. I like new things anyway. Like after a while, I'm just like, okay, we get.
No, I'm doing good. I haven't heard from Zara today, but
I can't believe
I'm
I've
doing
been married
good.
for 10 years.
Uh-huh.
You know what I mean?
How many lawnmowers? You just have a graveyard of lawnmowers.
Well, I don't.
It's
I
better
hate
to
lawn
kill
work.
than be
Your
killed.
yard work. So I
I'm
don't
just
really water the
chilling.
lawn, so it doesn't really grow. So I don't have
Would
to mow
ya?
it very often. But when I do, it's just all dusty. So
That's
I
all
go
my
through
clips are
just
going to be for
dirt.
this channel.
I go and take a shower,
That's me
and there's
just
just like an inch caked of dirt in the shower.
You're just mowing the desert.
Yeah, pretty much.
I guess reminds me of using I'm sure other people do this too. Use the lawnmower as like a leaf blower.
Pretty much.
When you're all done and just run along the sidewalk and
Oh,
all the shit off.
so I'll mow and I'll go the one stripe against the lawn and then flip it around and blow the rest in the street. And then we have pine needles everywhere, so I'll take my leaf blower and blow everything towards the street and kind of put it in a pile. And we live on a really busy street, so there's cars going everywhere. And so I'm kind of watching traffic, and then as soon as there's like the lights to stop, I just fucking in the street and then just haul ass back in the house.
Your problem, bud.
Yep. Because you know people are driving by like, "Ooh, that fucking guy.
Fucking putting needles in my street. More needles in the street, huh?
More needles. That's all we need.
That's all we need.
Homeless and needles.
More fucking needles in the street. Come on, street sweeper come by
Yeah,
and get them.
they come
What am
by
I
and
gonna
they
do with them? I'm gonna sit down and fucking broom
Aren't
these
they
up.
biodegradable anyway?
Yeah, they're needles. Can you imagine if they weren't? How many fucking needles there would be everywhere?
Yeah, and leaves. People, you rake up your leaves and you throw them away.
Yeah.
What I heard is that you're supposed to just leave them on the lawn. They just dissolve into the lawn and help your lawn grow.
Sure. It also explains why you're lawn mowing dirt.
Yeah. Sun or water doesn't get to the lawn because there's a layer of leaves.
Listen, you don't have to pick them up. Somebody told me it's going to help my lawn. And you go to your house and it's just like a fucking
Helps the environment. If I had it my way, my lawn would be all cement.
Or against the basketball court. I'm there too.
That's the thing, like a full court.
Yeah.
I'm tempted.
And I thought about it too, because watering your lawn is fucking stupid.
I hate it so much. And we have a weird
I'm
shaped
here.
lawn, and we don't have time, like corn sprinklers. So we have one, and it can never
This
hit all the
level's
angles.
being
so
a
you
bit
have
of
to
a
move
pain
it.
in the dick.
I'm moving it 6 times a day. Fuck. I hate yard work so much.
I didn't mean to fire
I'm
you
not
up.
one of those dads that's like, mows the lawn and like stands there and looks at it and admires it and he's kind of like, look at the stripes that I did and all that stuff.
What's the Home Depot theme song?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's just looking at it, admiring it, drinking a beer. I'm like, fuck the lawn, dude.
You're out of there.
I hate it so much.
Are you ready to show me your dick?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, let me whip this thing out.
Please do. Please show me that dick.
Let's see. So I found this very interesting.
Okay.
YouGov, they do like, they do polls, whatever you call them. What's the word I'm looking
Polls?
for? They do studies, and they'll go out and poll people on certain things. And a new study shines a light on the depths of delusion and wrongness in the heart of man.
Okay.
As YouGov has released a new study on what members of the animal kingdom Americans think they can take on.
Man, this is such an American poll.
That's exactly what I thought. Of the 15 animals listed, the rat came in last place with 72%.
You know what? I'll take the damage.
Wait, what's the other? Who doesn't think they could beat up a rat?
Well, I think because maybe of this, thinking they could take on a rat, even though they're pretty fast. Maybe they figure, well, I can't catch the rat to, actually engage it. I'm imagining.
Weird.
Or that they could start a plague, is basically what it says.
Okay.
So there's a graph in here. And yeah, there's 15 things, and it starts with the rat all the way down to a grizzly bear.
Okay.
And I found this fascinating. 6% of Americans think that they can take on a grizzly bear.
That's 6% of Americans that have never seen a fucking grizzly bear.
Or the ones that they see are in a circus, on TV with it's got a little hat on. It's like bouncing on a ball.
The Infinite Home Depot?
Yeah, I could beat the fuck out of that.
That would be fine.
Pussy.
Look at that pussy.
He's never
Fat
been
bear.
to
Here's the thing. Infinite Home Depot is fine. I guess. Wait. No, Infinite Home Depot doesn't have a food court. Ah, shit. I guess if they have apple trees and stuff like that in Infinite Home Depot. Damn, Sloppy Sam, how could you?
fucking Montana or in Idaho and you running into a grizzly bear.
No, and I've never ran into a grizzly bear in the wild. I've run into black bears and brown bears, but never a grizzly bear. Have you ever seen a grizzly bear on the
Are you guys attacking me now?
Not in the
What
wild.
the
I've seen
fuck?
black bear. We were driving down the road.
You have
and
been
black
not
bear was, like,
attacking me for a
walking down the road
while,
one time.
so...
Yeah, who's going? Brian with a Y.
Going to get some berries.
Took a dump. Watch out.
Try to beat me up. Bye.
Think you can take me?
6%.
So house cat. 69% of people think they can take a house cat.
Dude, I'm embarrassed right now for America.
8% of people think they can take an elephant. And a gorilla. 8% think they can do a gorilla, an elephant, and a lion.
Dude,
the delusion on these people.
Would you rather fight a gorilla or a grizzly bear? That's one you have to start thinking about.
I mean, grizzly bears, size-wise,
both are going to kill you.
Yeah, exactly. 100% of the time we're going to kill you.
I could have asked you, how do you want to die?
Yeah.
You want to die from a grizzly bear attack or a gorilla? Because that's how that's going to go.
If you've ever seen a gorilla interact with something, they're so powerful.
Silverback?
Yeah.
Get out of
Congo,
here.
remember that movie Congo?
Yeah, so scary.
Yeah.
Oh man. So 8% think they could take down a gorilla. Great.
Yeah.
But how would you even fight an elephant? How do you win?
Yeah.
How do you? Oh.
Like, imagine with a gorilla, if you got a strong punch, let's say you're Kimbo Slice,
Sure.
a guy like that.
Rest in peace.
Yeah. R.I.P. Yeah, whatever.
Right. That's what I just said.
Yeah. I like to use acronyms. Big acronym guy.
Oh, R.I.P. Also, rest in peace.
Harambe.
Yep, we got it.
So Harambe and the Congo gorilla, the one that can speak, are fighting. Who's winning that?
I don't know. Well, one of them's dead.
Well, they're both dead.
Oh.
Trick question. What did you ask me?
It's the best trick question I've ever fucking had. Anyway, get ready for this doozy. Trick question. What did you just ask me? Shit. Which is a pretty good trick question because I don't know.
Joke's on you.
Joke's on you. You don't even know what you asked me. No, how would you take down an elephant?
Oh yeah, that's what it was. Because if you're Kimbo Slice or you're like, let's say you're like a big dude, Brock Lesnar, and you get in the ring with a fucking gorilla,
you're punchy.
You're gonna last a little bit longer. But an elephant, you walk up to an elephant and you punch an elephant as hard as you can, it's not budging.
It's accidentally going to kill you.
Yeah, it'll just like turn around.
There is a garden section in those fridges of soda.
The elephant would be just trying to say hi and kill you.
It'd be washing itself with its trunk. It's like in the water. You walk up and punch it.
Can I build a home within the SCP? Hey, Bun Milk. Hey, everybody, if you didn't know, it's Bun Milk. He's really cool. No more RTS stream? It's just me chilling. It's just me chilling. It's what I play, Bun Milk.
Whip its little trunk around and just take your fucking
It
head
grabs
off.
your leg and like flings you in the water and then sits on your ass.
Handshake, and then guess who doesn't have any arms? Mm-hmm. That's what fighting an elephant is. Okay, so who else is on this list?
We got a goose. What's good for the goose?
Dude, I've had to kick a goose.
You kicked a goose?
Mm-hmm. It was
it warranted? You're hitting your kids, kicking geese.
He was a honker. He was a honk. Okay. And he was getting way too close. He was getting a little snippy.
Is that racist?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, honky,
right? Honker, no.
I fucking hate these things.
I don't know all my racist terms. No, but it was chasing. It was trying to bite my heels and shit, and it wouldn't leave me alone. So I kicked it. And then it left me alone.
Thank you.
I mean, if you've learned anything from this episode, all you have to do is kick the shit out of something one time. It's not going to learn this lesson. At least that one goose did.
Mm-hmm.
But the other ones, they didn't care. They kept on trying to take shit from me with my pants and my shoes.
Your dignity.
Mm-hmm. My dignity, my socks. Okay, one more thing on the list because I love this. This is so funny. How fucking stupid do you have to be? Logan, have you ever come across a grizzly bear?
No, man.
Oh, yeah,
I'm
you're
just
in
a dumb
Indiana.
hillbilly. Yeah,
that's true. You said grizzly bear. You mean that one tough
Well,
guy
I'm
at the gas
stupid.
station?
Yeah. Good old Grizz.
Good old Grizz.
No, everybody knows Grizz.
Everyone knows
God
Grizz.
damn.
Are you kidding me?
Oh, now I'm in the perfect position.
It's like Seabass.
Go fuck yourself.
Like sits over in the corner. Everybody
And
knows who
they're
it is.
done.
I know Grizz.
Hey, old man Grizz in the corner.
Okay, look at the
Finally
look at the list.
didn't
Give me
take
one more thing
10
on there that
damage.
Americans said they could beat up.
Well,
That's cool.
This is so funny.
Alright.
Like, dog isn't on there. They specified large dog, and large dog, and then eagle. Dude, house cat. I'm blown away at the amount of people that don't think they could beat up a house cat.
Yeah.
God, you're a pussy.
Well, what's weird is like that many people think they can't do that versus the people that think that they. Like the delusion, it's so the spectrum is so wide.
But 69% of people, that should be 100% of people.
Yeah.
Should
But
be like,
not
yeah, I can fucking
invulnerable
take
to
the cat,
stun.
take a house cat down.
If you can get a
I
hand
don't have any
on a
stuns
cat,
on me.
like
God
if you
damn
can
it.
catch the cat, you should be able to take
Well,
it.
it's not weaving and bobbing. Like it's not trained. Like,
well, kangaroos are. Look, kangaroos on the list,
right?
And they do that. Remember the cartoon? He had boxing gloves on.
Yeah.
You've seen that video of the kangaroo in the wild, haven't you? That dude boxing it.
Yeah, it had his dog, and he had to one up and punch it. You see that video?
Yeah.
Man, that blows my mind. Yeah, just both
Fucking
sides of
hate
that
you,
one.
dude.
6%
I
think
hate
could be a
you
gorilla,
fucking so
and then it
much.
goes all the way back up. You don't think you could kill a rat?
Yeah.
Fuck you. God, you're a
If you
piece
can
of
grab,
shit.
all you gotta do is grab the rat by its tail and slam it against the wall.
And
Just
as I
kick step
see,
on it.
nothing changed.
Yeah.
If you kick it hard enough, if you you could probably give it a heart attack if you scared it.
Just keels over,
man,
drops his pizza.
Grow up, America. All right, well, we're gonna move on to.
Wait, there's actually a medium-sized dog.
God damn it.
I don't think you noticed
I'm
this.
not trying to
Large
kill
dog,
him.
It says medium-sized dog.
I finally have enough.
Lion is on the list too, just so we're like king of the fucking jungle. 8% of people think they can take that.
Oh man, they have to be. They're probably they're drunk or on meth. If you're on meth, you probably think you can beat up anything.
Yeah.
So this is. They didn't tell you that 8% of
They
people.
went to the people on the. Yeah. Of course,
they
bring it
could.
on. Yeah, where's it at? Bring it on.
What they didn't tell you is they asked the meth heads, "Would you beat up a lion for a bag of meth?" Yes.
Yeah, obviously.
Of course I would. Where's the lion? Where's the lion? Let me at him.
It's in the wardrobe.
Right. All right. Let's move on to petty beef. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay, Logan. Fucking play it.
Silence in the court.
You are now entering the petty beef courtroom, where all sides of some bullshit will be heard and evaluated.
I'm surrounded
The people
by
are real.
assholes.
The cases are real. The rulings are final-ish. This is petty beef.
Hold up. I got it. Pretty good. Let me see if I can find it.
I knew it. I'm surrounded by assholes.
She has curly hair like mine.
Princess Vespa spaceship within range, sir.
Good. Fire a warning shot across her nose.
Either the 4th of July, or someone's trying to kill us! Hey, I don't have to put up with this. I'm rich. What are you doing? I'm calling my father. 1-800-DRUIDY, yeah.
Careful, you idiot. I said across her nose, not up it.
Sorry, sir. Doing my best.
Who made that man a gunner?
I did, sir. He's my cousin.
You are. I don't see Zara though. I know.
I know that.
I don't know.
What's
I
his
hope
name?
he's okay.
Asshole. Major asshole. And his cousin is an asshole too, sir. Gunner's mate first class Philip Asshole.
How many assholes we got on this ship anyhow?
Yo!
I knew it. I'm surrounded by
Firing, assholes!
Hurry, Daddy, hurry! There are laser blasts all around us! I'm scared.
King Roland to Lone Star! King Roland to Lone Star! Are you there? Lone Star, you've got to help me. Please, save my daughter. She's being attacked by spaceballs.
Spaceballs? Forget it. Too dangerous. Besides, I'm already numero uno on...
Zara always know what Zara doing. He be fine. I hope he's okay.
It's not us. Please, you must. You're the only ones that can save her. I'll give you anything. Did you hear me? Anything.
I hope he's okay.
Yes, anything.
Okay, we'll do it for $1 million.
$1 million?
Oh, you're starting to fade here. We're losing picture, Your Highness.
All right, I'll pay it. Only find her, save her.
All right, King, you just made a deal.
One princess for 1 million space bucks.
What's she driving?
A brand new white Mercedes 2001 SEL limited edition. Moon roof, all leather interior. I got it at a very good price. I paid cash. My cousin Prince Murray has a dealership in the valley. He was very nice to me.
We get the idea. Where was she last seen?
She was just passing Jupiter too.
We'll find her.
Please bring her back safely.
We'll be able to pay off Pizza Hut.
Give me paw.
All right, Logan, lay it on us.
An anonymous
I hope
listener
he's
thinks her
okay.
husband should put
I
his
haven't heard
clothes in the
anything
hamper
from him. He
after
hasn't
wearing them
contacted
instead
me
of
today,
leaving it
so
on the chairs
hope he's
or other random
okay.
places around the house, so he can wear them again because they aren't.
Hope I didn't
that
make him
dirty
mad
yet.
yesterday.
What do you think, Joe and Brian? Let's get into it.
Oh, thanks, Logie.
I know how I feel about it.
Dude,
But we
something
gotta-
tells me
we gotta
we are
destroy
going to
these
be on complete
polls.
opposite sides of this. Just because you're a piece of shit and I'm not.
Wow.
You know what I mean?
You jumping right into it, huh? All right, state your case.
Before we get into the fight, I want to tell our listeners that petty beef
That's fuck.
is just dumb arguments you've had with your roommate, your loved ones. I mean, it could be your kids. It could be anybody. And you want us to
Could
settle.
be a grizzly bear.
Could be a grizzly bear. Fuck this grizzly bear. You can send that in and then let us decide who was right, and you can take home the bragging rights and $50,000. Send that in to heyyguys@canyoudon'tpodcast.com. I was kidding about the $50,000. Okay, Brian, go. You're a piece of
I'm starting?
Sure.
Oh, because I'm the piece of shit? Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Well,
I mean,
I think you are. I don't know for sure.
Well,
but something tells me because of your smirk.
I think this guy, I think that guy is perfectly fine doing what he's doing.
Oh my God! I would leave you so fast.
Fine.
What?
Fine. Move on. See if you can find somebody else that'll
Take
wipe
care of
your
themselves.
ass and
What? That was such a fast jump. You just fast forwarded 60 years into the future. Fine. See if you can find someone else who will wipe your ass.
and lick it.
And what? That's a good line to use against your wife.
Yeah?
In any tiny little.
sure you want a divorce?
You want a divorce? Who's gonna wipe your ass in 60 years? I don't know. Fucking anybody else I meet after you? Oh, the nursing home? Oh,
Yeah, but I'm into it. You're gonna have to talk somebody else into it. I'm already into
You're
it.
already
I'm
in it?
looking forward to it.
man, I'm learning.
That's why I got into this thing.
That's why I started dating you in the first
Right.
place. I was gonna wipe
60 years down the road. This is the long haul, long play.
to wipe some butts down the road. Okay, so you hang shit up. Is it? It's not just laziness. You just drape shit on chairs and.
It's a mixture of laziness and here's my thing. I don't have a whole lot of shirts. I've got like a gray shirt, a couple of white shirts, a couple of band shirts. And if I wear a shirt and like my wife, she'll wear a shirt
fuck
one day and then throw in the hamper
that.
because she's got a closet full of shirts.
Yeah. Also, because that's normal. Go ahead.
Right. Apparently I'm the asshole. So I've got like maybe 5 shirts in my rotation, something like that. So if I wear a shirt, if I throw in the hamper, how many days are in a week, Joe?
I don't know. It depends
8
on what
days.
day. Oh, depends on what day it is. I don't know. I just got here.
That's hilarious. If someone asks you a question, I don't know. I just got
I
here.
don't know. I just got here.
You live here. What's
Right.
What you mean?
So if
What you
if
said
throw
is
clothes in the
our-
laundry, that's
What
I'm
the fuck?
down a shirt for the rest of the week unless
I
it
fucking-
gets washed. Now I'm a man. I'm not doing laundry.
Okay.
This mission's
I'll let you
dumb.
continue, but
Okay.
fuck.
I think you agree with me on that one.
I don't.
This is America.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Continue on.
So if I
many-
throw my shirt into the
Here, do you want this shovel?
yeah, just
Keep going.
I'm like gradually getting shorter.
I just
Disappear
worry.
on the floor. Anyway.
I just worry.
I'm not doing laundry. Just fucking whoop into a huge mine shaft. All right, go ahead.
Okay. So if I throw my shirt into the laundry, I'm down a shirt already. I'm already behind the 8 ball here. So I hang up the shirt like on a chair or across the TV or something like that.
You are the worst.
So it'll air out in case I want to wear it again the next day. Because if I throw in the laundry now, like I said, now I'm down a shirt. But if I wore a shirt like, let's say, like we're doing this podcast, it's a little warm in here. I feel I'm getting a little. Oh, see that? Look at there's a sweat stain.
Oh, I have those too. That's
There's
why
a
I wear
sweat
black.
stain right here.
You won't air that out, will you?
Yeah. Well, we'll see.
Oh my!
We'll see.
Smell test. No, they smell test.
Here, there is a test. It's like, so I'll throw it over, and the next day, if I'm going to wear it again, I'm going to.
I'd call him mommy. Yeah, sure.
No. Now, if it's bad enough, I'll throw it in the lawn trash. But if it's not bad enough, I don't want to put it back in the dresser and contaminate the stuff that's clean in there. So I put it in like a limbo spot. It's in the middle,
Yeah.
between clean, and I might wear it again, I might not.
It's lean.
Yeah.
It's dirty.
Hey,
clean. There you go.
Raven.
'Cause I just picture You guys laying in bed trying to watch a show, and your fucking shirt is covering.
Yeah.
What happened? I don't know. You won't move your shirt. Oh my God! Was that
We've
that
got
one actor?
wonderful
I don't
people
know.
here.
Your shirt's in the way.
All you see is like a mouth and a nose because you refuse to move your shirt.
Well,
and you do the same. I mean, and I'm guessing it's typically shirts. You're not reusing socks and shit, are you? Underwear?
I'm just an idiot.
Not underwear. I've got a lot
Because I
of
need
pairs
to
of underwear.
destroy this pillar.
Socks, not cool. I've done it a couple times with socks. If I wore, like, I need to run the store, throw some socks on, go to
And
the store and come
gotta
back and don't
destroy
wanna
this
wear
pillar.
socks anymore. I don't want to
Somehow.
toss those into the laundry.
Gotcha.
So, I'll hang them over the edge of the bed
So
or
I
something.
should
get some
really
air to 'em.
destroy
I can
this.
get a little behind this. I'm trying to relate to you, but going this low is hard.
Come down in the hole with me, Joe.
I'm trying, but I will
Yeah,
take
sure.
socks and underwear that I've worn the
I
day
don't
before
wanna get rid of it,
and wear them
but
again
yeah.
the next morning to go to the gym in them.
Oh, yeah,
Pretty-
since they're already kind of dirty.
Like that.
I'm just going there, I'm working out, and I don't want to just double up on socks and underwear, so I will keep the same ones. I'm like, okay, I'm going to the gym in the morning, and I'll take them and put them on the dresser,
Wait,
and I wear them in
hold
the
on.
morning. What do you want?
Are you taking off your underwear? Are you sleeping
Now?
nude?
I sleep naked.
Okay, so then you hang the underwear. Then if you go to the gym, you put them back on.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I'll take them off, I'll shower, and then I just won't put those in the hamper. They'll be ready for me to go to the gym the next morning.
One
so
thing
I can relate on that one, but the rest of it's bullshit, and you're dumb.
It's gonna be
Thanks,
like that,
Logan.
huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's no. I mean, how? It would drive me insane. My wife does not the clothes thing, but if she walks up,
Blooming time.
she's good at this, and bless her heart. But there's a coat rack, and then 3 feet away from that, she will put the coat on a chair. Mm-hmm. And we're 16 years into that. I'm gonna kill her. Like I can only do this for I don't know how many more years I can do this.
Blooming
There's
time.
just something about.
And I just leave it. I leave it at this point. I'm like, I got.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Well, she wins.
Yeah, fuck that
Cool.
pillar.
Well, she doesn't get to sit in that
Now-
chair because her fucking coat is on it. No one gets to sit on
worst
it.
is
How
when-
dare you attack the pole?
And then
It's just minding
you sit
your
in
own
a chair,
business.
You sit on her
Big
coat,
sad.
You get up. She's like,
Fuck
"Why
that
you
pole.
sit on my coat?
You getting hair on my
You're
coat.
getting stuff all over your coat. Well, maybe your fucking
Double
coat shouldn't be sitting on
Arigato.
the-
Eat this polo.
Sit my ass.
So anyway, that's
Alright.
something that we're working through.
We're working through that a little bit.
A little bit. And it's going okay. It's going okay. Counseling, it's too expensive, so we're working on it on our own.
Yeah, that's right.
And it could all be solved if you just put her fucking coat on the coat rack.
Yeah.
Instead of on the chair.
This doesn't just end with clothes. My wife, there's something that I do like.
And she goes, I'm leaving again. What?
Not leaving you again?
No. Jesus, Bri. She'll say excuse for the coat being on the chair.
Oh, right.
Is that she's going to be heading out again soon, so she wants the coat like there to grab it.
Okay.
Instead of 3 feet over where the
All right,
fucking coat rack.
Mr. Smarty Pants.
Mr. Pick stuff up.
Yeah.
Living spirit.
So, Mr. Asshole
Oh.
Power Guy.
Oh, okay.
So if you get a drink,
Go
you
fuck
guys
yourself,
have a water
living
cup?
spirit. Fucking curse me.
No, like next to the sink. Let's say you
Hate you so
Yes.
much.
you're reusing it.
Logan can vouch
Suck
for
a
me
dick.
at Bad Magic Productions. I have used the
And
same cup
bye-bye.
for 4 fucking years.
Fuck you,
And I
rats.
do not wash it out. Oh, no,
But do you leave it on the side of the sink?
well, it gets cleaned up. I try to, but I don't grab new ones over and over and over again.
But if
I'm
you go
gonna
over and
hop
you
a
get a drink
lot-
of water, you take a drink, you set it off to the
About
side
a
of the...
moment.
Yeah.
I need to go to the city today for some things.
What?
It's the same as my shirt.
I don't go drape it over the TV. I don't take a
I'll
sip.
move it off the TV. If we're gonna use the TV, I'll move the fucking shirt, all right?
I don't take a sip of my water and just put it on a chair. Like it's going next to the sink where glasses go. Because it's water and I'm not wearing it.
Well, no, it doesn't matter.
I'm
It's
not
still
wearing-
slightly dirty. It's not dirty enough to put in the dishwasher, right?
What? It could be.
But you didn't.
But it's what you didn't.
You're doing the same fucking thing I am. You're doing with the glass.
And you can't. And you another point. I mean, okay, I'll give you that point, but it's bullshit. And then you talked about how you're trying to save on laundry. I bet you if I asked your wife Amber, how what's the biggest thing you could do to help with laundry? It'd be fucking do the
Based
laundry.
heaven.
No.
Base.
Because she doesn't
Base
want me to
even.
do laundry.
You have 4 shirts.
No, I have more than
Do
that.
you want 5? I'll give you 10.
Well, no, we went to New York. I went
I'm
and
gonna
got
give you $100. Go buy some.
You know
I went
what?
to Target and
Fuck
bought a
you.
5-pack of
I'm gonna
just
stun
Hanes
your
white
ass.
shirts.
Fuck you.
Oh my God!
Because I gain weight, and so I don't like.
You know what?
I have
You're
all these
stunned.
large shirts, right? I have a lot of large shirts.
Hey, you know
Gain
what?
weight,
Fuck you.
Don't want to go out and buy new, nice shirts and extra large, so I go out and buy like a fifth pack of 5 or 6,
hey,
and then rotate
awesome.
those. So I'm
You know
trimming
what?
back down that I
Eat a
can get
dick.
my other shirts again. Okay. Then my rotation will
Mr.
expand a
Goat,
little bit.
you pre-based.
No,
You know?
I appreciate that. And I
I'm
know if you come on the other
pre-based?
show, I have shared this story before, but I had a friend in college who hated doing laundry so much that he would just go buy underwear and T-shirts.
I'm meeting person to
Yeah,
hang.
he'd wear the same jeans, but he'd buy those, he'd just wear them, and then when he was
Alright.
done with you, throw them away.
Yeah, I wouldn't throw them away, but I wouldn't wash them for a while.
Oh.
Right. And he would be playing the same game you would. He would wear it, and then he'd take it off, and he'd cycle through his T-shirts until they became so fucking disgusting, he'd throw them away.
Yeah.
And he hated doing laundry so much, that's just... And he'd be like, well, I have to buy laundry detergent.
Well,
Like, dude, you're a lunatic.
Right. I mean, I don't
That's
wear.
right.
I don't wear. Like the max I'll ever.
I'm annoyed, but
The max I'll
Yeah,
ever
you're
wear is
stunned.
like
Fuck
twice.
you.
Like if I want to wear it the next day around the house or do whatever, and then it's like okay, you can smell the pits a little bit. Now it's going. I'm not like a week in and it just smells like BO. Like I don't
Your
like to be
family's
gross.
gagging.
Right. You walk in the
Can we have dinner without Dad tonight?
I'm sitting outside.
Right. Stinky fucking dog. I mean, I don't. Your glass water glass point brought me a little back in.
Oh, okay.
A little bit. Logan,
right.
do you have anything on this? Are you a piece of shit too?
Let me ask you a question, Brian. Do you fold and put your T-shirts away in a drawer, or do you hang them up in a closet?
Drawer.
Wow. So,
do you not have any space? Like your wife takes all the closet space?
Well, this is a whole nother thing. I don't like to hang up my shirts because I don't like the neck to get too wide and stretch out. So I stopped hanging shirts up because I felt like they stretched out too much.
How big are your hangers?
I mean, just like a normal hanger, but the pressure, the weight of the shirt pulls it down and stretches the neck slightly. I don't want to have a wide
I
neck.
just find out you're tying weights to the bottom of your
Yeah.
shirts.
Just stretching. I like a long shirt.
I don't know why my neck is all wrung out. You look down, there's 5-pound weights tied to the bottom of your
shirt
shirts.
a V-neck now. Yeah.
Okay.
Honestly, it's laziness, and I'll admit that. And I do. It's not that I don't do laundry. I'll do laundry, but my wife doesn't want me to do her clothes because it's very specific how you wash things. Like I'll just take it all and throw it in there and wash it, and she's like, "This shirt needs to be medium cold.
Way too
this
complex
one
for
is
me.
this, all this kind of stuff." So if I do the laundry, I'll leave hers out, do my clothes and the kids' clothes sometimes.
Yeah.
But yeah, then I fold the laundry. I do. I'm coming across as like a guy who doesn't do laundry, but I do laundry.
Yeah, you are. I don't do it very often. I don't do it enough as I should, but I also do gigantic mounds of laundry. It's because of
I
Aaron,
don't do
my
gigantic
wife.
mounds of laundry.
Aaron
She
and I
does.
are on like complete opposite work schedules. Like I won't see her for sometimes
Oh,
12
goddamn
nights in a row,
rats.
12 days, just me and the kids, pretty much.
Fucking rats.
And that laundry
Fuck these rats.
Yeah. It turns into a mountain.
Mount
It
clothes
takes
more.
about 3 hours to go through it. Okay, well, because this fight, it went from an anonymous listener and turned into me and you fighting with each other. I think we have to bring Logan in, and we have to have a ruling here. And I will say, to your benefit, if I'm fucking siding with you in any way, you are saving money on water. So you're doing that. You're saving money on conserving. Yeah, that's what I meant to say. And then conserving detergent. So you do have that in your favor.
I'm a goddamn environmentalist.
Right. You're just saving the world.
Yeah.
Logan, where do you go?
I'm gonna say if you're limited to just putting it on the back of chairs and stuff like that. Okay, but once we brought in the TV, I think that broke the camel's back. So I'm gonna side with put your shit away.
Okay.
What's funny about that is
put it in the laundry. Put it in the laundry.
Put it in the laundry.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take a picture and we'll put it up on the thing. Like there's a closet door, our main door, a TV, and so like sometimes if I have workout clothes during the winter or something, and I've got like pants, sweatshirts, I've got a door that I hang the workout clothes over. so they're separate dirty. They're like actually dirty. Then I have, because I want to wear them again because I don't have very many workout clothes.
Yeah.
So then I have the other door. Sometimes I'll throw
I
a
love
shirt that I'm
rats.
gonna wear tomorrow over that. And then I've got, like,
I
a
just
sweatshirt
like the
over
undead. I
TV.
love the rats.
There's
Well, fuck
when
these
you walk in,
rats.
there's just clothes draped all over. It looks like I did wash and didn't have a dryer, and I'm hang drying everything.
Right.
But they're just half used clothes.
Fuck these rats.
Well, you're wrong.
Looks like a vintage store.
It does. You're going through. It's like a
Why?
Goodwill, but
Are
they
you
haven't put the
hitting
shit
me
away yet.
specifically?
Yeah.
I don't
Smells
get
like a
that.
Goodwill, too. Okay. Well, if you have a
But
petty beef that you want us to talk about, you can send that in. Once again, that email address is
Ow.
heyguys@canyoudon'tpodcast.
Could you not?
We're gonna look at some good news.
Okay.
Do you like good news?
Hashtag,
I love good
could you
news.
not?
Logan does too. Logan.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
Hooray, we aren't doomed.
Fucking love that line. Yeah! And this is really cool. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but do you know rapper J. Cole? Have you heard of him?
I've heard of him,
Okay.
yeah.
Same with me. I know that he is a successful rapper, but J. Cole attends fans' college graduation years after keeping promise to show up to her school ceremony. Her high school ceremony. So he was on a radio show, and this girl called him and was a huge fan, and he said, "Hey, let's meet up afterwards, and whatever, we can talk and we can meet." So it turns out that she has gone through some shit. Her parents, was put up for adoption because her parents are drug and alcohol, users, and lost their kid. So she was going through shit. So J. Cole promised her that if she kept her grades up and graduated from high school, that he would go to her high school graduation. So she did that, and then he went to her high school graduation. And then when he was there, he said that if you graduate from college, I will go to your college graduation.
Wow.
And she worked it all the way through and graduated from college, and J. Cole showed up. And I just love that keeping your word with stuff like that. It's important to me. Like if I say I'm going to do something, unless like there's a fucking like a big reason as to why I didn't do it, I'm gonna do it. Like I'm not gonna. I don't like throwing things around all loosey goosey like that. And it's great to see someone who has won Grammys, and could easily just be like, yeah, I'll be there. And fucking never do it, never see her, talk to her again. But it meant a lot to her. It showed her that people care about her, and when you don't have a household that showed you what it's like to have people keep their word, that's very important to have people like that in your life. So that's really really cool.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know J. Cole, but I know he's a massive star.
Right.
So the idea that he would do something like that is pretty freaking cool.
Yeah.
It makes me think of the Michael Scott's Tots thing.
Oh, when he promised everyone.
Yeah, and then he got him laptop batteries. But it was like, the spirit was there. Like he wanted to help him, but he actually came through.
Mm-hmm.
Did he happen to help her with college or anything, or was it?
I think he just showed up. It didn't say in this article that I have right here if he did any help, but I think she had scholarships and stuff like that.
Oh, okay.
Which I mean, I feel like that's enough.
Yeah.
You don't have to
Get
be
out
like,
of
hey,
there.
if you make it to college, I'm gonna pay for
How's the
everything.
electric bill
I think
away?
just being there,
Now the
being
electric.
a goal on the other side, and then when it happened, putting whatever projects you're doing aside and showing up and doing it. I think it's really cool. So hats off to you, J. Cole.
Do you think she ever thought that he would actually go through with it?
Real
I don't know.
Kazu
Can you imagine,
Gaming.
like she was a superstar, so I'm guessing she holds him very high and would hope that he would do it.
Yes, I am.
Yeah,
because that would have been fucking.
Yes.
If you, oh man, and there's so many celebrities out there that do that. And then they never show up, and it just fucks people up.
She gets her thing, and she's like, no one is there, and she's just waiting for him, and she's looking around, he's not there.
Right. Oh,
so that's good on him.
Terrible. Yeah, good for you. New fan. J. Cole, you got a new fan.
Let's go check out some music.
I know. Gotta go take a listen. And then I'm gonna show you something that is cool on the internet that I found. You ready to do it? Okay. Logan, play the sound.
Feel myself.
The internet is pretty wild. Depending on your browsing habits, you can either experience something super cool or go to prison. Crazy, right? Let's check it out together as a couple. Hey, look what I found.
Yes, that's awesome. So as you can guess, hey, look what I found.
It's about to
is basically
fall
just
down?
things that we found online.
All
They don't
good.
fit in the other segments. Not articles.
It's
typically
about to
products,
be
sometimes
bad
just
over
dumb,
here.
funny videos. But this week is actually helpful website.
Oh,
and it's called
Removed.
10-minute mail.
Removed.
So you know when
Oh,
you're
I might-
signing up for
I
different
might be able to
dumb
save
streaming
myself.
services or trying to get account
Oh,
verified,
shit.
and you don't want to give these
Removed.
guys your actual email address, you know they're going to spam you for the next 400 years.
Poison.
10-minute
God
mail,
damn it.
10minutemail.com will give you a temporary email address, and then you can access
Fuck
the
you.
inbox. So you go to 10-minute mail, you copy this email address, go over to
Alright.
whatever it is that you're doing. You're like, I'm doing this one time. I'm never coming back. You do that, and then once you send it off, the inbox thing will light up and say you have mail. You click on it, you go in, verify your email address, and then away you go.
That's amazing.
I know.
And you don't have to go in and create a fake email account.
Right. So this will just set it up. It's just a jumble of letters and bullshit, and allows you to verify your account and move on with your life. I thought that was so helpful and super cool.
Could you do that with, let's say you're trying to get a promo code,
knew
that
it.
you're out of.
I mean, maybe I haven't
Accept
tried
the
it.
Just
damage
getting
and
coupon
move
after
on.
coupon after coupon.
Then you have to go buy
His
shit,
life.
'cause they're not gonna let you combine
His
it.
old life.
So I guess if you
Now
want
it's
to buy
new life.
600 white packs or 6 packs of white T-shirts like you do, then maybe this will help you.
Save $20 on 200 shirts. It's a steal. I won't have to do laundry for a year.
$15 on 400 T-shirts.
Yeah.
Just spent $4,000 on T-shirts.
What's the most you've ever spent on a shirt?
On a shirt?
Yeah.
I don't know. A dress shirt, so maybe 100 and something bucks. Cool. What? Did you just throw up? No, but it's like a nice dress shirt.
No, go with a T-shirt.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking.
$25.
Yeah.
Something like that, $25-$30. Maybe if you're at a concert, $40.
Oh, yeah.
Because they upcharge them $1 billion.
I've spent so much money on concert shirts.
Mm-hmm.
When you're at the concert and you see a shirt, like you go to the ATM.
You're like, I got you.
Yeah.
I got to have that shirt.
And then I never wear it. It's sitting in a box somewhere.
It's hanging on a TV somewhere.
I have
You're a
probably
monster.
50 band shirts that I just don't wear anymore that are in a tote right now. That someone's like, want you to get that woven into a blanket.
Okay.
I'm like, what if I want to wear it?
Yeah.
Well, you haven't worn it in 20 years. I might want to.
And if it's a blanket, I can't wear it.
That's right.
So you're taking away my options.
I could wear one band shirt and show off one band shirt, or I could wear the blanket around and show off like 10,
all the band
15.
shirts. Yeah,
maybe.
Yeah. So if you want to sign up for anything and just beat the spam, head over to 10minutemail.com. I just thought that was super
fantastic.
cool.
Good on them. Good for them.
So good job, smart programming guy. That's way cooler than anything I've ever done.
Isn't it amazing what people think of?
Yeah.
Because we know we've had that conversation, like, oh, I'm sick of, doing blah, blah, blah. And someone's like, I have a brain.
Right.
I could figure
I have a
this
brain
out.
and some fingers.
Yeah.
Let me tap my way to
And
success.
some motivation.
Right. It's all things I don't have.
No, that's what I call
Brain,
game
fingers,
of
and
volume
So
motivation.
many things I could have been a billionaire if I would have just gotten off the couch. When you're like at night when I sleep, I'll think of an idea for a video or something, and I have to think like, is this worth opening my eyes and risk not going back to sleep?
Yeah.
I have to have that process. Is this funny enough for me to open my eyes and lose sleep?
And the answer is
Yeah, that
Depends.
was really
Depends
cool.
on it. Yeah.
Well, before we wrap up the show today, I have a surprise for you.
Oh.
Because you've never done any podcast ever.
Okay.
And you really loved the knife that I have in my pocket. So
Find something to listen to. What can we listen to? Oh, I know. Scared to Death. We haven't listened to that in a minute. Hot minute.
Why do I care so much what people think about me? I think I'm gay.
Cool.
Scared to Death is explicit in every way. Please take care while listening.
Okay, here we go. On November 5th,
I love that
1975,
immediately. It's like, I think
22-year-old
I'm
Travis
gay.
Walton's
It's
life
like,
changed
that's
forever. Travis was working
It's
in the
supposed to be
Apache
about
Graves National Forest
free
near the small
therapy and
6,000
stuff like
person
that.
town of Snowflake, Arizona, when he went missing for 5 days. Police searched for him with helicopters and scent dogs. His coworkers ended up even being accused of murder when they couldn't find him. But then Travis reappeared roughly 30 miles away on the side of the road near the 1,000-person unincorporated community of Heber, Arizona, now Heber Overgard. He and his coworkers claimed he had been abducted by aliens. The group said they encountered a saucer-shaped object hovering over the ground the day Travis disappeared. When Travis left the truck and approached the flying object, a beam of light shot out and knocked him unconscious. The other 6 men drove away in fear. When they came back later, Travis was gone. Travis said after the beam of light knocked him out, he woke up in a hospital-like room where 3 humanoid creatures were observing him, fought with them before a human-looking figure led him into another room. Then 3 other human-looking figures put a clear plastic mask over his face, causing him to black out. And then initially, Travis had no other memories until he woke up 5 days later on the highway and saw the flying saucer departing above him.
Whoa.
National Enquirer would award Travis a $5,000 prize for Best UFO Case of the Year after he passed polygraphs from the Enquirer and the Aerial Phenomena Research Organization, APRO. In fact, all of Travis's coworkers except one passed polygraphs. The one who didn't pass just had an inconclusive test. In 1978, Travis wrote a book called The Walton Experience, which became the basis for the 1993 film Fire in the Sky. Travis would tell a journalist for the Phoenix News-Times in 1993, "My way of handling the abduction has been to kind of push this thing into the background. For a long time, I wouldn't talk about it with the media. We never discussed it around the house." Skeptics think his whole story was nothing more than a hoax done for money. Noted UFO researcher and skeptic Philip J. Klass even publicly attacked Travis's story. To this day, Travis's family and the remaining living witnesses insist that the story is 100% true. There may even be evidence to prove some of what happened on the night of November 5th, 1975. Time now for the tale of the alien abduction of Travis Walton.
I can believe it.
November 5th, 1975 was a Wednesday and a normal work day.
Look,
Travis
if you
Walton
guys
wrote
are
in his book,
brushing,
there
but
was nothing in the sunny fall morning to foreshadow the tremendous
what that commercial had was the woman was brushing her teeth and she's like, "I think I'm gay." It's like, yeah, I mean, you can have those thoughts, but you could also just be like, you're a 24-year-old looking woman. She looks like she's 24 to 30. Like, I think you would have found that out earlier in life. Not trying to be rude, but I just feel like you should really explore who you are.
The tremendous fear, shock, and confusion we would all be feeling as darkness
Should
fell.
really.
The group was working a job called the Turkey Springs Tree Thinning Contract. On the 5th, they were cutting a fuel reduction strip up the
I
crest
feel
of a
sad
ridge
for
in the
her,
Apache
is what I'm
Graves National
saying.
Forest.
And also
According to
that
Travis,
that
fuel
didn't
reduction
load.
is the process
It's
of cutting
crazy.
the thinning slash into
I was
lengths
just trying
and
to
piling it up to be
say
burned
my
in the wet
piece.
season, just to help cut down on forest fires.
Of course.
Mike Rogers was the oldest of the group and the boss. He'd been working contracts for the U.S. Forest Service for 9 years. Turkey Springs was the best contract he'd been awarded and the highest price per acre he'd ever received. Travis Walton, Alan Dallas, and John Goulet were all cutting trees, while Dwayne Smith, Kenneth Peterson, and Steve Pierce were following the cutters and piling up branches as they made their way up the strip. Most of the men had personal connections outside of work. Travis was dating Dana, Mike's sister. John Goulet was Travis's brother-in-law. Dwayne Smith and Alan Dallas were John's friends, and Alan was known for his troubled past and tendency to start fights. The men worked per usual until 6 p.m. that day before packing up their tools into a truck and piling inside for the long drive home. Mike Rogers drove. Travis sat in the passenger seat. They were driving by 6:10 p.m. and expected to be home by 7:30. The men in the back smoked while Mike drove, and everyone made jokes about how the old truck was clunking along on the uneven roads. Travis wrote, "Just then, my eye was caught by a light coming to the trees on the right, 100 yards ahead. I idly assumed that the glow was the sun going down in the west. Then it occurred to me that the sun had set a half hour ago.
Wow.
Curious, I thought it might be the light of some hunters camped there. Headlights, maybe a
Oh,
fire.
fucking
Some of the guys must have
unfortunate.
caught sight of it
Awesome.
too because the men on the right side of the truck had fallen silent. My eyes strained to make sense of the glimmering through the dense strand of trees blocking our vision. From my open window, I could see the yellowish brilliance washing across our path onto the road another 40 yards ahead. Intrigued, I was impatient to get past the intervening pines. Mike wanted to know what they were seeing. Dwayne said, "I don't know, but it looked like a crashed plane hanging in a tree." Mike now drove to where they could have an unobstructed view. When they got that, John called out for him to stop the truck.
Oh, yeah.
Travis jumped out to get a closer look.
No, I'm not saying.
According to Mike, he was out before
I'm
the
saying,
truck even stopped moving.
if you find out that
Travis
you're gay,
described what they now all
awesome.
saw in his book.
That's
There,
pretty cool.
A mere 20 feet
That's
above
cool.
the ground, a strange golden disc hovered silently. The craft was stationary,
That's
hovering
fucking
well below
not
the treetops
cool,
near the crest of the
game.
ridge.
That's
the
not
hard mechanical
fucking
precision of the
cool.
luminous vehicle was in sharp contrast to the primitive ruggedness of the dark surroundings. Its edges were clearly defined. The golden machine was starkly outlined against the deepening blue of the clear evening sky. I estimated the object to have an
I'm
overall
done with the
diameter of
funny.
15 or 20
No,
feet.
I just.
It was 8 or 10 feet thick.
What I'm saying
The
is, you
flattened
can
disc
you
had
can
a shape
find it
like
out
that of two gigantic
whenever, man.
pie pans placed lip to lip with a small round bowl turned upside down on the top. Barely visible at
Wow.
our angle of sight, the white
How
dome
fun!
peeked
Thank
over the upper
you,
outline of
thank
the
you
ship.
so much.
We
I
could see
really
darker
appreciate
stripes of a dull
it.
silver sheen that divided the glowing areas into
Man, that's so
panel-like sections.
cool. You know
The dim
that
yellowish
was so
light given off by
cool.
the surface
You know
had
what?
the
I
luster of hot
don't
metal,
fucking
fresh from a blast
trust
surface.
this fucking game.
Surface. There were no visible antenna or protrusions of any kind. Nothing that resembled a hatch, ports, or window-like structures could be seen. There was no motion and no sound from the craft. It appeared to be dead in the air. Turning back to that impelling spectacle in the air, I was suddenly seized with the urgency to see the craft at close range. The men asked him what he was doing, but Travis approached the object despite their protests. Travis hesitated for a moment, wondering if this was a good idea. He then reassured himself that he wouldn't get too close and would walk away after just a moment. He stopped about 6 feet away from the craft. He was filled with a tremendous sense of awe and curiosity. He could hear a low humming and a high-pitched beeping coming from the ship. Mike called out for him to come back, breaking Travis's attention for a moment. When Travis turned back, he was surprised by a powerful, thunderous swell in the volume of the vibrations from the craft. To Travis, it sounded like multiple turbine generators all starting up at once. Then the saucer began wobbling on its axis like a top. Travis wrote, "I ducked into a crouch when a tremendously bright blue-green ray shot from the bottom of the craft. I saw and heard
Everybody's
nothing.
different.
All I felt was the numbing force of a blow that felt like a high-voltage electrocution. The intense bolt made a sharp cracking or popping sound. The stunning concussion of the foot-wide beam struck me full in the head and chest. My mind sank quickly into unfeeling blackness." According to the crew, Travis arched his back,
No damage.
outstretched his limbs.
Again.
He was lifted off the
Because
ground,
I have been
went flying
cursed.
back 10 feet and landed on his shoulder. Mike immediately drove off, speeding down the dangerous road erratically. They were terrified that the ship would follow them, but it never did. Mike admitted years later in a 2022 Discovery Channel documentary that he took off in a blind panic. He was terrified, then stopped a quarter mile down the road. He said he began crying and panicking. He considered Travis a good friend. He was still terrified, but he knew he had to go back for him. Some of the other men also wanted to go back for Travis, but others didn't. Mike suggested they make a fire for some of them to wait by while the others went back for Travis. As Mike was setting up the fire, he swore he saw the golden disc rise above the trees and fly off at an impossible speed. Now they all decided they should go back and look for Travis, but he was gone. They made it back to and searched the area and called out Travis's name, but received no response. It was as if he'd never been there. There were no strange objects left behind, no disturbances in the ground, no burns from the beam of light. Now they decided to turn back around, drive towards home, and tell the police. Meanwhile, Travis woke up in unbearable pain. He was lying on his back on some kind of table. He felt like he'd been burned. His mouth was dry and filled with metallic taste. He felt weak and sick. When he focused his vision, he saw a rectangle-shaped light above him. It looked like the ceiling was triangle-shaped. At first he thought he was in a hospital, but noticed that he was still wearing his work clothes. Something cool and smooth then touched his chest. "A strange device curved across my body," he said. "It was about 4 or 5 inches thick, and I could feel that it extended from my armpits to a few inches above my belt. It curved down to the middle of each side of my ribcage. It appeared to be made of a shiny dark gray metal or plastic." Travis looked up and saw 3 blurry figures that looked like doctors. They wore white masks, caps, and orange gowns. Suddenly, Travis's blurry vision cleared. "I was looking squarely into the face of a horrible creature," he said. "It looked steadily back at me with huge, luminous eyes the size of quarters." Travis hit the creature closest to him. It felt soft and spongy, more fat than muscle. Despite his weakened state, the creature fell backwards. Travis managed to stand up, which knocked the metal device on him to the floor. The metal device emitted beams of green light now. Thankfully, Travis wasn't connected to any wires or tubes. He was so weak he could barely move. The three humanoids reached for him. Travis grabbed a grass-like cylinder tube as a weapon, shouted at the humanoids to keep back. He provided a detailed description of the humanoids in his book. He said, they stood still, mutely. They were a little under 5 feet in height. They had a basic humanoid form, 2 legs, 2 arms, hands with 5 digits each, and a head with a normal human arrangement of features. But beyond the outline, any similarity to humans was terrifyingly absent. Their thin bones were covered with white, marshmallowy looking flesh. They had on single-piece overall or coverall type suits made of soft suede-like material, orangish brown in color. I could not see any grain in the material such as cloth has. In fact, their clothes did not appear to have any seams. I saw no buttons, zippers, or snaps. They wore no belts. The loose, billowy garments were gathered at the wrists and perhaps the ankles. They didn't have any kind of raised collar at the neck. They wore simple pinkish tan footwear. I could not make out the details of their shoes, but they had very small feet.
You're about to be done with the funny.
I noticed they had no fingernails. Their hands were small, delicate, without hair. Their thin, round fingers looked soft and unwrinkled. Their smooth skin was so pale, it looked chalky like ivory.
Point. When going through Metamorphosis, you tend to know what you're attracted to from the get-go. Or, I don't know, I'm trying to make sense of this situation, but I guess everyone is different. Yeah, everyone is different.
Lying close to their heads on either side were tiny crinkled lobes of ears. Their miniature rounded noses had small oval nostrils. The only facial feature that didn't appear underdeveloped were those incredible eyes. Those glistening orbs had brown irises twice the size of those of a normal human's eye, nearly an inch in diameter. The iris was so large that even parts of the pupils were hidden by the lids, giving the eyes a certain cat-like appearance. There was very little of the whitest part of the eyes showing. They had no lashes, no eyebrows. Travis was going to attempt a second attack, but the creatures abruptly left the room. And then Travis collapsed on a bench. He observed his surroundings and saw what looked like medical tools on a tray, but couldn't recognize any of them. He saw a hallway outside the door and a narrow hallway to his right. He pulled himself off the bench, headed out of his room, and turned left. The hallway curved left before him, then right. He saw a room but was too scared to look inside. As Travis sluggedly walked away, he noticed how humid the air was. He felt like he couldn't take in a full breath. He found a doorway that led to a round room with a domed ceiling. There were 3 doorways within the room, which was empty except for one chair facing away from him. Travis made his way to the room.
God
he noticed that the closer he got to the chair, the darker the room got. He stepped back and forward and noticed the change, writing, "The closer I got to it, the darker the room became. Small points of light became visible on or through the walls, even the floor. I stepped back and the effect diminished. I stepped forward and increased again, the points of light becoming brighter in contrast to the darkening background. It was like the stars coming into view in the evening, only much faster. The matte gray of the metal wall just faded out to be replaced by the glinting speckled deep black of space. The chair had controls on it. The left side had a lever, the right side had a small screen with black lines and buttons. Travis pushed one of the buttons, nothing happened. He pushed another, and the lines on the screen moved. Another button, and the lines moved again.
Mercenary
Travis
becomes
sat down and pulled the lever,
exhausted.
saw that the stars all moved downward. He took his hand off, and they stopped moving.
Wow.
Travis walked to the other side of the room, and the lights came back on. He went to one of the doors, but couldn't.
Wow. Wow. Just. Wow, game. Man, game. So cool. Lose if any of the mercenaries becomes exhausted. Awesome. Thanks, game. Man. Wow, game. Look, if I don't finish this tonight, I'm just gonna keep looking. It's just gonna be on my map, and I'm not gonna fucking want to finish it. If I don't do it now, I'm not gonna want to finish it. Fucking cocksucker. God damn it. Oh well.
Figure out how to open it. He went back to the chair to look at the buttons again and heard a noise. What looked like another human stood in the doorway now. A tall, muscular man wearing a helmet.
Ooh,
he wore a tight blue suit, black boots, and a black belt. Travis ran to the man, asked him questions, but he stood silently. He took Travis by the arm, led him down a hallway. They paused in a metal cubicle-like room for a few minutes. The man, or whatever he really was, refused to speak to Travis. Another doorway now opened, bringing in fresh spring-like air. Travis and his captor descended a ramp into a huge room. Travis described it in detail, saying, "The ceiling was sectioned into alternating rectangles of dark metal and those that gave off light. The ceiling itself curved down to form one of the larger walls in the room. The room was shaped like 1/4 of a cylinder laid on its side. There were other UFOs in this room, and they seemed to walk out of the ship Travis had been taken board on to get to this room. Had they flown into another larger spaceship?" Travis said the outside of the craft we had just left was shaped like the one we had seen in the woods, but was much larger, about 60 feet in diameter and 16 feet high. It did not emit light. Instead, it had a surface of shiny brushed metal luster. It seemed to radiate a faint heat from its hull. The craft either sat flat on its bottom or, if it had legs, they were only a few inches high. It sat nearly in the middle of a large room. On my left, towards one end of this large room, there were 2 or 3 oval-shaped saucers, reflecting light like highly polished chrome. I could see 2 of them very clearly in a silvery reflection that could have been another shiny rounded craft. They were about 40 or 45 feet in diameter, quite a bit smaller than the angular vehicle I had just come out of. I saw no projections or breaks in the smooth, shiny, flattened spheres. They sat on very rounded bottoms, and I could not see how they balanced that way. Travis and his human-ish captor crossed the massive room through another doorway into a wide hallway. At the end of the hallway was a pair of double doors that led to a square white room with a table and a chair. 2 other human-looking figures awaited them, a man and a woman standing around the table in blue uniforms, but not wearing helmets. The man was muscular. The woman had, as Travis described, a perfect body. They had clear skin with without freckles, blemishes, scars, or wrinkles. All the human-looking figures looked very much alike, but not quite identical. Travis asked, "Would somebody please tell me where I am? What the hell is going on? What is this place?" They didn't answer. One man and the woman now approached him and took him by the arm. They lifted him onto the table as if he weighed nothing. When he resisted, they effortlessly pushed him back down. The woman then pulled out what looked like an oxygen mask with a small black sphere attached. She pressed it against Travis's face, and he quickly blacked out. Back on Earth, Travis's friends and the logging crew were finding a phone at the substation, having finally gotten off the dirt road. They called the local sheriff's department. Sheriff's Deputy Chuck Ellison responded to the call. Ellison, when he arrived, smelled the men for signs of marijuana and alcohol use. They appeared to be sober. He spoke to each of them alone, and they all gave the same story. Travis had been abducted by a UFO. Ellison called in Sheriff Marlon
Almost
Gillespie
wearing
to see
a
what he thought
helmet.
of all this.
It's just
Gillespie
Gronk.
also looked for signs of alcohol use.
Gronk the
He told
Barbarian.
Mike that he'd have to go back to where Travis went missing. And 2 volunteers
Oh
needed
my
to go with
god.
him.
Oh,
Mike, Allen,
thank you
Kenny
so
went back
much
to the
for
forest
the
with Sheriff Gillespie.
ridiculous amount of
Gillespie
damage
couldn't
that
find
you
any
shouldn't
burns,
be doing.
footprints, or signs that an aircraft had touched down at the work site.
Jackass.
Gillespie then told the group they had to wait until morning to form an official search
Man,
party.
this.
The Sheriff's Department first had to inform Travis's
Oh,
family that he was
poison.
missing. According to Travis's older brother Don, after his mom was called by the sheriff, she came to his house crying hysterically, saying, "They got him! They got him!" Dana, Travis's girlfriend, was shocked and scared. She wasn't sure if she believed that Travis had been abducted, but the men genuinely seemed like they were telling the truth. They seemed truly traumatized by what they saw. On November 6th, news of Travis's abduction made its way to the local papers. Now all kinds of people were debating whether they believed the story or not. The town marshal thought the Waltons orchestrated the whole scenario, and the crew didn't know about it. The local police thought Travis was a troublemaker because he'd once been arrested for a traffic violation as a teen and then escaped through a ventilator. Travis said he just wanted to prank the police. In another incident, Travis received a 2-year suspended sentence for forgery. And some of the Waltons had spoken about wanting to be picked up by flying saucers before. One anonymous woman reported that Travis came up to her before his disappearance with a story about being chased by a flying saucer. Was he laying down groundwork for a bogus future abduction claim, or had he truly been encountering extraterrestrials leading to a genuine abduction? Travis's brother Dwayne admitted that he and Travis had a pact that if one of them were ever to be taken onto a UFO, they would come back for the other person. Dwayne later told the Arizona Republic that they may have seen 12 to 14 UFOs over the past dozen years. 5 or 6 were just as definite as anything you could imagine, he said. Lies? Or, again, had extraterrestrials been monitoring the Waltons? Was the abduction a planned event years in the making? The sheriff's department started searching for Travis the day after he went missing on the 6th. They brought helicopters, dogs, volunteers into the forest. Shortly into the search, the police started to think that the crew got into a fight with Travis and killed him.
Can't have these
Or
things
maybe it had
coming
been
in.
an accident with a chainsaw, and fearing being held responsible in some way, they hid his body. The police quickly looked to Mike for answers he didn't have. According to John Gillette, a deputy told him, "If you tell us where the body is, we can all go home." Regional law enforcement headquarters in
You silly
Albuquerque soon
goose.
sent a man with a Geiger counter to the site, used to measure radiation. It seems that they were at least somewhat open to the remote possibility that a UFO was involved in Travis's appearance. Don Walton said years later he saw the Geiger counter in action. He said he witnessed the counter spike, indicating a high level of radiation at the UFO site. In fact, he said the needle went off the scale. This would be the only physical evidence that something very unusual had happened in the area. On November 7th, the following day, the search continued. The story now spread to international news outlets. Reporters from all over were swarming the town now to try and get more information. Some people described as plainclothes government employees showed up and joined the search party. Men in suits and sunglasses reportedly
dead.
began to follow
Leave me
some of the
alone.
crew around town. Men in black, perhaps? By November 8th, the sheriff's department started treating the
Leave me
case as a
alone.
homicide. They had ruled their suspects down to Alan and John. They learned that Alan and Travis had recently gotten into a fight, and that Alan wasn't fond of Mike or Travis. Don Walton now accused Alan of murdering Travis. Sheriff Gillespie even tried to talk Alan into making a confession. And the sheriff's department asked all the men who worked with Travis when he disappeared to submit to a polygraph test. On November 10th, the crew showed up at the courthouse, terrified they'd all fail their lie detector tests and be arrested. Everyone answered questions for 2 hours. 5 out of 6 passed. Alan passed the first 2 times, but was inconclusive on the 3rd try because he got frustrated and pulled loose from the machine. Law enforcement working the case were stunned. The DPS polygraph operator was, quote, convinced they did see something they described as a UFO. Hours after this, Travis returned to Earth, or at least returned from wherever he'd been. Travis woke up laying on the side of the road. He wrote, "Consciousness returned to me on the night I woke to find myself on the cold pavement west of Heber. I was lying on my stomach, my head on my right forearm. Cold air brought me instantly awake. I looked up in time to see a light turn off at the bottom of a curved, gleaming hole. As I raised my head up, a white light caught my eye just before it blinked off. Either a light had been turned off or a hatch had been closed, cutting off light from inside. I only caught a glimpse as I raised my head. I could not be sure which it was." Travis now saw a silver disc hovering above the road, about 40 feet across. It hovered, then shot vertically into the sky, departing silently.
Get out of here,
Travis now
rats.
stood up on shaky legs. He recognized where he was. The road would lead him into town, so he started walking.
So tired of
He
these
stopped at a
fucking
building across
rats.
from the Union 76 service station, but nobody answered. He found telephone booths at an Exxon, called his sister. Travis's brother-in-law, Grant Neff, answered. It was late the evening of Monday, November 10th. Travis said on the phone, "This is Travis Walton. I need help and I'm hurting. Get Dwayne down here." Then he added, "They brought me back. I'm out here in Heber. Please get somebody to come and get me." Grant thought it was a prank call, but Travis insisted it was him. Grant agreed to drive 33 miles to pick him up, brought Travis's brother Dwayne with him. Travis was found crumpled on the floor of the phone booth when they arrived. Travis tried to tell Dwayne and Grant what had happened. They didn't seem like they believed him. Travis thought he'd only been gone for a few hours, but Dwayne said he'd been gone for 5 days. Travis felt his face, noticed that his beard had grown out as if he'd gone multiple days without shaving. Dwayne and Grant first took him home. Travis said he was hungry, ate something, but then complained of feeling nauseous. Travis's family kept his return a secret for as long as they could, because they didn't think he was stable enough yet to talk to police. Dwayne would act as Travis's public spokesman for the first few days. Dwayne called the sheriff's office to inform them they found Travis and were taking him to a hospital because he seemed confused. Once at the hospital, Travis reported head and chest pain. Dwayne called Sheriff Gillespie, personally offered to set up a meeting if Gillespie would travel to Phoenix alone without camera or tape recorder. Dwayne also reached out to Jim Lorenzen.
I'm so sick of these motherfucking rats in this motherfucking
Dwayne snuck
game.
him out of town to a hotel in Phoenix.
They're cute.
Travis explained what happened to the doctors. His blood and urine were run through the county
They're
medical
cute
examiner's
little rats.
drug screen. Detected no traces
They're
of any
just
drugs.
little bastards,
On
all
November
of them.
14th, Travis met with Dr. James Harder from APRO to undergo regressive hypnosis. It did not work to uncover new memories, but it helped him articulate what he did remember. Travis failed to show up at the DPS office in Phoenix on November 14th for his polygraph. Dr. Harder issued a statement on the 14th, same day. The case of the UFO encounter experienced by Travis Walton is being investigated by APRO.
You are
Medical tests and
assholes.
examinations have been conducted by physicians associated with APRO.
Alright.
It is APRO's opinion that Travis has been through a severe shock and has been shaken by the episode. He's been advised by doctors to rest before submitting to any further examinations pursuant to the investigation. The wide range of scientific tests and the investigation planned by this organization at the request of Travis Walton are likely to take 5 or 6 weeks. Following the publication today of a statement by Navajo County Sheriff Marlon Gillespie that he doesn't believe Walton's story, Travis has declined for the present to take the polygraph test arranged by the sheriff. Only when Travis left the Phoenix Hotel did he agree to do his first interviews. February 7th, 1976, Travis and Dwayne both took polygraphs now and both passed. By this point, the story was an international sensation, a story that most didn't seem to believe. The whole crew were accused of being con men. Steve Pierce said they couldn't walk through town without getting a bunch of dirty looks. John Gillette actually moved and left town over the backlash. Philip Klass wrote about the case in his book, UFOs the Public Deceived. He wrote that some members of Travis's family were obsessed with UFOs, had often talked about being abducted before Travis's disappearance. People in Snowflake were confused when no one in Travis's family seemed very upset that he vanished. Travis's older brother Dwayne even said that he was probably lost in space while he was gone. According to Klass, Walton's boss Mike Rogers was behind schedule on his logging contract and wanted to use the UFO incident as a way to get out of it. But Travis claimed that the work was 80% complete when he disappeared, and they were on pace to finish it on time. Also, that another crew had to go in and finish the job when he disappeared, and they lost their money. So it made no sense for them to try and get out of it. Mike Rogers called Klass's theory, quote, bullshit. There were several pieces of evidence to support Travis's story, mainly his physical condition when he was found. He'd lost 10 pounds, was severely dehydrated, and his clothing was disheveled. APRO doctors found no ketones in his urine, which means his body didn't start using his fat stores for fuel. Somehow Travis got enough nutrients in his system to survive 5 days in the forest with no food, clean water, or camping gear. APRO also found evidence of increased UFO activity in Arizona in the fall of '75. Additionally, 6 witnesses all gave the same story and all passed a polygraph. Dr. Harder told Travis that the polygraph evidence would have been enough to get a person convicted of murder in a different case. Could this actually have happened? In 2014, Ben Hansen, a documentary producer and UFO researcher, met Travis at the site to talk about the abduction. They found tree stumps from 1975, based on tree rings, and saw that the rings on the side facing the clearing were spaced out further, meaning there was more growth on just that side that year.
Just chill, man.
Were growing more on the side that allegedly faced the mysterious aircraft. Did radiation affect the trees and cause this mutation?
Sam and Max.
Hansen referenced nature studies from post-Chernobyl. It's
Sam and Max. If you hit, if you type in Max, you'll get a Sam and Max quote. If you hit Sam, you'll get.
Testing found a higher concentration of iron and other ferrous material than control samples from soil further away in the same area. Ferrous materials may indicate that something with a large magnetic field was pulling particles up from the ground. Alan Dallas passed away in 2010. Dwayne Smith passed away in 2018. Today, the surviving crew members are disappointed that those other 2 men didn't live long enough to see how many people believe their story now. In 2022, Travis told Discovery Channel producers, aliens exist. We're not alone in the universe.
Look,
I think
it's a
people
cute
need to
chimera.
realize that is a reality here. Every one of the crewmen has stood by the story of what happened throughout their lives. Some of them are no longer with us. They've had the courage to stand up to the naysayers, and they endured that from the beginning, even before I was returned. Other living witnesses also recently addressed skeptics. John said, "It's always going to be there. Sometimes it bothers me a lot, but it did happen. Why did it happen? Why was it us?" Mike said, for everybody was affected differently. It greatly affected my life, for the better, I think. And finally, Steve said, "I lived it and it's still hard to believe. I've been called a liar so many times, I'm just used to it now, I guess. It doesn't really bother me. If you believe it, you believe it. If you don't, you don't. It was real. It was real that day." Was Travis Walton truly abducted and experimented on for 5 days in 1975? Why? What did they want? And why haven't they been back? Or have they? Or are they coming back any day now? Maybe looking for you this time, maybe looking for me.
No, they're not looking for me. They don't like sassy girls. It's gonna be my defense mechanism. I'll just sass them.
I got a few pictures if you want before questions on this one.
Okay.
This first one, old DVD cover artwork for the movie based on Travis's claims, Fire in the Sky.
Oh, I think I do remember that. When did it come out?
1993.
Okay, I was 10. Seems familiar.
Yeah, it's kind of an iconic movie poster kind of image too.
And maybe that's all I really recognize.
Our friend actually that you love, Doug Millard.
Yeah.
This story freaked him out. Like he still is scared. It messed him up when he saw it as a kid, and he's never quite gotten over it.
Because aliens are terrifying.
Another picture. This is Travis Walton, circa 1975, year of the abduction.
Hey, he's cute.
Yeah, well, he's got his big chainsaw and his hard hat there. I love that you can find a picture.
Chainsaw?
It was beneath him on the ground.
I don't see it.
His, you can find a picture of my dad looking almost
I
identical
do
to
hope
that,
you get the
same
job.
year.
I believe
you
in
look
you.
like your dad, and I think you're hot.
Well, that's
so.
nice. Here's Travis in 2019, so more recent photo.
Oh,
well, he's a little older.
Well,
Quite a bit older.
Maybe it's time to get rid of the stash.
The signature stash. And then this last picture, what some of the aliens who examined Travis may have looked like based on his depiction.
I mean,
Those eyes.
I don't know where we get this idea that that's what aliens look like, but that is always what I think. I mean, I don't know if it's just like we've absorbed this from movie posters and TV shows and blah blah blah, but I always think of that grayish, marshmallowy. I thought that was a great description.
Yeah.
I always
So
hated
sorry,
that
we
description.
had lunch about.
Yeah, it's messing you up over there. I
Woo!
noticed.
Well, because we had Greek food and the garlic is I am. Burps McGee.
Oh, burpee.
I know. Oh, I hate a burpee.
Well, maybe like
I believe in your heart. I know you can do it.
Digest further.
And, well, I feel like talking would help because then I would be getting air out.
Okay, get some air out.
It's nonsense. You have to take air. You have to take air in order to talk. No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Okay, this is such a random note, but it's so wild, cool, and interesting that in every like sci-fi movie,
Yeah.
they really go hard on the no zippers, no buttons,
Oh yeah.
snaps. Like it's such a. I'm like, how do you think these people get dressed?
Magic.
But why is that is such an uber specific thing to the sci-fi genre.
I hate
I've
you.
looked at enough like sci-fi stuff, and then just watching those movies, it's like, why are we pretending like they don't have these things?
They have it's just so well done. They've had so many more centuries
Whatever.
to refine it, or they're so advanced that you just can't see them.
Oh,
It's just like invisible seams.
okay.
Whatever. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter, I don't care. Who cares? Who gives a shit? Who cares? I guess I'll never do that quest. Sweet. It was right at the end, and then it all went to shit. I'm not wasting my fucking time with that. Fuck that shit. No. No, you know what? You're right, Gloomhaven. Huh? Hey! Oh, okay. You made them pay. They took your home, your parents, your village, your life. Your silence may have saved you, but it was your actions that set you free, leaving you to realize that you cannot resolve another to the same fate. After saying goodbye to your fellow mercenaries, you head to Gloomhaven's wilds. Another warrior will have to fight alongside your friends. You have to stop the vermlings for good. Hey, now it's retirement. Damn. Hell yeah. Enchantment point. Alright. Sun earring design. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. What should I name her? What should I name her? What do you guys think? What are you guys feeling?
Okay. Well, while you were telling this story,
What do you
there was
guys
a
think
very
her
bizarre
name should
shadow
be?
that happened over here, behind that camera, where I got really hyper focused on it for several minutes, and then I blinked really hard, and it felt like I felt like I missed like an hour of time. It was the weirdest feeling. I'm like, what just happened right now? I know. I was like, the aliens are here.
What do you guys think? Help me out.
If I was abducted by aliens, and I was talking to them, trying to ask them where I was, and they didn't talk to me, that alone would make me go insane.
Yeah, they stared at you quietly.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Probably because their voices maybe don't match up.
Jeanette.
Maybe they don't have voices.
Jeanette it
Maybe they
is.
communicate telepathically.
Be-doo, be-doo.
Maybe they do that.
That's what I think. And I thought that it made so much sense that the investigator started to think that Travis's friends killed him. I mean, wouldn't that be the natural thing? And then he's back from the dead.
If these guys are all saying like, "Oh, yeah, aliens got him," and they're like, "Huh, so interesting. So you guys were the last people to see him alive, and aliens got him. Okay."
I know. Good luck telling that to cops.
Oh my God.
I don't know where my wife is. I feel like aliens maybe got her. No way.
True.
Last thing, kind of a bizarre thing that like his whole family was into this.
I know.
Alien thing. That is the only thread of like.
And I go back and forth with that one because you can take it, like I said, one of two ways.
Yeah.
You can take it like, well, yeah, you guys just, planned this. You wanted so badly to be known for seeing aliens because you wanted to see aliens so bad.
Right. You wanted it to be real.
Yeah, you wanted it to be real that you decided to pull off some crazy hoax. Or you can interpret it as aliens really were observing this family, which led to his abduction.
Or they just, are
God
weirdos,
damn it.
And they have
it's all coincidence.
Wait.
Right, and they just like have this belief.
I know there's
being
more
like, their
characters.
grandfather was into it, and then it's just
Quit
some sort of
doing
like
this.
family thing that get passed down. It's like, oh
I
yeah,
fucking-
there he goes again
You
about
are
the aliens.
you are annoying
And
me,
then-
Dave.
But he's gone. I know that is such a weird reaction when you said that the first time there were two different family members that said like they got him, or it's like, wow, you were like waiting for this. I don't know, maybe they were kind of hopeful that at some point one of them would get taken, because when you believe something that no one else can other people don't believe or question, you're just waiting for some proof. So I bet in some ways they were like, ha we were right.
Yep.
Yeah. So cool.
Yeah, very, very documented. I mean, again, there's lots of skeptics, but I would say, I can't think since there was in the late 40s and the 50s, there was an explosion of UFO incidents, and then it kind of quieted down.
I hate these personal
But
quests because they suck.
1975, since this happened to the present, I can't think of a more documented supposed alien abduction claim.
I mean, there is one that you haven't talked about yet on the show.
Mine? I'll talk. I'm not ready yet.
Okay.
I have to get my story together.
All right.
I have to add details.
Okay.
Are you ready?
Maybe that's where your brother went.
Oh yeah, Richard Bartholomew Cummins.
Dickie
B. R.I.P. Dickie B.
R.D. I love it.
Are you ready to leave an interesting alien abduction story?
I'm not really bothered by getting rid of
took us as long
January.
to tell, and moved to a cursed story that Sophie found.
Oh, Sophie.
That I cannot believe I'd never heard of.
Okay.
Okay, a little bit of setup.
Okay, sorry. Before you dive in, because my brain won't let it go, you said you knew this story. It was well documented. You forgot about it. Then Sophie found it, and then you said, "I've never heard of it." I'm confused.
No, what I meant to say, if I didn't say it correctly, was I had heard of the Travis Walton abduction story a bunch. Can't believe we didn't do
Guys,
it.
you see
then
how
Sophie
many
found another story
I
that
get
is also well documented
that I
at the time
know
that I'd
are
never
just
heard of.
repeats.
Gotcha. Okay, sorry. I got a little twisted in my head, and there was no way I was going to be able to focus on the story. Because the whole time I'd be like,
Stop
does he know
repeating.
it or does he not know it? Is he lying to me or not?
No, never heard the story before this. before this a couple days ago.
Okay. Tell me.
So yeah, tiny bit of setup,
It
a
makes
tiny little story here.
incentivizes me not to play the character.
We once talked about someone on this podcast who might have died from fright. Been a little while. The strange tale of the troubling death of Cindy James. Cindy may have literally been scared to death, and Christopher Case, in the following story, may have been as well. But the build up to his death wasn't 7 years long like it was with Cindy, and it seemed to involve much more evidence of paranormal torment. Officially, Chris died of heart failure, but I don't know. This one is chill-inducing. Could a strange curse actually have been responsible for his death? Chris was terrified the last week of his life. He tried so desperately to avoid the fate a strange woman had told him was going to be his. Somehow, this woman he saw only once would, in the end, be impossibly right. Time now for the tale of Christopher Case's death curse. In 1991, Christopher Case was 35 years old and living in Seattle,
but I got
what he considered a better place for a quirky radio broadcaster than Raleigh, North Carolina, where he'd moved from.
Sounds right.
He'd grown up in Richmond, Virginia, had been looking for a change before he headed west, and Seattle would present him with that change, along with an opportunity in the form of a job at Muzak Holdings. He would wish later that he had simply stayed on the eastern seaboard. On April 11th, 1991, Christopher traveled to San Francisco for a work conference. And like so many of us do when we're in a new city with a couple of free hours to kill, he decided to go out on the town. While out and about, Christopher, who was single, met a woman that he immediately connected with. He'd been long interested in ancient music, randomly, and this woman was too. They talked for hours, and then eventually, this woman asked if Christopher wanted to go home with her.
Spicy.
Needing to get up early for work the next day, he declined. Something he would regret massively in the days to come, because this woman did not take his rejection well at all. Immediately, her entire persona seemed to shift from a happy, fun-loving, attractive lady to something ugly and sinister. With a grin, she now told him in all seriousness that she was a witch, and that she was going to curse him. She told him he would be dead within a week. And then just like that, she walked away and disappeared. Shaken, Christopher returned to Seattle the next day. He didn't know why the encounter had thrown him off. He didn't even believe in witchcraft or the occult. And
even did you, everybody, did you just see what happened for Jeanette? Congratulations, Jeanette, you just retired. Power like this is something you never could have dreamed of. You're pretty sure you can do almost anything, but there's no point of being pretty sure you put the bud for yourself, and it's time to leave Blue Baby for your newfound abilities and to spend your life trying to... What the fuck? This is so dumb. Oh well. Hell yeah. Jeanette has retired. New unlock. Summoner. Now we have unlocked the Summoner. The Summoner. Ooh. Well, congrats, Jeanette. Cereal. Deerl. I was about to call her Deerl. Deerl. Girl. Alright. Well, look at that. I can't believe it. Guys, I can't... Can you believe that I... I'm surprised. Crazy. Only one? No, there's not just one person to unlock. It's a load of shit because I know that that's not true. Triangle person, yeah. I don't know what that's about because it's not right. Unless there's a certain amount that you can only unlock. Which then I'd be like, game, why would you do something like that, game? That's dumb. It's so weird and dumb. Well, Janice, welcome to the team. Welcome to the party, Janice. Wand of Inferno. Ooh. Yeah. Just want to see how she works. Like,
knew there were a lot of people who were just a little bit loony in the world. People who said crazy things that didn't actually mean anything.
Yes.
But something about the woman's words
so
resonated
cool
with him far more
that
than he thought they
we
should.
could grow her
Maybe
as
it was
a
strange,
person.
intense look in her eyes when she'd cursed him, like she was seeing right past him and into his soul, or like she was already looking at his grave and laughing with satisfaction. Trying to make himself feel better, Christopher called some friends, asked for their thoughts. One friend, Sammy Soder, was a practicing psychic. A few days after returning from San Francisco, Christopher begged her for help. The night before, April 14th, 3 days after being cursed, he swore he'd heard strange footsteps and creepy whispers in his apartment when no one else was supposed to be there, and he was starting to freak out. When Sammy tried to get a sense of what Christopher's future held, all she saw was a wall of molten black. And then she saw a hand slowly emerge from the wall of blackness as if to pull Sammy through it. Sammy did not tell Christopher about this vision. She didn't want to freak him out further, and she hoped that her vision was wrong. Maybe just a product of Christopher's fear. She would later wish she had warned him, although she wouldn't have even known what exactly to warn him of. How do you warn someone that something is after them when you don't even know what that something is? 2 days later, 5 days after being cursed, April 16th, Christopher called another friend with strange reports of paranormal activity. He was more terrified than ever. Now he wasn't even sounding like himself. His voice was ragged. He kept trailing off when he talked, occasionally getting startled, losing his train of thought like something was in the room with him. He did not sound well at all. Took almost a half hour before he could get out the full story, how he'd been attacked the night before when he was sleeping. He said that invisible hands had tried to suffocate him.
Oh my God.
And that when he'd woken up, there was cuts on his fingers and blood stains on his bed sheets, but nothing sharp anywhere near his bed. That morning, he went to a religious bookstore, picked a handful of crucifixes. First time he'd ever done anything like that. He hoped, that they would help.
We only
He was
saw
willing
her
to
for a
try
few
anything.
minutes.
He was desperate. The store manager threw in some books about demonic influence, sensing that something about
But
Christopher
in
was
the
just
arms of
off,
an
and that
angel,
he needed help. Sadly, Christopher's efforts to protect himself would not work. Whatever was following him or had been placed upon him, it was just too strong. On the night of April 16th, he left his apartment for a hotel. He was too afraid to stay there now. The next morning, April 17th, 6 days out, after Christopher had been told he was dying within the week, his friend Sammy Soder switched on her answering machine. They almost got me. She heard Christopher mutter in a ragged voice, "It's my last day on Earth." He told her he was returning to his apartment now. The hotel wasn't any more safe. Sammy wanted to help him, protect him, but how? She hoped this was all nothing more than hysteria.
Pretty
That the rejected
unstoppable
lady in San Francisco
destruction.
had just really done a number on him, and he'd be better once the week had passed. The next day, April 18th, 1991, exactly a week after Christopher's strange encounter, a friend of his back in North Carolina called Seattle authorities for a wellness check. She had not been able to get a hold of him. She was worried. When police entered his apartment, they were shocked at what they'd find. They found lines of salt along the perimeter of each room, as well as several crucifixes and about a dozen burned down candles, and then they found Christopher Case dead in the bathtub. His official cause of death would be a heart attack. But many think it was no ordinary heart attack. Christopher was incredibly fit, a health nut. He took great care of himself, had no medical conditions, no family history of heart disease. And, well, there was the whole curse. There was his deteriorating physical, mental, spiritual health ever since the curse had been placed upon him. Was his death really a freak accident? The result of him just getting way too into his own head about something random that some person had said? Or was it something much darker? We'll likely never know. Either way, it seems, through either paranormal or psychological means, a witch's curse ended Christopher Case's life, and he literally died scared to death.
Holy shit. Oh boy.
Isn't that a creepy story?
That is so uncomfortable. Like, what the heck? Man, first of all, I wish that I would have thought to curse more people who rejected me. that would be fun.
But this story, I just am so creeped out by. He's telling people like, I hear whispering, I hear this weird things or something in the apartment, and then he has that crazy nightmare where it's like hands around his neck.
I know.
Combined with that wall of blackness
That's what
that
I was
lady
thinking.
saw, and the hands coming out
That
of
would
it.
make sense, like if you were on a bed, up through the bed.
Man, look at the goosebumps I have.
I know, I see that.
That is crazy. And then he goes to the hotel, try and get away from it. He's leaving these weird, frantic messages.
I know.
Something's after him.
Okay,
There's things around him.
Okay, what would you do? Like if that.
Fuck.
Okay, you're single. You don't know me yet. I get it.
Yeah.
You're searching for me everywhere.
Yeah.
You're in a bar. You're single. You hit wherever you are. You meet this woman. You say, nah, sorry, not tonight. She curses you. You have 7 days. What is your next move?
Well, at first, probably like him, because it doesn't say anything about the first couple of days.
True.
At first, I'd have been like, get the fuck out of here.
Right.
Maybe unsettled, but like, whatever. But once I heard like whisperings and things, definitely, if not by that point, definitely by the point I had that insane dream and woke up with scratches, I am running to, I'm going every outlet. I'm taking the day off work. I'm taking the rest of the week off work. I'm talking
I
to
like
a priest,
that there's
a
two
pastor,
choices.
a spiritualist, tarot, like whoever.
Like
I'm talking to everybody. I'm doing
pretty
crazy
fucking
research
far
in
in the
bookstores
game.
like
Give
he
me
did.
more
What
choices.
happens
I
to get rid of the
fucking hate
curse?
that.
I'm reaching out frantically because now there's a ticking clock in my mind to everyone, and I would want I don't know. It would be so terrifying because part of me would be like, okay, my first instinct was like, I want somebody to be with me.
That's what I was thinking.
But then I would think, but is that person then going to fucking kill me? Maybe it's better for me to be totally alone. I would want to be totally alone, not buy anything. But then I might start having paranoid thoughts of like, well, then what if someone comes in and now I die because I can't defend myself because I have nothing. I mean, I would lose my shit. Once I had the whispering and once I had the dream, I would be, and if there was more stuff, I mean, there was allusions to more things happening paranormal. I mean, I would honestly almost want to check myself into a psychiatric center.
I had that thought as well.
Give me a 72-hour hold.
But that doesn't mean that you can't die.
I know, but at least there's medical professionals kind of watching me.
Kind of. I mean, they're not like eyes on you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, unless you are truly a harm to yourself. But that's the point of being on a hold, is that you are held in a space where there is nothing that can hurt you. But no one's like watching you on a monitor nonstop. At least that's my experience.
If I make it to the 7th day,
yeah,
I wouldn't want to take anything new for the first time, but if there was some kind of mild sedatives, because I wouldn't want anything too intense to risk, like, dying from some kind of overdose. I would almost want to be like tied up and have the person I trust the most watch me until the week runs out. So
crazy.
I can't move. I can't hurt myself.
Okay.
It's the person I trust the most not to hurt me.
Okay, but Christopher died of a heart attack.
I know.
You can't stop that.
I know, you can't stop that, but we're limited other things. And obviously the big question here is, I mean, there's a bunch of newspaper articles from the 91 about this. The two things in my mind that I think happened here. One, obviously the paranormal extreme explanation that she fucking cursed him and did something and it worked. The other one is she got him to freak out so much that his imagination did start going crazy. He started thinking he was hearing things. He's losing his shit, and he gets so scared that he gives himself a fucking heart attack.
Is that medically possible?
I don't know, actually.
Okay, because my assumption is that because he was in the bathroom, that he saw something in the mirror.
Yeah, man, it's like it reminds me of like The Ring or some of those like horror movies where it's like people just get found dead and they look like, but oh my god, this story freaks me out.
I just think like he probably, if he's living in an apartment, like I don't know why I decided that this is how his apartment looks, but it's like or how his apartment bathroom looks. I should say, you walk in the bathroom door, immediately on your left is the tub, shower, combo.
I want
Just
the
past
musician
that is
unlocked.
the toilet, and when you sit down on the toilet, you're staring at yourself in the mirror, and there's the sink. And so what I imagine
fuck that
is that he went to the bathroom and either was like urinating
That
or having a
means
bowel movement.
January
but like one
has
or
to
the other,
get
he
her
either turns
perks.
around and faces the mirror, or he gets up while facing the mirror, washing his hands, something in the mirror, stumbles backwards, heart attack, falls into the tub, dead.
I don't know.
Maybe even hit his head. They
Well, they
would
would've
have
found that- they
said
would've
he
found that in the
had-
autopsy.
Yeah, so he might have just had a heart attack and fell over into the tub.
Or maybe, yeah.
You know, I had to. Sorry, Lindsay. You know how they hide from giant storms in bathtubs?
Oh,
what
yeah.
If it was like, what if that was just this one thing he had? His brain last second was like, I need to hide in the bathtub. That'll be the only place to keep me safe.
Oh my god.
Like it was that big of a monster type situation.
Oh.
Thanks for
Yikes.
Thanks for making sure I was awake.
You're welcome.
Man, I'm rethinking it now. Now I wish I would want to be around a few people. Because the odds that like, okay, let's say you're around one person.
Yeah.
And then what if they snap and kill you? But if you're around a few people, the odds that they would all decide to get together to try and kill you are so small, you know, that they would all like kind of collaborate that way. You have multiple people watching you. What I wouldn't want to be is alone like him.
I know, but maybe he was thinking that like paranoid thought, or maybe he was thinking that he didn't want something to overtake him and cause him to kill someone.
Oh, geez, yeah.
So many things.
Yeah, this story gave me the most chills a story has given me in a while. It really kind of it's got in my head.
I've never been cursed. Have you ever been cursed?
Not that I'm aware of.
Well, I mean, I think you would.
Not face to face like that.
Yeah, I curse you.
Yeah. I have a couple pictures.
Oh, okay, sorry.
This first one is the only picture I could find. It seems to be out there. Every article seems to use it when they're talking about this recently, of Christopher Case.
Okay.
It's not the best resolution, but that's the pick. And this next one,
He's also sitting in like a weird way.
I know.
He looked like claymation.
I don't know if this witch is the witch.
If
who
you
cursed
guys are
Christopher,
still
but this pic
here,
came up
I was
during
going
an
to
innocent
ask,
search for witches.
how should I
So it might
animate
be
the
same
snake?
witch, or it might be a different witch.
I mean,
I don't know.
the thing about her is that like,
How
if
should I animate her?
that is her,
Ooh.
Christopher really has a strong will to say no. You know what I mean?
That's true. What would
How
he
should
do?
I
He'd be
animate
like,
the
I gotta get up
snake?
early for work.
I know. I mean, there are a few things to lose sleep over, and she might be one of them.
Okay. Good job. Well played.
Okay, thank you for bringing that levity to this.
I know. It really did. Okay, my arms have calmed down now.
Listen, here's what I have to tell you. I know that you are going to be on the road here soon, and I'm just going to say, like, whatever you do.
Oh.
What?
I thought you looked at my armpit like I just got seen.
No, you do, but I wasn't. That wasn't my
Oh,
intention.
January can't buy anything.
Just don't be alone with anybody having a conversation, especially not anyone who might be flirting with you.
I don't do that.
I didn't say you did, but I'm just saying, like, sometimes
Be careful.
you can't help it. Like, you go out to lunch and the waiter or waitress finds you attractive and they're flirting with you, and when you go to shut them down because ding, 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 ring, 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 you might get cursed.
Maybe that's a better out though. It's like, hey, you're maybe I could say stuff to them like, oh, I totally would, but I'm married. I could go into lots of detail.
People cheat all the time.
Maybe I could just be like, I would, and I could list all the things that we might do, but I'm not because I'm married.
Like really give some graphic detail. That might work. That might work. I mean,
that wouldn't make things weird.
No, not at all. That wouldn't be. Just leave a really large tip.
There you go.
Buy them off.
Buy them off.
Thank you, but no thank you. But
Curse prevention money.
Here's the thing. I'm married, and she's also a witch.
Exactly.
She would know.
I can say that you're a witch. You're a powerful witch.
I have
And
no
that you'll
clue about
curse whoever curses
animation.
me.
No, even.
Now you're cooking with gas.
Not even like,
Fire.
oh, she
Whatever it
moves
is.
around slightly.
Squishy this week.
Like
he's this little guy right
left
here.
to right. I mean, I know I'm gonna have to animate.
I like
10 different versions of her.
He smells good. He does smell good.
Is he a fresh one?
He is.
With
He smells good. He
mouth
doesn't have
open and
quite the same
closed.
smell as the brown Layla.
What does purple Layla smell like?
I don't know that purple Layla has a strong scent. I don't know.
Okay.
But this is good. This is good.
I love Black Layla. It's the cutest to me.
Yeah, it's good. Good color scheme. With a little red heart. Kind of voodoo-esque.
Yeah. All right, are you ready for also another weird story? It's that same kind of overtone of like, can't prove that it's paranormal, but it sure feels like it's paranormal.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
I'm so sorry about my burps, you guys.
It's okay.
I guess we're not having Greek food before recording ever again.
Yeah, I feel fine, but it really hammered you.
Yeah, I don't know. Too much garlic. Also, I've been a little bit off this week, so
Yeah.
who knows? It's always got to be something, doesn't
The
it?
sinking
Oh my gosh.
market.
Well, anyway,
A large area along the western coast of
interesting.
Gloomhaven.
Okay, good.
Where you
Mostly
only
it's
go if you
weird
don't have any money
and
to
bizarre
steal.
and just
or you
slightly
want to
uncomfortable.
operate
Like
out.
I don't.
The whole district is slowly sinking into the Merchant's Bay. And the
Right.
city has abandoned it, leaving it to rot of its own accord.
So sad. Even
There are
so
a great
sad.
number of deserted houses in the area, half sunk in the silt, but only one cluster shows the signs of a sinister growth within. You grip your weapon and kick in the closest door. What follows is a cacophony of screeches and the realization that
I do
vermlings
love that
have once
word.
again entered your life.
Sad
Not only that,
face.
but more of the zealots are lurking in the back of the room. More lackeys up to no good.
I don't know. Maybe I should make a vermling or a rat person. That would be cool, or Gracie or something like that. Okay. I will try. Adjacent, yeah. Animation is weird. There's the man that knows about animation. Animation's weird. I don't know what you're talking about. Animation's weird. I don't know. I've actually been enjoying animating. I actually enjoy it. It's actually kind of interesting. No. Oh, you know, I'm right here. I'll grab Chain Boy right here, and I grab him, and I interrupt him, and he's gonna break it. He gonna break it. He gonna break it. Where is Rubble? Barney Rabbit. Or I could just do Fireball. Fireball. Yeah.
I don't know.
How do you
almost
not
has
know
even, like, a
anything
small
about
element of a true
animation?
crime kind of feeling. Like
It's very
It's
weird.
really, 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 really good. But the more that I read the story a few times, that
Not
prepare
saying
for it,
that that's
and
not true.
It kind of has
I'm
me
just
leaning into this
okay.
idea of that, like the paranormal may cause us to do things without us even realizing it's causing us to. Like we explored that in a story recently that I told about a guy who moved to Wyoming and like had purchased a gun and was doing all these things that were
I thought
very
you
much
did know.
unlike him.
There we
but he
go. I
never
think I'm
complained about like
now ready and
ghosts or
prepped
sounds
for
or
going to the
feeling
city.
possessed or
Crossing
anything like
finger.
that.
No.
But like, what if sometimes it's so subtle that we, as the person being affected or afflicted, don't even notice it. And it's just like, Dan's being so weird lately. But but then it passes.
These stories get in my head, and sometimes I have that thought. If I'm like in a darker mood, and I'm like, am I in a darker mood? Because it's just like natural moodiness, or does something have me? Is something,
And then what do you do? How do you get it out of you?
I don't know. I usually forget about it.
Okay. All right. Well, there you have it. This will be an anonymous story, as the person telling the story feels that it is in their best interest and safety to be kept anonymous.
Okay.
In grade school, I befriended a kid that was seen as eccentric in a way that made him mostly liked by his fellow students. He dressed in all black, listened to alternative music, and made a point, more or less, to make himself seem like an outsider and different. Kids at school were all kind of amused by him, and other than laughing good-naturedly with him, they didn't really pay him much attention. I got along with this guy really well through grade school, even going to his house a few times after school to hang out. I likely got along with him due to the fact that I was extremely introverted myself and never hung out with any particular group of kids, especially the outgoing or popular ones. His parents were upper-class professionals, and while I don't remember his dad ever being home when I visited his house a few times, I did have occasion to speak to his mom frequently. She was always really nice and welcoming. She was a very intelligent person and seemed very much into the arts and culture, which always made for an interesting conversation for kids our age. In high school, we never had a falling out, we just simply went our own separate ways. We would run with different groups of friends, and the last time I had any contact with him was right before graduating in the 8th grade. Although we did run into each other in high school, it was usually nothing more than the occasional wave in the hallway. Upon graduation, I went on to a state university, and he went on to join the military.
How are we doing? Pretty good. Asking animation questions to people that don't know how to animate.
Very much out of the blue, I received a call from him one day when I was home from school.
It seems that nobody knows anything about animation except me,
military,
which is weird.
The same time frame as I was.
I'm completely self-taught.
And talkative, which was a bit unusual for this subdued, more quiet personality that I had remembered, but I attributed it to him growing up and maturing. While catching up, he told me that his mom and dad had unfortunately gotten a divorce a few years ago, and his mother had moved to Europe. He said that she also came home to see him and was, quote, apartment sitting for a friend of hers that lived in town but was currently away on business. He asked if I'd like to hang out with him that night, and then asked if I would like to stop in and say hello to his mother. I agreed to go out with him that night. He picked me up, and the evening started out just fine. We grabbed a bite to eat, and he filled me in on what life was like in the military. I filled him in on how I was handling college life. We hit it off extremely well, and there was absolutely nothing amiss at all during the first hour or so of our evening. After dinner, we drove around for a while, again, continuing lightheartedly catching up, gossiping about the people we had gone to school with, local things, and so on. He then asked again if I'd like to say hello to his mother, and I readily agreed, as I remember her being so nice to me in grade school. I was interested to see how she had been, and was particularly interested to hear how she had ended up in Europe. We drove around a bit more, and then ended up at an apartment complex where his mom was staying. The door to the apartment opened up into the living room area. It was a typical layout of most apartments, with a main living area and a small kitchen as the only areas immediately visible when you first step inside. His mother greeted us at the door and was as I remembered her. She greeted me with a hug, asked how I'd been, and seemingly was genuinely happy to see me. After the initial greeting, I believe in you, Raymond. To glance around the room and notice a very odd setup. The room was filled with dozens of stuffed animals. I'm not talking about taxidermy animals, but small, cute, stuffed toys that children play with. The animals weren't in a big pile in the corner of the room, haphazardly strewn about like a child might have left them, but they seemed to be individually and deliberately placed throughout the entire area. It was definitely odd, but I tried to come up with a rational reason why the animals were arranged like this. While I was glancing around, I began to realize that this wasn't the first time I had seen some of these stuffed animals. There were a few that I had recognized as being in my friend's house from when I went there over 10 years ago. That meant, obviously, that at least some of these stuffed animals belonged to him. Again, my mind was trying to rationalize the weirdness, so I thought that maybe his mom came home and was getting rid of some old things of hers to take to Goodwill or something like that. My friend's mom asked me to sit down on the couch so we could talk and catch up, and so I did as she asked. I had to move a few of the stuffed animals out of the way to make room to sit, and as I did, I watched as my friend sat on the floor. Again, there were animals everywhere, on the floor, the couch, and all of the chairs. I thought it a bit odd that he sat on the floor, as when he sat there with his legs crisscrossed, he was holding one of the stuffed animals in his lap. I think your mind constantly attempts to make irrational situations rational, but I was trying to figure this out.
What's so special about summer? Paramount Plus's streaming summer special. That's what.
Oh, yeah!
Get all of this for just this. You're welcome. It's a mountain of entertainment all summer long with Sonic, Strange New Worlds, South Park, Spartans, SpongeBob, soccer, space, and Sandra.
Unchain me!
I kept waiting for my friend or his mom to tell me why the animals were there. They had to know it looked so odd, and I was assuming they were going to volunteer the information, but they never did. In fact, it just kept getting weirder. After my friend sat down with the stuffed animal in his lap, his mom got up, went to the kitchen, returned with a box of teddygrams. She then asked if I wanted to feed the animals.
What?
My attempt at rationalizing this was that they were now playing a joke on me and would soon start laughing and telling me they were just screwing with me. But unfortunately, that never happened. My friend's mom started walking around the room and placing a single teddygram in front of each of the stuffed animals in the room. She then sat down in her chair, picking up her stuffed animal, put the teddygram to the mouth of the stuffed animal, and began making little eating noises or chewing noises like... I didn't even know how to describe this in writing. It's the noise you would make when you're playing with a 3-year-old pretending to be eating with your stuffed animal or something. I then looked at my friend sitting on the floor, and he was doing the exact same thing with his stuffed animal. And to add to the extreme oddness, he was rocking back and forth eerily as he was doing this. And then, as if it wasn't over the top weird enough, he started to talk to his mom in a creepy little kid voice. They went back and forth about the animals and how much fun it was to feed them. Remember, this is a grown man in the military. I soon came to the realization that they were not playing a joke on me. They were legitimately, with all seriousness, sitting in a room full of stuffed animals, feeding each one individually and asking me to join in. At this point, I went from trying to figure out what the hell was going on to trying to figure out how I was getting out of there.
Yes.
This was my predicament. I was very shy and a rather introverted kid growing up, and as a result, I didn't run around town a lot, so honestly, I didn't know my way around that well. Well, I didn't live in a huge city. It was approximately 150,000 people, so it wasn't a tiny town either. I tell you this because I had absolutely no idea where I was or how to drive home if I had a car. The problem was, I didn't have a car. He had picked me up. In addition, I couldn't just run out and call my parents to pick me up because cell phones didn't yet exist. As I sat there, I quickly rationalized that if these people really were as batshit crazy as they appeared, I was probably safest playing along and not drawing negative attention. I had to fake it to where I could get this guy to drive me home, or at least to a public place where I could phone for help. So in spite of being totally embarrassed to admit this, yes, I fed the damn teddygrams to the stuffed animal. No, I didn't make the chewy noises, but I did play along enough to ensure that they didn't suspect I knew that they were both crazy. I still hadn't decided if they were harmlessly crazy or more than that. I hoped it was harmless. Fortunately, the night ended with no drama. We fed the whole slew of animals, and it started to get late, so my friend asked me if I was ready to go home. It was odd. My friend and his mom both seemed to snap out of it and started talking normal again. She told me that she'd be flying back to Europe in a few days and wished me well in school. My friend took me home that night, and I quickly said goodnight and went into my parents' house. Once I got in and locked the door behind me, I felt a rush of emotion that was a mix of relief, a bit of fear, and a lot of internally laughing my ass off because I couldn't believe what had just happened. Everyone in my house was asleep, so I went to bed and had a really bizarre story to tell my parents in the morning. The next day, I told my parents and siblings. I was really relieved that I was going back to school in a few days and was comforted knowing that my friend, although at this point I would better label this person as the weird guy from my past, would be going back to the military base where he was stationed. I would love to say that that was the end of the story, but it only gets weirder. I got a call from this guy the next day. The initial part of the conversation was him just telling me it was great to catch up and that it was nice seeing me again. I politely said the same thing and wished him well. He then asked if I would consider moving to Europe with him. Just like that, out of the blue. One evening, hanging out, feeding his stuffed animals, and the very next day asks me if I'd consider moving out of the country with him. He further made the statement, quote, "My mom said you were one of the best ones I ever brought home."
What?
I sat completely stunned for a few seconds. It was the weirdest thing I'd ever experienced, and I wasn't sure what to say. I told him I did not want to move to Europe at all, and that I loved school and definitely intended to finish college, so my no was firm. Where I went wrong was in the follow-up. His next question was if I minded if he wrote to me on occasion. I told him that would be okay. I can hear the collective groaning and criticism from the people who may hear this story, but I want to emphasize that at the time I was very young, very shy, with no real life experience. My today self would have told that guy he was completely crazy and to never call again. My very young self was thinking, just let the guy write a letter. We'll go our separate ways. I'll end up with a funny story to tell my friends. No harm, no foul. Unfortunately, it didn't end quite that easily. I returned to school, and other than having a fascinating story to tell my roommates, everything went back to normal. 2 or 3 weeks later, I got a letter in the mail. At one glance, it was evidence that the letter was from the military because of the return address on it. With a little trepidation, because honestly, I was hoping he'd forget about writing to me and go away, I opened the letter. It was 3 pages long, handwritten cursive. It was neatly written, very lighthearted. Just talked about the fact that he'd enjoyed seeing me again, thanked me for taking time to go out with him and to catch up with him. He ended the letter by telling me he would love to get a letter from me. I shared this with my 2 roommates, and all 3 of us were of the very strong opinion that under no circumstances should I write this guy back. That would encourage him, which was the last thing I wanted to do. The plan was to ignore the letter, and then he would get the hint, stop writing, and he'd go on with his life. 2 weeks later, I received another letter from him. Again, lighthearted with no serious content, and again, he ended it by asking me to write back. And again, I did not. And then another week goes by, and another letter shows up. And this time, there was no lighthearted discussion of the letter. This time, the content was that he really wanted to continue communicating with me, and he just wanted me to write back. And again, thinking if I didn't, he would just give up and go away. I did not write back. I then began getting a series of letters from him. I won't take the time to summarize them each individually, but there was a progression in the frequency and the angry tone of the subsequent letters. It started out as getting a letter once a week, then it moved to 2 letters a week, then 3, all the way up to getting a letter from him every single day.
Oh my God.
As the number of letters increased, the tone and writing style changed significantly. He went from lighthearted to needy to stern to angry. The weirdest thing was that he got angrier about the fact that I wasn't writing him back. He switched from writing in first person to writing in third person. He began to refer to himself by his first name and said, "Matthew is angry you haven't written to him."
Oh my God.
In the height of his anger, he began to imply that he was learning to use explosives in the military and that he would know how to send me a bomb if he wanted to. The handwriting also became less neat. It appeared as if he wrote the letters in more of a rush or with more anger. I wasn't sure what to do. I didn't want to contact the military or go to the police. I knew where he was stationed and it was in a different state, so I did feel somewhat protected, but obviously aware he could go AWOL and get to me if he wanted to. Looking back, yes, I certainly could have handled things differently, but again, I was young, with limited life experience. I just kept the letters and told my roommates not to touch any packages that might be delivered.
Jesus Christ.
I didn't tell my parents about the letters initially because I didn't want them to worry. However, when I went home for Thanksgiving break, I shared with them what was going on. My mother was very worried and my dad was outraged.
Yeah.
Needless to say, this caused a little bit of drama over Thanksgiving, but overall it was a good visit and I loved coming home from school and seeing my family and getting good food for a change. After initially sharing with them what had occurred, it wasn't brought up again for the few days I was there. Thanksgiving Day was as good as it always was. I got up early to help my mom with the meal, and we had a great day of cooking and laughing with my brothers and sisters, and we sat down to a huge, fantastic meal that my mom always made. We had just sat down to dig into the feast when the phone rang. Back when this occurred, caller ID did not exist, so when the phone rang, you simply answered it to find out who was calling. When the phone rang, we all briefly looked at each other because it was a bit unusual to get a call on that day. Everyone in our immediate family was at the table, but it was certainly possible that an extended family member was calling to wish us a happy Thanksgiving. I was sitting closest to the phone, so I got up and answered it. The phone is visible from the dining room table, and my dad was facing it, giving him a direct line of vision to me and the expression on my face. When I answered the phone, it was Matthew at the other end. I didn't say anything other than his name, barely even getting that out when my dad jumped up from the table, nearly knocking over his chair. He walked over to me, literally ripped the phone from my hand, put the receiver to his mouth, and let loose a string of cuss words that were impressive in both meaning and scope. I won't say exactly what he told Matthew, but he was very, very, very clear on what would occur if Matthew ever called or wrote or ever came by or ever tried to contact me at all again. He then slammed down the receiver without waiting for any reply, walked back over to the table, sat down, and began to eat dinner. I had a fascinating mix of emotion that somehow blended with being terrified and thankful for my dad at the same time. We all couldn't help but laugh immediately afterwards, possibly because we were nervous, but also by the fact of the display that was quite funny. It happened so quickly and with such finality that it had a funny tone to it, but we knew my dad wasn't kidding. Perhaps the strangest part of the entirely true story is the mundane and anticlimactic end to it. The fact is, I never heard from this guy again. I have absolutely no idea what became of this person. I don't know if he got out of the military or moved to Europe or what happened. I have made no attempt to find out, and he has obviously made no attempt to contact me. And for that, I am still thankful to my dad. I do find it odd that it ended so easily, though. I feel fortunate and thankful. I don't wish this guy any ill will, but I certainly do not wish to ever meet with him ever again.
Oh, man. I do like the dad out crazy to crazy there.
I know.
Because that sometimes can work, where it's like you can't go mild into a situation. If you're going to go there, in my opinion, you have to go all the way there.
I know.
Like if someone were harassing one of the kids in a situation like that, and I got a chance to talk to him, I'm not going to be like, hey man, what are you doing?
Right.
I mean, I think you know the kind of things I would say to them.
I do know the kinds of crazy things you'd say.
And the volume and the words I would use.
I know.
But I would make it really clear to that person that like you're going to fucking die if you cross this line. You know, like that. I will fucking find you.
I like that you're already getting enraged, even though this is not our child, this is not happening, but your like rage fantasy is like, Daddy Bear.
It is that thing of how dare you? How dare you keep sending daily and then threatening, talking about bombs? I did have it. I wrote down. I'm like, the FBI is who you're supposed to go to a situation like that. If like that's like the scope of it, I would start there, where it's like this person is threatening to send a bomb through the post office, the mail, which is a federal crime.
Yeah,
different things. That's some Unabomber shit.
I know.
You know,
it did definitely like have a note of like mental illness, but it's just so weird.
Yes.
Because go ahead. I think you have a thought you need to share.
Well, the mental illness thing, I did write a note on that too. What's interesting, yes. But what I understand, like why you include this in like a paranormal kind of shit. Because what was weird, the doll thing. Okay, if the mom or the son, just one, is doing that, and the other one is going along with them to placate them, then I could read that as paranoid schizophrenia, probably unmedicated, you know, likely unmedicated, untreated. And then the other person is just doing their best to kind of like indulge this delusion for whatever enabling reason, whatever, just like trying to help reason. But to have two people in the same, first off, there is a genetic component to like specifically paranoid schizophrenia, where it's like if you have a parent that has it, the odds you're going to have it are not, they're still not great, but they're more likely for you to have it than if you didn't have a parent that has it.
Right.
But for two, I have come across a litany of stories of people, especially in the true crime world, who either are dealing with paranoid schizophrenia or there's some other character in the story that has it. And we've looked into it many times, blah blah blah. But like, I have never heard of two people having it, and on top of having it, joining in the same uber specific delusion.
She's been calling you heathen? No!
She was married. So
oh no! Are you get? She can call you heathen, I guess, but like as long as it doesn't stop you from getting a paycheck. Now she knows. Yeah, it's weird having an interview and them using that name.
Why? Like,
So is there a third person that feeds the fucking dolls too?
No, I don't think that. My guess, honestly, is like this is where I went. I went to some dark culty kind of devil sacrifice shit because here's what I was thinking. In high school, this kid is just whatever, like a quirky kid. Sounds totally harmless. We hang out. The person who sends in the story meets the mom, never meets the dad, but it sounds like the dad is around. And the author of the story doesn't indicate that, like, well, it was weird because I went there and my friend Matthew said that his dad was around, but there were no signs of like another adult. Like you would know by just some like kind of basic cues in a house whether there's one parent or two. Okay, so married, seemingly happy, normal, upper middle class. They have, an eccentric son, whatever. None of that means anything. They just sound like an average suburban family. Flash forward, whatever it was, 10 years or whatever, and now parents are divorced, and mom and child not doing great, whatever's going on. And the comment of my mom said you were one of the best ones I ever brought home.
What does that mean?
And she's living in Europe, so to me, and they're trying to now get the sender of the story over to Europe. I'm like, oh, you are involved in some weird devil shit. You are trying to get this person to move there, and you're gonna fucking sacrifice them. That's where I went.
Possibly. I mean, what the hell was going on there?
Right, and that's why at the beginning of the story I said, like, there is always this weird thing that, like, when it comes to mental illness, why? And maybe they do, and I just am unaware of it because I'm not a psychiatrist or a psychologist or a therapist of any sort. But does anybody ever stop to think? Or have you recently gotten yourself involved into some witchcraft, some paranormal activity? Like, why does it always have to be like, what's recently changed in your life? What's the new stress level? Like, what's the new stressor? Like, what's the thing that like set you off? It's like, why can't it be something unexplainable?
Well, I mean, I understand why, because those things have not been able to be reproduced in a laboratory setting, which is, and until they are, if they ever are, there's always going to be a large amount of skepticism, and should be.
Sure.
So it's like that should be, in a clinical setting, the very, very, very last resort.
Yeah.
Just because, I mean, that stuff has been. There are.
That's true.
There
I know
are
where you're
therapists
going.
out there who will let their spiritual beliefs intersect with their beliefs, and it's led to a lot of bad things. Specifically, the Satanic Panic of the 80s.
You're right.
Yeah.
I didn't think about that. And actually, as you're saying this, I talked to a friend recently, and a mutual friend of ours who I no longer keep in touch with had come over to see her and see her new baby, and was like, oh yeah, like I'm seeing this great therapist, and was like talking about all these things, and all of the
Go
friends
fuck yourself,
we've all been,
Rat.
like for years, like, gosh, our friend would really benefit from therapy because they have this obvious issue. So the former friend is talking, and then she finally goes, our mutual friend says, like, oh, so like, where is this therapist located? Like, kind of like just curious, like, I don't know, maybe wants it for herself. And then the former friend is like, well, she's not really a therapist, she's a medium. And I'm like, oh, fuck, that's not like, there's nothing. It's not the same. There's nothing wrong with being a medium. There's nothing wrong with like polling all of your resources to help cope with something, but they are not. That is not their profession. Like, they can't diagnose you with anything. They can say you have it, but it's not a diagnosis.
I'd love to find a psychiatrist, psychologist, whatever, who's going to be very scientifically grounded and based. But let's say like elements. Okay. And I don't have any therapist, training. But just speculate. I'm a therapist.
Yeah, see,
this
that's
person's
fine.
complaining about these weird occult things to me. I would want to, hear how being involved in these things is affecting them psychologically. Is it pulling you, or why are you seeking out these things? Why are you doing these certain things? Is it harmless? Is it not harmless?
Right.
And I would follow. And then if, as I'm talking to this person about things that are unusual, things start coming up, and they start making unusual claims. God, it's like I would in an ideal world. You don't want to cross that line. You're not supposed to cross that line and become personally involved on any level with the patient. I understand that there's that thing. So you wouldn't want to like go to their house and explore this stuff. But could you recommend to them that they, or maybe recommend a third party to go explore this? And could there be a third party that you trust that's not involved with this person that once they have explored it can be like, hey, what's going on over there?
Right.
And hope that person is like, oh no, this is mental illness. But what if that person then is like, dude, I went over there and I can't explain it. Something's going on. Then at that point, like, is it the right thing to do to recommend to that person you should maybe look into this, like an
I
alternative?
believe in
don't know.
you.
Like,
Hopefully they enjoy their rat
I'm
stuff.
very much a skeptic and very much like a scientific, science-based person, but also am open to these things. And if you're going to be open to these things, even just a little sliver, then sometimes they can affect people's, lives in ways that can disguise themselves as mental health. You just got to be really careful going down that road. But I don't think there's anything wrong in looking down it, and exploring just to see what you find.
Yeah, well, just one thing to wrap that up. Also, Layla doesn't appreciate being smashed in your book.
Oh yeah,
she's very uncomfortable
I use her
there.
as a bookmark.
She does not care for that. When I have my BetterHelp therapist Danielle, but then I have a therapist I see in person for EMDR therapy, and my local therapist, she is wicked smart, very logical.
Yep.
As soon as I walk in her office, she's got this like little stand where she keeps you whatever tissues in the clock. On the bottom shelf, a wand of selenite. It's like
she has to
she's
end
also
her
got like a Buddha
movements
hand. She's got
in
like,
the.
it's just it is that thing. But has she ever been like, let's wave the selenite wand, around to clear the energy of you? Like, no, that's not what she's purporting, right? She's like, okay, here's this scientific thing that I do that I can show you works if you because like the EMDR therapy, like the rapid eye movements, it's really fascinating. And even that's like maybe like on the edge for some people. They're like, that's not traditional talk therapy.
Sure.
But never once is she like, okay, let's get the crystals out. I mean, I kind of wish she would, but But like really, I think we all know really at the end of the day that as much as I love a crystal, I also am not thinking like that holding a wand of selenite or a piece of black tourmaline or rose quartz or jasper, I don't actually believe that one individual thing is going to cure my anxiety or my depression or, God forbid, I'm ever diagnosed with some horrific disease. It is an additional tool in my toolbox of things that I use to cope with my life.
Yeah, like a why not?
Yes, and because it makes me feel better. So
that makes sense.
Whether it's placebo or not, I believe it's not. But I don't think that's the be all end all cure. And I think that's like the healthy perspective.
Yeah, that's a healthy way to walk in both worlds.
Yeah. Yeah, but that story, man.
I know. A couple stories today that are the lingerers.
I know.
Like it.
Psychological thrillers this week. I like it. By the way, you look so handsome today.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, I can tell, like, you just look like rested and your face looks a little bit slimmer. I love you at any weight you are. I love your body in all the ways. But when you were telling your story, I was like, my husband is so hot.
That's nice. Thank you. I feel a little better today. Today was the first time I went back to the gym. We kind of missed workouts with COVID and then travel problems, delays getting back home. But today it did feel good. It was the first workout since before I got COVID this last round that I was like, oh, I'm back to normal.
Yeah.
I was like, yes.
Yeah, you have that healthy glow.
Oh, good.
Yeah. My husband's hot, ladies. And gentlemen, please. Have a look.
Well, thank you, beautiful.
You're welcome.
Do you want to do the first Annabelle's? Or do you want me to? I'll do them while you get set up.
Yeah, you go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay, so our first Annabelle's thank for supporting this show.
What do you mean? What's the weird that you've dealt with lately? What is the weird you've dealt with?
Quickly.
Cool woman that is my good friend.
Scared to Death is explicit in every way. Please take care while listening.
Over the past decade or so, many people across the world have found a new favorite
woman
game,
who I
escape
think
rooms.
is very cool.
In case you don't know, escape rooms are usually places you go with a group of friends or family or your ex-wife to be pretend locked inside of a room.
You
filled with
glance at the
interactive
blood
puzzles.
trail leading through
Solve
the
clues
door.
one by one as a team
You
to
know
figure out
what
how
lies
to
on the other
escape
side.
the room.
Or escape
Another
your ex.
malevolent
It could be a
humor,
nice team building activity,
pulsating
or
and
just an
dripping with
opportunity to
a
use your
foul,
brain in a fun and immersive
dark
way.
energy.
Some say that escape rooms
You
aren't
ready
without
yourself
their
for the
dangers.
fight ahead?
Most
and
escape
push
rooms have
forward.
some form of panic button, whether that's telling the game master that you want to leave the locked room, or simply just exiting through the unlocked door you came in. While it's fun to pretend to be locked inside a room, what if it wasn't all pretend? What if the stakes were a lot higher than just exiting with or without the pride that comes with conquering the game? What if suddenly a panicked need to escape became terrifyingly real? What if you truly worried that if you didn't win the game, you wouldn't leave with your sanity or even with your life? That would be what Elise and her friends claim happened to them one fateful, unforgettable birthday adventure. Time now for the tale of You'll Never Escape. Elise had never been much for escape rooms, but her sister Lena absolutely loved them. Those who knew them were usually surprised by this fact. People who met Elise and Lena also often surprised when they were first introduced to them to find out that they were sisters. They couldn't have been more different at the time of this story's telling. Elise was in her early 20s, working a string of random temp jobs so she could make enough money to do the things she really wanted to do: travel the world, learn languages, and in all honesty, get drunk and go out, while Lena fit the archetype of the responsible older sister to a T. Lena, who had studied business in college and immediately went to work for a startup afterwards, had a different definition of a good time. A bottle of rosé, The Bachelor on TV, satisfaction of knowing she could pay all her bills for at least 90 days with only the money she held in savings, and being in bed by 11 so she could start the next day no later than 6. And yet, she was the one who loved escape rooms, something that seemed far too silly and frivolous for Elise to actually enjoy. But Lena had tried it during a work retreat and had ended up loving it. "Are you sure that's what you want to do for your birthday?" Elise asked when Lena proposed to the two of them, plus Lena's boyfriend Aaron, and whoever else Elise wanted to invite, go to an escape room that weekend. As she spoke, Elise looked at the company's website. A little building off the highway, snapshots of people holding up signs that said things like, "We did it! Escape Room Queen!" A lot of the groups were wearing matching t-shirts. It all seemed so cheesy. "I know what you're thinking," Lena said, "but trust me, they're fun. And I don't know," she trailed off, "I guess I feel like we deserve a little bit of fun." Elise immediately felt guilty. Lena would never say it out loud, but Elise knew exactly what she was talking about. Of course she knew. 6 months earlier, their mother, only 51, had been killed in a random hit-and-run accident. And they were both incredibly close with her. One day they had the best mom in the world, and the next, they both had to begin processing the sad fact that they'd never talk to her, be hugged or held by her, or simply be loved by her ever again. Elisa dealt with this new hole in her that would never be filled in her own way, mostly through a lot of drinking, waking up in places she didn't remember falling asleep, while the bulk of the logistical work and actually
be
dealing with their mother's
awesome.
death had
Love
fallen
you,
on Lena.
Heathen.
Lena had never once complained about having to do it all on her own. Their father wasn't in the picture, but now that she was in a somewhat better headspace, Elise wished she'd been more
You're
present
not
for her
afraid of
sister the
being
past
there.
half year.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I just meant I'd never done one before, and I just, didn't know what to expect, Elise said cheerfully, minimizing the window on her computer as she spotted her boss across the office.
But I
She
didn't
lowered her
find it
voice.
that
"I should
scary.
probably go.
Like, I'm
Boss
not
making the
afraid of
rounds.
or worried
But I'll call
about
you
being
after work to
there.
work out the
I
details,
just
okay?
register
Love
it
you.
as.
Love you too," Lena said.
Oh
Go
yeah.
work.
No. She picks the worst fucking. She doesn't piss me off. She just makes me irritated because I'm just like, wow, that's really spooky. Okay, that's super spooky. She does it all the time. Okay, I'll play along. Yeah, that sounds like a wise plan to do, and then not bat my eye too much and stay off after. I don't know. I just don't find it that bad shit. Yeah, I found it like weird, but not like it's kind of hits you like a little like, what, this is scary? Okay, yeah, like she picks like
Elise said,
it's
hung up so
called
she could pretend
Scared
to
to
look busy.
Death. Like I would
Later, things had quieted down for the
assume.
day. She went back to the escape room's website. She'd never say it to Lena, but the idea of being trapped in such a small space,
Hell
with
yeah.
a game master watching over them through a hidden camera, kind of made her skin crawl. She was reminded of a story she'd heard growing up about a guy who'd had a heart attack while playing a game of charades, and no one did anything to help him because they thought it was part of some scene he was acting out. How was she supposed to know what was real and what wasn't in the game? What was part of the game? What was not part of the game? The whole notion just gave her the creeps. Ha 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 ha! Elise jumped in her seat before realizing the sound had come from her computer. On the monitor, where she'd been looking at her escape rooms, there was now a pop-up ad that read, "Friday the 13th Escape Room." A gif of a man with an axe played over and over in sync with the laughing sound. An animated clown above the gif raised a little knife, its eyes popped out and blood dripped down its face. "Book now," a button at the bottom flashed. Heart hammering in her chest, Elise closed the pop-up. She was glad that none of her coworkers had seen her jump. They were all out for lunch. She was also glad she had a few minutes to calm down a bit before they returned.
That's scary,
bright,
but
sunny
she
day
jumps
outside,
the
she couldn't
gun
shake the
on.
feeling of
This
being
is
watched
scary
now.
so
But something
soon that
wanted to
it
catch
sort
her
of
off guard.
ruins it.
She felt
Yeah.
twitchy. Maybe she was a bit
Like the letters
claustrophobic.
and such, that
She'd
is
never
where it
felt that way
becomes
before.
scary. Yeah,
But she'd also
exactly.
never been in an escape room. She tried to put the panic she felt out of her mind. And eventually it did pass. Later that week, Lena called to confirm that they were on for Saturday, and she said she and Aaron would pick up Elise at her apartment. Elise had invited their childhood friend Nora to come along. Everything seemed to be going according to plan. It was only when the four of them arrived at the escape room on Saturday afternoon that Elise felt her stomach drop. What escape room did you say we'll be doing again? Elise said,
No
the
damage.
backseat of Aaron's car in a small office building. On the side of the building was a banner with the same graphic she'd seen on the computer. Friday the 13th escape room. She'd previously prayed, that they were doing anyone but that one. Maybe something with a silly historical theme. Something light and goofy.
Get over
The
there.
Friday the 13th one, Lena replied cheerfully, adjusting the small plastic crown on the top of her head that said Birthday Girl in glittery letters. It was just the kind of thing Lena would never wear, and Elise had insisted she wear it. Elise felt sick. She didn't want to do it, but she also wasn't going to say anything and possibly ruin her sister's birthday party. Oh, cool, Nora said, smiling. Lena and Elise had been friends with Nora since childhood. She'd grown up next door, and though she'd been a shy kid who loved art and comics, she'd blossomed into a cool graphic designer with a sleeve of tattoos and a roster of high-end clients. I love those old slasher movies. I just wanted to feel like a real escape room, you know, Lena said. Like the scary ones always feel the most real. Like there's actual urgency. Feels like it's not just a game. Aaron parked the car. And I guess if we get too scared, we can always drink our fears away afterwards. Exactly, Lena said. I'm glad we're on the same page. Were they on the same page, though? As Elise followed the rest of the group across the parking lot, she felt a chill pass over her skin, while the voices of her sister and friends talked about which parts they'd be good at. The logic puzzles, the word clues. That all felt distant, like they were talking from several rooms away. She hesitated before crossing the threshold into the building when Aaron held the door open for her. But, again, she didn't want to be the person who ruined her sister's birthday. And if she was going to say something about how she currently felt, what exactly would she even say? That she was worried that the advertisement for the escape room was luring them in and not to make money? That something just felt off? That the room might be real? What could she say that wouldn't make her sound like a huge scaredy cat or a crazy person, or both? So into the building she went. And almost immediately, Elise no longer felt scared. She almost felt embarrassed for being afraid of something that was so cheesy. The lobby area was little more than an office space with the stained drop-down ceiling panels and a small podium for checking guests in. The walls were covered with the same photographs she'd seen online, smiling families and groups holding up signs that indicated whether or not they'd beaten the game. On the other side of the lobby, there was even a gurgling water cooler and a stressed-out dad checking his cell phone, muttering something about being late for a restaurant reservation in a spot designated the waiting area.
All right, send in love. Thank you.
By a cheerful guy in a red polo who stood behind the podium. His name tag read David.
Miss
waved at them with a smile. Welcome in, guys. You have a reservation? While Lena went to confirm the reservation, Elise lingered by the doorway. Unable to help herself, she was wondering what their mom would think about them doing this for Lena's birthday. Like Elise, their mom had always been the one pushing for a little bit of fun. Skipping school on a beautiful spring day to hang out in the park, or having breakfast for dinner when they didn't feel like cooking. Would she be happy for them? She thought she would. Would she also be proud of Lena for keeping it all together while Elise allowed her sister to barely keep her head above the rising tide of work and responsibility? Almost unconsciously, Elise's eyes fell on the photos again. And she gasped. Instead of the signs that said things like, "We did it," and "I'm a superstar," the signs now said something different. "Help us," read one. "Don't trust him," said another.
How is that
a third
defeated?
held by an older woman who Elise could have sworn had been smiling a moment ago, but now looked like she was in agony, said, "Don't do it." Ready? David's voice rang out and Elise jumped, tearing her eyes away from the pictures. "What the fuck was that?" Elise demanded. Lena stared at her, concerned, from across the room where she was already...
Wait a second, what the fuck? How was the scenario failed? What is that bullshit? What is that bullshit? Don't, whoa. Alright, Gloomhaven, you're starting to piss me the fuck off. Alright, Gloomhaven. What scenario is this? Gloomhaven DLC killing Sunken tumor. No, I don't want a playthrough. Do not give me a fucking... Don't give me a fucking... What the fuck? Well, why doesn't it just fucking put that in giant fucking red letters? Go fuck yourself, Git. You know what? You know what? No, I'm done with the game. I'm done tonight. No. Fuck that. Fuck that. Who the fuck is on? I'm sending you guys. Fuck that. Dude, go fuck yourself. Like, that is literally the worst. I'm sorry. I'm not. Nah. You know what? Go fuck yourself, game. You know what? Go to fucking hell. You know what? I'm rating somebody. I don't care. Whatever. Thank you guys so much for coming in, I guess. Whatever. Thank you guys so much for being awesome. Thank you guys for hanging out with me for even just a moment. I hope to see you guys later. Night night. Bye bye.